And we're live. How are you guys doing? We are starting a little bit later than normal because we're going to start jumping into this $30 rebuy and add-on instead of the $10 rebuy and add-on. I talked about this yesterday. Basically, the reason we want to do this is because of the amount of chips that we get for an add-on in the $30 rebuy as opposed to the $10 rebuy. So for that $10 rebuy and add-on every night, you buy in for $10, you get 4,000 chips. You rebuy, you get 4,000 chips. You bust, you get another 4,000 chips, and a double rebuy, you get another 4,000 chips. Then 2 hours later, the add-on period happens, and you put in another $10 for 4,500, right? So it's a better deal. An add-on is going to be better than a rebuy, and an add-on is going to be better than the original buy-in. But with this $30 rebuy, it's pretty much the same thing, 4,000 chips for 30, 4,000 chips for your $30 rebuy. But once it comes to that add-on period, you actually get a double add-on, 8,000 chips for your $30. What that means is that in the $10 rebuy and add-on, if someone goes through the 2 hours, gets knocked out, and doesn't rebuy and put themselves in a position to add on, it's a little bit of a mistake. But in the $30 rebuy, it's a huge mistake. If you don't if you don't come prepared to keep on rebuying until that add-on period starts, where you can get that double add-on, it's just a huge equity gift that you're giving the rest of the table. So I've decided that for that reason, and for just the simple fact that a $30 tournament should give us a little bit better of an hourly rate, even if it's a smaller ROI than a $10 rebuy and add-on, we're going to start playing this $30 rebuy and add-on every night instead of the 10. So great to see you all in the stream. We got some we got some of our friends right here. Sinister Omen, good day to you. Crybaby Nuts, we got Irish 320 in the house. Who else we got? Joe Kozlowski, awesome to see you, buddy. We've got Donkey Bait 573. It's great to have you here. It was awesome to see you hit that sub button last night, so thank you so much for supporting the stream. I take it you're from Colombia, so it's always good to have another tiger in the stream. My mom and my little brother are still in Colombia, so yeah, pretty much consider that place home. Crybaby Nuts. Let's see, what do we have? Is it okay? Is it through email or Twitch message? Oh, are we talking about the
the book?
The digital
I'm resending
book?
it. And I want to say hi to everybody too. And if you notice that my handle is now below me, right?
Yep.
That is my Twitter handle. That is mine. Yes, I am first.
At first.
Because if you're not first, you're last. That is mine.
I've said this a lot on the stream, but I actually met the guys who wrote that line. Adam McKay.
Yes, he did.
He was playing poker over at Caesar's Palace back in October. He walks into the. It was kind of a weird game. It was a 25-50 limit game, which you just rarely see. But there was this guy who, he looked like he had been on, he's like on the tail end of like a week-long coke binge, and he was just sitting there and he was just like really just like jonesing for something. And he was trying to get everybody to play 25-50, or maybe it was 50-100. It was a big game. I think it was 50-100 limit. So he's just kind of shaking. He's like high on something. And he looks over and he like waves me over. He's like, "Hey, buddy, come play this game, 50-100." And he's just like shaking. And I'm like, 50-100 limit, huh? That's kind of a weird game. You don't really see it here a lot. He's like, yeah, sit down. I'll tell you what. Sit down and play it. I'll give you $100 an hour. And I'm like, $100 an hour?
Should have called me and I'd play it too.
I don't know. I mean, like if someone is like super eager to play a certain game variant with you, and is so eager to play it that he's willing to pay you to play it, it makes me think that maybe it's not that good of a deal. But then again, I mean, I've put in hundreds of thousands of hours on, well, not hours, hundreds of thousands of hands in Limit Hold'em. Limit Hold'em was the first game I ever played. It was before No Limit. It was all limit. Propping in up in San Jose. Grinding online pre-Black Friday. It was all. A lot of it was limit. Back in the party poker days, 2004. I mean, there was a lot more money to be made grinding Limit Hold'em than No Limit.
Party poker, you said?
Yeah.
Didn't they just get bought?
They did, yeah. Party poker just got bought by 888.
That's right. They just
good looking out,
That's
Exmois. Who keeps her finger on the pulse of the poker industry? Exmoor.
Oh, me. Everybody.
So he looks over, he's like, I'll tell you what, I'll do one better. Anytime we're heads up, I'll show you my hand. And I'm like, okay. At first I was just suspicious that maybe he was just like a specialist wizard at this, at shorthanded limit hold'em, and now I just think he's on drugs. So I'm like, I'm going to take a chance with you. I sit down, and we start playing. A couple of other people are in the game that I don't recognize, but then these two guys kind of suited up. They look like they had just come out from L.A. for a weekend trip. They sit down, and I can tell right away that they're like Hollywood guys. And I strike up a conversation. I say, "So are you in Hollywood?" And sure enough, they are. They are Adam McKay and Chris Hitchin. Is it Hitchin?
I look so far away. Am I that small?
Hinchin.
Am I that small on the thing?
Yeah, well, because if we can blow you up, we can get you a little bigger.
It's good.
You want to be a little bigger?
My forehead used to like hit everyone in the head. I'm just so far. I look small.
Well, you guys, this is a fun little flop. Let's go ahead and build a pot up a little bit.
It's weird about the layouts that X-Mall is just kind of floating down there.
Yeah, we need to have a little border. I know it's a little weird. We need to have a border around you. Let's do it again. Build a pot up a little bit. We've got a lot of outs here. We're okay with him raising a little bit. I'm okay with building the pot up a little bit because if we do hit, we're gonna get paid. Okay, we didn't hit. We're done with it. Check fold. So,
this is Adam Rebuy.
Adam McKay is the guy who pretty much is the writer, producer, and sometimes director of all the Will Ferrell movies. He's the one who wrote that line. If you're not first, you're last.
Did you ask him if he did? Or you're just assuming?
I'm just assuming he did. I'm just assuming he did.
That's funny.
He probably got it from somewhere else. I mean, it's the same thing. It's like, you just... Does anybody really write a line, or do we discover them? We discover them.
So which one is this? This is the $30.
Yeah, so this
is it a rebuy? Or?
$30 rebuy and add-on.
Okay, I have to find this game, and then I'm going to shoot it on the poker forum there.
Yeah. So, Voxman, great to see you. In the stream, we got Serious Professional. Again, our newest sub. Look at that, latest subscriber, Serious Professional. Thank you very much for joining us again. And great to see you. Great to see you in the stream. 10-8 suited. I feel like we could do something with that. El Guapo's a buddy of ours. He a local grinder. Also, he works at one of our favorite restaurants down the street. We went there, looked for him.
Wasn't there.
Wasn't there.
No.
We also saw what's his name, Jonathan Tommy
during a break.
Yeah, it was during the dinner break at the World Series. So, Marsupial, awesome to see you.
But he thinks that it needs a border. Yo.
Yeah, we need a border for sure, because then it's just like she's kind of floating against
put
nothing.
A on me.
It looks like you're a double amputee when you do that.
Yeah. See, I told you. See, this is what I get when he does the last minute stuff.
Yeah.
Huh, honey.
So at last's tweets are protected.
What does that even mean?
She has 39,000 tweets.
Good for her.
39,000 tweets.
I just don't Twitter as much.
She just, no one can follow her. It's a lot of tweets. At last, 39,300 tweets and 95 followers. Because in order to see her, you actually have to click the follow button and she has to approve you.
That makes sense. I mean, there's a lot of weird...
Does it?
Yeah, there's a lot. I get a lot of weird people that follow me, I'm sure. Most of my people are just probably bots. But it's okay. Bots count.
GOC, good to see you. Asking any low stakes tourneys in the $1 to $3 range that aren't bingo tourneys on WSOP. You know, I don't know that the the buy-in on WSOP really has that much to do with the structure. If you look at like the structure of a lot of these tournaments, like this tournament structure, tournament info, I mean we go blinds increase every 10 minutes, and it's not until level 10 before the antes kick in. So that's quite a lot of play. The $1,000 bracelet event that they had was actually a much quicker structure than like the $30 rebuys. And I'm gonna guess that even just like a $3 deep stack rebuy and add-on tournament. Let's see. There's let me just see. So there's a $3 deep stack $800 guaranteed that starts in 12 minutes on WSOP GOC. I'm gonna make that fold really quick. Let me take a look at the yeah, so these are blind increases every 10 minutes, starts at 100, 225. So it's the same exact structure that you get in the $30 rebuy and add-on for $3. So it's that structure, it's the length of the blinds and how quickly they go up that's going to really affect whether a tournament is just like a crapshoot, whether it's bingo or whether there's really a lot of skill to be had. And I would say, yeah, generally the WSOP structures are very slow and very smooth up. I would probably, I mean, if you want to be able to have a lot of play and not have a lot of, minimize the luck factor in the tournament you're in, stay away from the turbos.
Russ, how old were you when you started poker? I should know this. 18, right?
Yeah,
Or
17,
19?
18.
12. No, you played Tootsie Rolls.
The first time I ever played,
grandmother,
yeah,
so.
but that wasn't really poker. The first time I realized that like professional poker was a thing, that there was a World Series of poker and that I wanted to play it. And the first time I ever heard of like the Cadillac of poker, No Limit Hold'em, the first time I ever heard the name Doyle Brunson was from the movie Rounders. And I think that came out in 98, right? Rounders release date. So in 1998, September 1998, I think I saw it over Thanksgiving break.
We are gonna like take over the poker world.
Oh my gosh, what do we got? El
cool.
Guapo.
Yay!
Thanks for the resub, buddy. Great to see you, and great to see you in the stream again. And here we are, right next to each other too. It's pretty cool.
Is he playing with you?
He's right
Oh, wow.
he's right next to me.
That's funny.
Let's go ahead and just try to claim this equity. I think that pocket fours is probably the best hand. Now we actually have some some outs even if we weren't ahead. But I think we were ahead. I think that we probably are looking at. I mean, Gallagher made a very, very quick call. So what do we think Gallagher has? I don't know.
Oh,
Well-
did El Guapo tweet to Donald Trump? He said, "Tell him to tweet to." Oh, El
Let's
Guapo.
go ahead and fire out a.
He's talking about the guy. Okay.
Wow, so we
That's
were
funny.
in really bad shape. Look at that.
Yeah, I see that. It's El Chapo.
El Chapo, yeah.
Yeah, I read it wrong too.
We
I was
were-
like, oh, okay.
We were in really bad shape on that turn and caught up with for the tie. So, but he was in pretty bad shape on the flop, so I don't really feel too bad about it. Yeah, let's go ahead and see a flop with a king 8 suited, getting 5-1. Not really what we're looking for. I think we just give up. Hey, Bob Hatter, good to see you in the stream, buddy. Great to see you. We got Checkered Karma chilling out with us. It's awesome to be back on the schedule 4 times a week. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Sometimes we'll move around the Thursday to a Monday. Make
So
that
can I
fold.
move my camera up then? If I move this up, will it ruin stuff?
Let's see. Try it.
Is it working?
Yeah,
okay?
it looks.
Too
It looks
close?
fine. No, it looks good.
Because I feel like my head's really small now. I feel like I have a very
Yeah.
small head there. Like I'm a munchkin.
How do you feel now?
Munchkin Michelle. Now, I don't know. I have to. I have
Do you
to
feel
see it
you?
in 4
Do you feel
minutes.
like you have a really small head?
I feel
now?
like I just grew.
No, you have a
didn't?
really, really small head now.
No, I don't.
You do.
No, I don't. Do I really?
Yes.
No. I want to move it. Then how do I get a bigger head?
Yeah, well,
Oh my God,
I'm
that's
making it
just
bigger. I'm
ruined-
making it bigger. There you
Ruined
go.
everything.
Oh, that's funny.
He made my head really. I shrunk my own head on Twitch.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and 2.5
fine.
exit. I guess that would be 260, right? So let's just 260 it up. Queens should definitely be in our 3-bet range, and we'll see what happens. I mean, if it comes around and El Guapo, oh wow, look at Chaos Theory just shoving it, Wow, look at that. I mean, are we really gonna call this? Oh my gosh, it's 200 big blinds, you guys. 200 big blinds. He just shoves in for just spew.
Did you Twitter out, Beh?
No.
You need to Twitter out and tell everybody you're on. It's the rules of the game.
Guys, I don't really know what to do with this one. I kind of feel like we're, we're probably supposed to make the, I don't know. It goes raise. We re-raise with queens, and Chaos Theory shoves for, but it's a rebuy and add-on. I don't know. I think that we fold. I mean, it's a 4-bet shove for just so much. What we're hoping that he has is ace-king. We're hoping that we're in a coin flip situation, so we'll just make the fold. I mean, he could have jacks. Why can't he have jacks there? Why can't he have 10s there? I don't know. We're probably even supposed to fold kings there. It's just such it's such a huge shove that I think that he's hoping that we're gonna get stubborn. You know, I think that he's looking down at his aces and just hoping that we won't fold queens pre-flop. We will fold queens pre-flop. But, you know, maybe he's just looking at ace-king and thinking, spew. We need that June spew icon, Michelle.
I know.
Very frustrating folding queens pre-flop, you guys. We've done it before, and a couple times we've done it. We've been wrong on stream doing it. We might have been wrong there. But this wasn't a case of us raising and just getting shoved on. This was a case of us actually 3-betting, and this was a 4-bet shove. The best case scenario there, I mean, like, what do you guys think the best case scenario is if we snap call? Best case scenario is he turns over a smaller pocket pair, right? Jacks or 10s? Whatever it is, it's a mistake by Chaos Theory to make that shove. If he has aces, then he got no value out of it. If he doesn't have aces, then, I mean, it's just horrible to put his whole, put two buy-ins at risk this early on. I mean, 200 bigs. It was even more than that. It was 250 big blinds. So we're gonna go ahead and give him the little Toro icon. So, Tone Lock, thanks for giving that book a read. I really appreciate it. He says, "What's up, Dutch? Read your book last week. It was great." Thank you, man. Really appreciate it. I'm really glad that you gave it a read. If you don't have the book, Poker Tilt, and you are a sub, then make sure to check your other message box. We try to get DRM free copies to all of our subscribers here on the Twitch channel. And if you don't have it, you want to read it, and you feel like getting a little bit of a deal, we give free digital copies to all our subscribers as our very first sub perk that we roll out for you guys for supporting the stream, supporting the channel.
Yeah, and if you are a sub and you don't have your book or you didn't find your book, I can resend it. So just let me know in chat, and I will do that for you.
So, I'm still just like a little bit frazzled, you guys. I'm still a little frazzled. It always feels wrong to fold. It doesn't matter what you fold. But folding queens pre-flop feels wrong. I'm really curious to see what you guys think about it. Here we go. He says call, rebuy. He has ace, king, or jacks, T-Dog says. Call. 9 iron 12 says fold. Hasdog says call. Everyone's like call, call. You won't know if it's a mistake if you don't call. Call. He has ace, king. See, that's the thing. Irish. If he has ace, king, if he turns over ace, king, I'm okay to fold. You know, I don't really feel like we need to be on a 52-48 flip for 250 bigs. Unreal's like, snap call with queens, you nit. Call, you nit. Button raise, rebuy. These are all reasons to call. Marsupial, yes, these are all reasons to call. Last the Mohicans like, call, call. I'm going to tell you guys, all of these reasons look pretty compelling. The reason that I didn't call was 250 big blinds in. He's just like shoving for 250 big blinds. Best case scenario is ace king. Worst case scenario is we're just completely screwed.
But it's a rebuy though, no?
It is a rebuy. I don't know.
So if it's a rebuy, are you supposed to shove there, or did you forget? I'm just teasing you.
Donkey Bait says, what's the EV if his range is ace, ace, king, king, queen, queen, jack, jack, 10, 10, and ace, king? In that situation, I mean, the aces and the kings are going to balance out the jacks and the tens. And then you have ace, king. So I think that the EV, if he has aces, kings, queens, jacks, tens, or ace, king, is, 50-50. I think that, like, if that's his range, then we really shouldn't care one way or the other if we call or fold. We only have three? What did we put in? Five big blinds, and he shoves 240. So I mean, it's kind of like we don't even have anything in there. So if that's his range, Donkey Bait, it's we should be kind of ambivalent about calling or folding, and I'd probably lean towards folding if that's his range, just because of the whole idea of chip inflation. The chips that you're risking are not worth as much as the chips that you stand to gain. So if that's his range, I think it's a fold. But I don't think that was his range. I would take tens out of there. I would also take jacks out of there. I think his range is aces, kings, queens, and ace king. I think those are the three hands. And actually, I don't even think that he would do that with queens. I don't think he would do that with ace king. I think he has aces or kings. I think he has a range of 2. And against that range, against the range that I think he had, against that range, we're not doing too well. But, yeah. Marsupial's like, we're ahead of that range, donkey.
Oh, do you have your phone so you can Twitter?
You could be right. You guys could be right.
Are they calling you donkey? Or are they calling you donkey? That's funny.
Hasdog is like, jacks or ace king. Fish don't know the difference between opening and 3-bet. I mean, this is the best case scenario is he's got jacks. If he had jacks, I would feel really sad right now. But I just don't think he did, you guys. Just because a guy doesn't realize that shoving 250 big blinds is not really the way to play jacks or aces or ace king, doesn't mean that he doesn't sometimes wake up with aces or kings. I don't know. Commander Cool says if his range is ace, ace, king, king, queen, queen, jack, jack, ace, king, 10, 10, your equity is 52%. I think that's about right. So I think you should call, except for the fact of chip inflation. Yeah, I mean, if that's his range, Commander Cool, if that's his range, I think it's still a fold. But I don't think that is his range. I think that his range is more like aces and kings. I could be wrong. And yeah, I'm crazy, no. Dutch did fold queens pre-flop. Dutch folded queens pre-flop. I don't know. I feel frazzled about it. I feel like, what am I doing folding queens pre-flop? But at the same time, I'm thinking, it's the right fold. It's the right fold. That's what I feel like. I think that he either had ace, king, or aces or kings. I feel like it was the right fold. I mean, Skelly Factor, maybe Skelly Factor's with me. He's not shoving tens or jacks there. I don't think he's shoving tens or jacks there. I mean, who shoves... Even, like, fish don't shove jacks there or tens there. They call and see a flop. You know? They don't even consider 4-betting. It's a fishy move. It's a super fishy move. It's a super aggro move. And that makes me think that we were way, way behind. Maybe not. We're never going to know. We're never going to know. You know, that's the problem. Is like, that's the problem with making those folds pre-flop. First off, you can't win a tournament by folding your way there. You can't. You know, good folds are hard, and you got to make them, but they always feel wrong. And you know, a lot of times you're never going to know if you were right or not. And you can't win a tournament by making good folds. You know, that's just not. That's not how you get there. You're saving money. You're saving money, but. Okay, yeah, I'll do a stream. I'll do it. I'm going to Twitter about our nittiness today.
Nitty Dutch.
And 8 overrated. 8 overrated. 8. It's good to see you, Ray. We've got yeah, I don't know, guys. Part of me just wants to make the call just so that we would know.
Hi, Killer Chaser.
I just think that we were so just done, just so waxed looking at a 4.5 to 1.
What'd you have? I don't.
Queens.
Oh, you
So
folded?
El Guapo raises to 105. We 3-bet 2.5x to 260, and then the small blind shoves for 9,500, which is 250 big blinds, a little over 250 big blinds. So I mean, gets back to us, and I'm thinking Queens start shrinking up pretty good.
We should focus on the table that we're doing now.
Marsupial, I don't think that torrenting the book is an option. I don't think it's on the torrents. I was talking to my partner about releasing like an official pirated version of the book on the torrents, but we haven't yet.
We'll work on that.
Yeah.
That's a good idea.
I don't think it is on the torrents.
And the audio book would be cool. We really wanted to get into the Can you get it into the libraries? Can you get it? Did you get the special?
I was thinking that it would be fun just to go smuggle it in.
No.
Just like go to every library
it?
Here in Vegas and just like smuggle a book into the poker section.
That'd be really funny.
Like put a little tape on the back of it, give it a little give it a little calling number.
Are you allowed to put it in libraries? Because there has to be something that you have to do through the Library of Congress, right?
I'm pretty sure that libraries can get our book.
They can?
But someone has to request it.
Oh, well, you guys should be requesting the book.
Yeah, at your local library.
At your local library.
Request
That's a good
book.
idea. Request it. They'll buy it for you. Dutch did that with a whole bunch of poker books, and they bought them. They had them all brand new, didn't they?
Irish 320 is saying it's the rebuy factor. The rebuy factor is saying, look, he's shoving with less. You could be right. You could be right. I'm actually going to go. I'm going to go to his table. I'm going to put it over on the other side, and we're going to see how Chaos Theory because if Chaos Theory makes a couple more shoves, there's certain players that if they make that shove, we would have been making the call because we have some familiarity with them. We've already seen that they're willing to just go aggro full retard early on. So if he already had the bull, we're probably making the call. So I'm going to kind of keep that up on the side. And if he shoves for like 200 big blinds here or 150 big blinds and then turns over sevens, I'm going to show you guys and I'm going to let you guys know that you were right. You were right, and I just knitted my way from doubling up. I just knitted myself out of an early double up, but I don't think that's the case. I think that we were looking at an overpair such a high percentage of the time, and when we aren't looking at an overpair, we're looking at a coin flip. So if you put his range at what I put his range at, aces, kings, and ace king, with most of the time he's sitting there with aces, I think that queens really start shrinking up. So I'm Crazy No says, yeah, you're giving him chips now as a loan. You can get equity back plus interest. Sometimes it works that way. It wouldn't have worked that way because he got moved to the other table. El Guapo's still over there with him. We'll find out.
We'll get some secrets.
We'll find out. And Killer Chaser, great to see you in the stream. Awesome to see you, man. Yoki Pocky says, I folded queens pre-flop in the World Series of Poker main event this year. Action was under the gun raise. Pretty big 3-bet from middle position. I flat queens from late. Oh my god. Under the gun shoves.
Do you have the other
Middle
speech?
position reshove. Oh my gosh. I fold. Hands were aces and ace king. They both beat me after board ran out. I felt fine about risking my turning life on day one with about not risking my turning life with on day one with queens, given that action ahead of me. Yeah, Yoki, it's so much nicer when you get to make the fold and the hands get turned over and you get to see, right? But suppose under the gun shoves, middle position folds, and now you're kind of in this weird spot where you don't know what to do. So you fold, and he just slides his cards face down into the muck, and you never know. You never know. You know, I say this a lot on. Well, I used to say it on the stream. The mind craves certainty. This is why when you are making a bluff on the river and you're trying to calculate your fold equity, it's never as high as you think because people err on the side of calling too much. You know, the mistake that you try to take advantage of at the poker table is people calling too much, not folding too much. People don't fold too much generally. You don't see a lot of, I mean, maybe we just did, you know, maybe we're the exception here, but you don't see a lot of people who the big mistake that they're making is folding too much. That just doesn't happen that often. I mean, you will see it. You will see that, you know, you will see it in tournaments where people are just like folding their way to aces and kings, but and that's a big mistake, and those people have no shot at ever winning a tournament because, you know, the cavalry's not coming. You know, aces aren't coming. You have to seize the moment, seize the spots not hands. But basically, what I'm saying is the mistakes you try to take advantage of from other players is that they call when they should fold, not that they fold when they should call. So. Mind craves certainty, man. My mind's craving it right now.
You didn't Twitter yet?
No, I didn't Twitter yet.
I have to make sure he's on. I need a whip. I need to get a whip.
Yeah, she has a whip collection in the
A whip
closet.
emote.
It's a good idea. It's actually a good idea.
You know
whip
what?
emote.
We'll do a little photo thing, and I'll do the whip like this, cracking the whip. That'd be really good. Cracking the whip. I likes it.
Okay, so let's 3 exit. Completely whiff it. Okay, so here's the Twitter, you guys. The mind craves certainty. I just folded queens pre-flop live on Twitch. Was I right? I'll never know.
Yeah, you can for library books they have to have a special thing to get accepted in the library. Like, what is it? It's the Library of what did it have to do? When you were doing your book, you had to get the what is it called? You had to get something for it.
You get a Library of Congress number.
It's a library. It is a Library of Congress.
You get, and then you get like a barcode, an ISBN. Do we have a Library of Congress number? I think we do.
I think so.
I don't really know how it works, you guys.
Well, it's something. I thought it was. Because I remember you guys got it because you wanted to put it in libraries. I don't know. I thought you did. Or it's like an extra X amount. I forget. Like
sounds right. Okay.
Yes. Anyone can see this. S maybe. Hello, S maybe. I'm Michelle.
Skelly Factor says it's a rebuy. That's why he overshoves aces and kings, maybe ace king. Has he been playing crazy otherwise? You know, I've got him on the other table, and no, he hasn't. I haven't seen him make any big 3 bets or 4 bets. Basically, he's calling people's raises, and he's keeping the pot small. So, he hasn't really been playing too crazy. Skelly Factor says, I'm not sure if I can fold there, though. Right? And then you folded pocket 10s on the big blind. I know, right? I feel like we're just knitting it away. Not today, Ebola says. And then you folded 10s in the big blind when, that's right, when a guy raised, and then another guy made it 6 times as a 3 bet. now I'm like, okay, tens is pretty much the same situation. Phobe says, "What's up, Dutch Boy next Moya? How good did it feel to play a bracelet event from the comfort of home?" You know what, Phobes? It did feel good. It felt pretty good. It felt nice. There's a lot of things that I wish went different in that event. We did cash. We got 54th, I think. And it was really cool doing it in front of the Twitch audience. It was really cool doing it in front of our friends and supporters. A couple of people who were watching even had a little bit of a sweat in it, which was really cool. There's some things I didn't like about the tournament. I didn't like how the structure seemed so fast. I mean, when you have a $30 rebuy or even a $3 rebuy tournament, having a better structure than a $1,000 bracelet event, I feel like there's something wrong with that picture. I also think that the fact that they didn't put the payouts out on the lobby was a little bit problematic. It made me feel like I couldn't really take advantage of not that I could anyway, because when the bubble play started, we actually found ourselves in a pretty desperate spot. So there were things I didn't like about it. I also didn't like the fact that it didn't get counted as a cash. When I go look at my WSOP record now, I cashed 5 times this summer in bracelet events, but it's only counting 4 because for some reason they don't count that. I guess they'll count it if you make the final table. So that's a problem, in my opinion. I think, but I thought it was awesome. It was a lot of fun. I hope that they do it again. I'm actually going to see if I can't. I got an assignment from my editor over at All In Magazine to write up an article about that online event, so we'll see how it goes. I'm going to try to. I like saying that. I like having an assignment from my editor. So, yeah. I think I'm going to try to talk with Bill Reaney and see if they're going to continue doing those kind of WSOP bracelet events online. I'm also kind of wondering if they're going to be doing. Wow, how does that happen? How do we just crush it here? I mean, if there's a time to slow play, I guess this is going to be it. Let's go ahead and bet out half pot. I hope that someone caught something. It would be great if someone has like a flush draw here. Wow. Unreal Genius making the raise. Let's go ahead and re-raise. And it would be just wonderful if he has like ace-5 or pocket 2s. Nope. He goes ahead and gets rid of it, which we're okay with that. We would much rather have him just like have the wrong end of a cooler there. But we're not going to be able to get his whole stack unless we re-raise there. So, I mean, we could call and then check and induce a bluff on the end. But the only way that we're going to go ahead and play for stacks is if we go ahead and make that re-raise right there on that 10 of diamonds turn. And I think that there's a lot of hands where he's going to pay us off. He might pay us off with like a really good 10. He might pay us. He might even pay us off with a flush draw. He's definitely going to pay us off with any 5. Definitely paying us off with if he did happen to have 2s full, and maybe over pairs, maybe middle pairs. That's pretty much all he's going to be paying us off with. So what did he fold there? I mean, he folded really quick. It makes me kind of think that he was just on absolutely nothing, trying to represent a 5 himself. Which is kind of hard for him to do, given how that hand went down. I'm crazy, no. I like that quote. I don't always fold queens pre-flop, but when I do, I win tournaments. Yeah, Mahaba Yamba. Is that how you're gonna say that? Mahaba Yamba. Rebuy. It's a rebuy. He can have pocket 4s.
Councilman Jam says, "What's up, buddy? It's been a while."
I haven't caught up with I'm way behind. I'm still frazzled about it, but I'm gonna try to forget about it. Let's take a look. We've got Pippin87 in the stream. It's great to see you, man. T-Dog. We've got No Mar Far. Awesome to see you back. He says, "Good fold. There are better spots." Thank you, man. I hope that you're right. We'll never know. We'll never know. Donkey Bait saying, let's watch that player and get a better read on him. I've got him on the other table over here, and so far he's just basically been stagnant, hasn't really been doing much. Commander Cool, though in a rebuy he could be spewing. No one can rebuy, yeah. And let's see, 9 Iron 12. You probably want to rethink a decision when 9 Iron 12 is your only supporter. That's true. Pokerat says, I called and got busted by Kings. Same situation. Pat's Poker says, ignore the people who say you have to call there. You aren't going to risk your whole stack this early when you have 12 big blinds. Good full Dutch. Except that it is a rebuy. You know, it's not like we're really risking our whole tournament. The worst case scenario is we pop in another 60.
You failed, Dutch. It's okay. Let's move
but
on.
Yeah.
No, you know what? You made your decision.
You made the
you're
decision.
still in. It's the rebuy period still going, so you have a chance to go all in.
Krios93 says, I think he had queens too. The only thing, though, Krios, is it's so much more likely that he has aces or kings because we have two of the queens. You know, for him to have queens, there's only one combination of two cards that you know, exactly the two other queens. So there's one combination of queens, and for aces and kings, I think you're looking at 12 combinations. So it's actually 12 times more likely that he had aces or kings versus queens. It's more likely that he had ace-king than aces, or ace-king than kings, if that's in his range. But I think it's actually about the same chances that he has aces or kings versus the ace-king. So you got ace-king here, aces and kings here, about the same likelihood of him having the bigger pocket pair versus the overcards. WSOP player forum, Dutch, have you got, Michelle, that Princess Cut Diamond ring yet? You know what? I did have a buddy watching the stream send me on the Facebook message. He sent me a link to a really nice cubic zirconium, and he was like, get this, she'll never know. And it might have worked, bro. It might have worked, except you know that Michelle checks my messages on Facebook, right?
Oh, my God.
So now that's out of the question.
Funny. It could have worked.
Yeah, it could have worked.
Coulda, shoulda.
It could have worked. $59. Marsupial saying, next time I go to the library, I will 1,000% do that for you, Dutch. Marsupial, thank you, buddy. That'd be awesome. That'd be awesome. Oh, man. Pokerat saying, sent an email. Did Dutch see it? Thank you. I'm not sure. Let me take a look, Pokerat.
Yeah, I looked and I didn't get an email either in mine, so maybe it was on your
email,
private.
Like
yeah, I
real
looked
email.
yesterday. He sent it yesterday. And I looked and I didn't, you know what? I didn't see it either.
We got one from Safari Joe. Appreciate you looking out, Safari Joe. I don't know. You know what? I've been kind of bad with emails. I don't see it. I probably got it. I just it just got buried. Let me take a look, Pokerat. And Pokerat, it was awesome meeting you, man.
He has very good energy.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
He's the one that told me we should make our own hot dogs.
Okay. So Pokerat, when I was looking at it on my phone, I did get it, but it said this message has no content. But now that I actually open it up, I see it. I see the message. So I'll give it a read here in a little bit. Okay. Let me take a look. So, yeah, Pokerat. Read it. I got your email. I read it, and that sounds like a plan. Let's. I'm going to be going up to Fargo next week to do a guest commentary spot on the HPT, which is going to be pretty cool. When we get back, let's see if we can't schedule up a meeting here in Vegas and or like a hangouts or something. If we can't get like an actual, drink somewhere, and we'll talk about your idea. I like it. So sorry for not getting back to you earlier. I didn't see it. I actually got the email, and then it says on my phone, no content. It says this message has no content. So I actually had to click on it, and then it loaded it up. So I don't know why that was the case. Sorry for not getting back to you earlier, Pokerat. And thanks for following up on it. Double Ace 420 says, at Exmo, hi, you are hot.
I've already seen that. You're way behind. I've already had that compliment.
You are hot.
I am. You need to put some fans around. It's burning up in here.
Oh my gosh. Tone Lock says, Dutch, do you still have all your bracelets?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, I do. WSOP. I got rid of the Bellagio bracelets.
Yeah, they were really. I mean, they're just.
They didn't really mean a lot to me.
They're okay.
Well, I mean, if they actually became something, but then the Bellagio stopped giving them out.
Then they were giving bracelets.
And then they were giving away
watches,
Rolexes. I would have loved
cool.
to. I would love to win a
then
Rolex.
They stopped. Now they're giving trophies.
No, they're not giving away anything.
They're just giving away money.
Yeah. No, they're not giving away anything. I don't know if the Bellagio Cup has like a trophy or something. I will tell you this. Enlightened Rage says, "Get off this library kick, woman."
Who says that? Which one?
Michelle loves the libraries.
Oh, because you know what? We go to the library and then we go get a bunch of books and then we forget and then we don't go for like 6 months. And then I'm like, oh yeah, we can go to the library.
No, it is pretty cool. You know what I really like about like the Vegas libraries is you can get audiobooks and ebooks without ever even having to go.
With Overdrive.
You get yourself a library card. You can go
telling...
online and get audiobooks and I didn't mean to cut you off. You were saying the same thing.
Yeah, I was saying the thing with Overdrive. Yeah.
So, yeah, it really is kind of a fabulous time. I mean, there's so much knowledge to be gotten for free.
And we buy books all the time, and we never read them.
That's true.
So it's nice to like hoard books just for the meantime, and then just be like, send them back.
Yeah. Sly Smith says, Dutch, do you call with kings in the same spot with that big of a shove? Sly Smith, I do, and I actually think that that's probably a leak to call 250 big blinds with kings, because if you're going to fold queens there, you probably should fold kings as well. I mean, in my opinion, he's only doing that with one of two hands, and if you have kings, then the chances of him having aces are just so much higher than him having kings or even ace king. So it's probably a mistake to call with kings, but I would call with kings there because I'm not in the business of laying down kings pre-flop in tournaments. I just don't do it. I've done it a few times in cash games, but you know what? I've laid down queens enough pre-flop in tournaments and been wrong. You know, there's been enough times where I've laid down queens and the guy says, good lay down, and shows me jacks, you know, or shows me the ace kings, like, good lay down. And I'm like, okay, what am I doing? You know, sometimes, like, I'll lay down queens and they'll show queens and they'll be like, I had you, and show the queens. And I'm like, geez, I'm just like, what am I doing? So there's been enough times when I've laid down queens and am wrong that I already feel bad about laying down queens pre-flop there. Laying down kings, I think that, you know, I'm not going to do it. I've done it in cash games a few times. I've been right. Both times I've done it in cash games. 3 times I think I've done it in cash games. All 3 times I've been right. But they were real special situations where it was like what Yaki Pocket was talking about, where you had an under-the-gun razor, 3-better, you 4-bet, under the gun shoves, and the 3-better just snap calls. So it's always been in situations where 2 people were already going to the mattresses, and I knew I was going to actually get to see whether I was right or wrong. So that actually, I mean, it shouldn't, but that tips the scales. When you know that you're going to be able to see the hands, it makes it a lot easier to make the fold. You know, it makes it a lot easier. Anyway, so yeah, Sly Smith, I'm not folding kings in that same spot, but I probably should. Anyway, Lizenra says, what happened to Queen pre-flop? I got the hook on Twitter. Hey, thank you very much for reading the Twitter and coming by. So basically what happened is El Guapo, one of our buddies, friends of the stream, supporters here on the stream, raises pre-flop. Hold on for a second. Our villain just... Okay, so he raises pre-flop to 100 at 2040. Blinds are 2040. We're in for, you know, we have 8,000 in front of us. We make a 2.5x re-raise, a 2.5x 3-bet with pocket queens. And the guy to our left who's in the small blind, a guy by the name of Chaos Theory, shoves for 250 big blinds. Now, we only have 200 big blinds, but still, I mean, 200 big blinds. It's a huge, huge overbet shove. Just an overshove, huge. into an opener and a 3-better. So El Guapo gets out of the way, and we're sitting here looking at two ladies thinking, what are we going to do with these? What are we going to do with these pocket queens? We hit the fold button, and then we get frazzled and think maybe we just knitted our way out of a double up. So we'll never know. Anyway, I nuke your mom. Great to see you in the stream. We got C-Mac here. For what it's worth, I've seen Helmut fold queens pre-flop on TV. Thank you. It's worth a lot. But what does he know? Is what C-Mac says. Yes. Marsupial reminded me about the beat we took in the online event. I don't get to complain, though, because we did slide through aces with our own ace-king, right, Marsupial? So, I mean, once we finally got to that point where we took just...
Do you have that highlighted, that hand? Tonight
I
we
should
highlight that, and then
hand,
we can link that hand.
This is why I never get to complain again. So, I mean, it was like we were supposed to be out. But,
do you remember what...
Yeah, K-Gold 86, it's great to see you in the stream. Got FIFA Freaks. Looks like you got some messages deleted. Not sure why, but...
it does auto if he links something or puts too many E's or...
Okay, Marsupial letting us know how we can get our online cash.
Yeah, I saw that.
Up on the on the results. Okay, Marsupial, I'm going to. I will contact WSOP.com. Thank you for the heads up, because I would really like that to happen. What's up, Grinding and Ground? Nate Dowland in the house.
Hey, Nate.
Great to see you, buddy.
Oh, I have
Great
to
to see you
guys some gossip. But I'll do it in a minute. So
yeah, so some
whisper it.
Interesting drama in the poker universe among some mutual friends of ours.
Yes.
Grinding and Ground.
Whispering.
Big Boy Doe says, I agree with Dutch. The online event wasn't run as well as the regular tourneys on WSOP. I mean, I don't know that. I just think that it's hard to structure a tournament and have an idea of what you're trying to do, but there was no reason why that should have went as quick as it did. I mean, we were well into the money. I got knocked out, and I still had time to go and just jump into the stud 8. It really should have been a very long structure where it's a bracelet event. I mean, they can make it a 2-day event and still have it end at 1 or 2 in the morning. I don't know when they finally made it to the final 9, or the final 6, but I got to think that it was pretty early, probably like 9, 10. Fire Freaks in the house, great to see you. We've got Killer Chaser saying, good night, you guys. Glad to see you back. I'm off Sunday and Monday night, so I'll be in for whole stream those nights. Awesome. We're going to be, I don't know that we're doing a Monday stream anymore.
No,
we're going to be doing Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
Because we're going to use Monday either Monday or Tuesday to have Dutch write his new book.
Yeah, Poker Tells, working on the new,
and then whatever
the new
we
poker
have,
book.
we have other little mini projects that we have going in our mini brains.
I still am trying to work on staking.com. That's something that I'm trying to get out before WSOP 2016.
That's a maybe. We're still hammering out the details.
Now more than ever, the world needs a staking platform that people can go to.
I know, but you don't have to sell me. We're hammering it out, I said. Hammering it out.
Skookum says, Eximois, I would be willing to offer you $50,000 for that Twitter account.
Nice.
That's awesome, Skookum.
I don't think you can
I think
sell
that you should. I think you should hold out for more.
Yeah.
No, that's not what Skookum said. Skookum said, I bet you could sell that Twitter account for big money.
No, I know. I said I don't think it's against TOS.
It actually is against a TOS, but
I don't want to get banned from Twitter. How will I communicate?
That's right.
How will I talk to my legions of followers? All, I think, 300.
Everyone should have Twitter, though. Twitter's great.
No, I don't really go on Twitter that much. I have like 5 different Twitter accounts.
I will say this: if anybody ever asks, have you ever seen an opportunity and thought it was just going to be a complete flop, and it turned out to be successful? If anyone ever asks me that, I always point to Twitter, because when I first saw Twitter, I said, "This is the dumbest thing I've ever seen." 140 character mini blog. What? Who cares? Why is this? Why is this anything? They already have so many blogging sites out there. How is this different than Blogger? Except, it's Blogger minus. I see what it is. So it's like Blogger, except you can't do a whole blog. You can only do 140 characters? Why 140 characters? Why not 200 characters or 7 characters? I mean, what? This isn't going to go anywhere. This is stupid. And then it took 2 years, and then everyone's on it, and I'm like, oh, well, I guess I better get on Twitter as well. I mean, it was. I was definitely like one of the guys who, I just saw no value in it whatsoever, and now I just, how can you be so blind? It's so it seems so obvious to me now how great it is, but at the time, if we could go back in time, there's a lot of things I would do differently for sure, and one of them is I would invest in Twitter. I would buy Bitcoin when it was like $2, and Eximol was saying, "Hey, Bitcoin, this is really cool. We should mine some Bitcoin. You know what we should do? It's only $2. We should like go buy. We should put a couple $100 in Bitcoin. This is a good idea. We could buy 100 Bitcoin. No, we're not going to do that.
And just hold on and see what happens.
I don't
God,
want
just imagine if that happened. Let's not.
Shitcoin.
Let's not. Yeah, that's what he called it, shitcoin. That's right.
Yeah,
I remember.
It was nothing. What are you talking about? Bitcoin's so lame. Now it's $300 a coin, and I look at it and I think, man, this is going to go to the moon. Everyone should get into this. I mean, you get these aha moments. You know, you get these aha moments where.
Oh, I know the next boom.
It finally hits it. What's the next boom?
I know. I can't tell everybody.
No, tell everybody. This is what they're here for. They want to know. They want to know.
Secret.
Oh.
It's not really a boom.
I think I know what it is.
I don't know what the next boom is, but
I think I know what you're thinking it is.
I'm speculating stuff.
So, yeah, Bitcoin is awesome.
Well, I don't think so anymore.
How can you not think so? It's so great. You know
it's
how cool it
okay.
is? Like
I think it's really complicated.
So 10 guys had sweats in that online event of me. The two that had Bitcoin wallets already have their money. The others were waiting to actually get it in the mail. And I actually have to go down to get money orders, waiting for a couple of little prints that we're sending out. But the two guys that actually have Bitcoin already have it.
Oh, Stealth Monk is really causing some major drama right now. And Drake686 says, "Howdy, a first-time viewer from Texas, wishing Texas would pass online poker. So do we. We wish all
too.
of the USA,
especially
United
Texas.
States of America."
Why can't we play Texas Hold'em in Texas?
Exactly. Right?
Why can't we play Omaha in
Yes,
Nebraska? It doesn't make sense. Ben Hester in the stream. Great to see you. Yeah, let's go and do a little set mining, guys. Let's mine for gold right here. Ridiculous. Good to see you. Good evening. We got Masick in the house. Let's take a look. Musa B-Man. So we just completely missed our set. There's no gold in them there hills. Musa B-Man says, "You said to share your book with a friend. I did. He loved it. It was a fun, scary, heartfelt journey. Well done." Hey, Musa B-Man, thank you. Thank you very much for giving it a read and for sharing it with your friend. Terminator247 says, "Dutch, I folded queens against you one time pre-flop and you had 8-5 offsuit."
That's probably right. Dutch is an ass like that.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Did you show Dutch? You must have. You don't ever show.
No, I don't think that's exact. I don't know what the story is. Terminator 247. I believe it.
I believe it too.
I believe it. I've gotten out of line before. So
Remy asks, "Are we friends with Butters?" Well,
yeah.
We're friendly. We know him. I mean, we were friends. We're not like best friends with him.
He accepted my friendship request on Facebook.
He's my Facebook
That
friend.
means we are friends.
Best
we are
friends.
officially friends, and I can prove it.
But according to his Twitter, I think he got sick from playing the WSOP main event, and so
it doesn't surprise me. It's a lot of stress.
Yeah, it is. And I think Daniel Negreanu actually went to the doctors, and he said that his adrenal gland was weakened.
Really?
Yeah, he twittered that, so I thought that was interesting.
Is it what is it? Because of the stress of the tournament, or just
probably
because
the stress and just sitting there all the time? You know, it's very stressful.
We got sick early on in the World Series. It happens every year. Every year I get sick of the series.
We need not every year, but
is there a year that I haven't?
Last year you didn't get sick, did you?
I think we did.
Last year we didn't get sick. 2013 we did though. 2014 we didn't. 2013 we did. 2013 I got sick. Really bad.
Okay, let's take a look at what this Stealth Monk drama is. What is the Stealth Monk drama?
Oh, that reminds me.
Grinding and Ground.
I gotta tell Grinding the Ground the other drama. Okay, let me whisper. Hold on.
So Stealth Monk. So I guess he's just talking about suicide. And he's just talking. I don't think that, I mean, this is kind of the same thing as me saying, oh well, next stop is to jump off the stratosphere.
That's not,
You know,
you were saying you're gonna key all the cars in the Rio.
yeah, I mean, when I got knocked out of the main event, I said, I've decided the only thing better, I tweeted, the only thing that's going to make me feel better is to key every car in the Rio parking lot, starting with yours. And I tweeted that. And a couple of people were like, come on, Dutch, don't do that. You're better than that.
Did they really?
Yes. I'm like,
no.
I mean,
Dutch is not going to key anyone's car. Okay.
So, do I think that Justin Schwartz is actually really considering assisted suicide? Of course not. Of course not.
He can afford it though.
He can afford it now. Yeah. I think that it's just, you know, sarcasm and a bad joke. And you know what, you guys? I think that I'm going to stop joking about jumping off the stratosphere.
You should.
I should.
Not serious.
Because, you know, suicide just isn't something funny at all. You know what's it's messed up. It's such a weird world we live in where the chances of you killing yourself is actually higher than the chances of you being murdered by somebody else. That is a weird stat. You know, when you look at the causes of death, suicide being way, way above murder. The fact that we will kill ourselves, it's so much more likely that we just off ourselves than get murdered by someone else. It's just like, wow, that's the world we live in. And it's not, you know, it's one of the top ways that people actually die prematurely. I mean, it's very sad. I had a stepbrother actually who committed suicide back in February last year. We were close. George, my little brother George. We were close. You know, I mean, I remember one time he served in Iraq as a medic. He came back and he just wasn't the same. And I remember before he went out there, my little brother and I we had rented this house in Columbia, Missouri. And we had George come by and hang out. And the night we got it, it was the very night we moved in, because George, his buddy JT, and Bobby and I, we were always just like, we were all homies. We were just, you know, the four of us just hung out every night, smoked a bunch of weed, watched a bunch of movies, went downtown, tried to get into some trouble, pick up girls, and then come home and just strike out and just pass out while watching Big Lebowski. That's basically every single night, you know. And we were just a bunch of losers in our early 20s. And George, he walks into the bedroom, and all it has, like, it's a 3-bedroom. And we're taking the tour. He walks into the first bedroom and he looks around. It's just a bed, you know. He walks into the second one. He looks around and it's just a bed. He walks into the third one. He looks around, and he looks at us. He looks at us like this. He's like, "There's porn under that bed." And he goes and he lifts it up, and sure enough, there's just like a bunch of porn under the bed. Like, how did you know, George? And he just like beamed. He was like, "I knew it. My radar." And I was like, it's like it was his. It was like he left it here. He was like the former tenant. It was the craziest thing because he said it with such certainty, and then he lifted it up just like such a smooth motion. Oh my gosh, George, man, he made us laugh so hard. And he's not with us anymore. He's not with us anymore because he committed suicide. He committed suicide back in February. It sucks. It's not funny. It's not a joke, and I need to stop joking. You know, I need to stop joking about it. Sometimes I do. Sometimes I'm like, oh, I'm gonna jump off the stratosphere because I got knocked out of a tournament. So Stealth Monk, you know, talking about assisted suicide because he, didn't make as much money as he wanted. He didn't make the November 9. I mean, lots of people didn't make the November 9. He's being sarcastic. He shouldn't be joking about suicide. It's not funny. I shouldn't be joking about it. But I have no doubt in my mind that he's just in a dark place right now. It sucks getting knocked out, and it's just like, don't cry for me. I'm already dead. It's just like, whatever. So what else is going on? Something about so he hasn't gotten paid out. He's like Is that the only drama? Just about talking about assisted suicide? I don't know. I like Justin. I hope that he does okay. Angos says, at the WSOP, how did the RFID cards feel? Was it awkward playing with them or no big deal? So I didn't make a final table at the WSOP. I didn't actually get to touch the RFID cards this year. In the past, when I've touched them, it was no big deal. I mean, they feel differently. They're thicker. But what's even more awkward than playing with the thick RFID cards is actually playing on the rail, where like at the TV table, at least it was in years past, the rail is about 8 inches off of the felt. So it's kind of like you're kind of like your cards and your chips are in like a little bit of a pit. So that's a little bit odd. Let's see. 9Iron12 says, wander into a room with thousands of people every day for 40 days and expect not to get sick. Yeah, that's pretty much right. My Lambert 9 says there's no test for weak adrenal gland. I wonder how he got tested. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. He said something about it. It's on his Twitch or his Twitter. So, I mean, I don't know. I wasn't the doctor. I'm just repeating. I might have read the Twitter wrong.
Yeah.
Let me see. D-Negs.
Rob K in the stream. Great to see you, Rob. We got Lunchbox 8807. They already started rumors that he sold 70% of himself, not paid anyone yet. Okay, so the rumor is that Justin Schwartz sold 70% of himself. He probably did sell 70% of himself, right? Probably did. I know that he was retweeting some of the stuff that Sheets was saying, so my guess is that Sheets probably had a pretty big chunk of Stealth Monk. I don't know that, but that's what I would guess, just knowing that Sheets doesn't make a habit of tweeting and supporting just random players that he doesn't have a financial interest in. And he's he had a piece of a couple of guys this summer. So my guess is Justin Schwartz probably had pieces of himself out and has not paid anyone yet. That's probably true too, because I think that he's I mean, did he even get paid? Let's go ahead and let's 3-bet this. I want Ace King to be in our 3-bet range. 2.5x. Actually, we're going to just go ahead and make it 800. We'll make it 3x because we're out of position, plus the limper. Wow, and look, Unreal Genius makes the call. So we're going to get everyone calling. We're going to be able to play this awesome hand out of position against 3 players. Let's hope to flop an ace or a king, because that's pretty much what it's going to take. 4-4-7, wow. Now what do we do? Now what do we do, you guys? I mean, Unreal Genius making the call there is he's supposed to have a pair. Dump Truck doesn't need to have a pair. Unreal Genius is supposed to have a pair here, which means that we're looking at a 6-outer twice, 12-24%. But we're not really getting the odds if one of these guys just makes the shove. He doesn't shove. He just makes it 1100.
I'm making T sounds. Sorry, guys. Before I turn on my thing.
It's a little off. It's a little awkward, you guys. I mean, getting 5-1 is what we're gonna call it at when it comes down to it. But we're gonna get kind of blown off the hand on the turn. I think we're gonna just be done with it. I think that the plan was to isolate and c-bet or inflate and hit. And so against 2 other guys, against that just cold call right there in the big blind, we're going to give him credit for having a pocket pair. And we are going to especially give him credit when he fires out on the flop and doesn't actually shove. I actually think that a shove might be a little bit easier for us to call.
You're leaving Sunday, right?
Tuesday.
We're leaving Tuesday.
Yeah. Real deal 888. Great to see you in the stream, man. Carlos Jr. in the stream. Great to see you, buddy. Cashed in the bounty tournament, then jumped into the 6-max PLO, and in the money, 12 left. 2 cashes in one day. Not bad, but could use a win. Carlos, it sounds like you keep on putting yourself in those positions to get the win. So nice job, man. For anyone who is not in the know, Carlos is just kicking ass over at Brigada, I think, right?
Carl Jr., what is he doing now? What happened? Did
He's
he
in
win
the
it?
money again with 12 left in the 6 max PLO.
Oh my gosh, that's amazing. We should be going. Why aren't we over there?
We're back to streaming. We're back to
I know.
we're back to the grind.
The real grind.
Yeah, I think it's the Brigada Summer Poker Open going on right there. So, Carlos, we wish you the best of luck in that. Let me see. When is
it
that
for
main
us.
event going on?
Win it for us.
Win it for the dreamers at home. When is that main event? It looks like the main event is going on
Good evening, Texas to Nevada.
next Sunday. It's a $2,300 buy-in with a $500K guarantee. And what is this PLO 6 max that you're in right now? Let me take a look. So this is the event number 5. So, I mean, it's just started.
Oh, really?
It's just started, and he's cashed in
So
2
where
of the
is it
events
at?
so far.
Where is it at?
It's at the Brigada in Atlantic City.
I've never been to Atlantic City.
Isn't
I've always wanted to go
isn't
to
Grateful
Atlantic
Mouse
City.
out that way? Oh no, he's in Washington, D.C. Right?
Yeah, he's in.
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah. Oh, my foot. Yeah, but
Let's
you should
see.
take- how long is the series?
How long is the Brigada series?
Yeah.
It looks like the main event is on the 26th, so next Sunday.
Oh, nice.
Looks like a real good event. I guess if any of you guys are out there on the East Coast, I would definitely go check it
I
out.
want to go.
Brigada's really pretty.
Wait, Atlantic City.
Atlantic City sucks, but Brigada is a really nice casino. It's like the one redeeming thing in Atlantic
Yeah,
City.
I've never been over there, so I would like to go. Maybe next year we should make a plan to after the series. We should go and do a little traveling and twitching and traveling and twitching. That's a lot of work, though.
Yeah. Big Boy Doe says,
did
thanks for turning me on to Hearthstone. It's a great game and keeps me from being a total poker degen. I'll tell you, too, what's great about Hearthstone, Big Boy Doe, is the iPhone app. The Hearthstone iPhone app is really actually pretty strong, and it's a great way to kill 15 minutes if you're like in the line at the DMV or something. You're on a poker break, and you're not a smoker, so you just got like 15 minutes to walk around and kill. Load up a little Hearthstone. It's kind of nice. It's a great distraction. It can definitely be a pretty big time suck. I mean, it has no end, so. But
Well, yeah,
it's
it does.
nice.
It has an end when you finish your cards.
When you finish your cards.
When you finish the game, that game, then you can start a
So
new game.
dump truck making the min raise. Yeah, let's go ahead and re-raise it. Let's go ahead and make it a little 3x here. I want our 3-bet range to be pretty wide. We're not folding. Pretty good flop for us. So let's put the rest of them in. Yeah, pretty good. Pretty good. Remy76 says, how much does Stealth have of himself? Maybe he sold 200%, and that's the reason he wants to kill him. No, you know what? He's gonna be fine.
He's just sad.
He's just disappointed. I know the feeling. I know the feeling, and it sucks. It's even worse now that they've built up the final 9 to be so much, it's such an accomplishment. I mean, back before the November 9 was the November 9, and it was just the final table. They didn't have those months leading up to it where those 9 people were just like built up as these are the potential champions. These are the ones who made it through. I mean, making the November 9 is kind of the, it's kind of like winning the main event. Was back in the Moneymaker Raymer era. I would
There's a lot
go
of hype behind it for sure.
so much hype. Look at how much hype a November 9er gets compared to what Varconi got back in 2002. It really is. I mean, and to be that close, and you're just thinking that your life is going to change, and then you miss it, and you go home, and you're looking at the people you have to pay back. Ace 9 suited on the button. Yeah, let's take a flop off against Hanson Mac. You're looking at the at the backers you have to pay back, and you're looking at what you're going to have when all's said and done, and then you take out the taxes and the debts and whatever, and you realize, wow, this isn't going to change my life one bit. I'm still in exactly the same spot, exactly the same station in life as I was before this thing even started. Yeah, let's go ahead and raise it. We'll go ahead and make it half pot. So I understand what Stealth Monk is feeling. I really do. 12th is what I got. He got 14th, 15th, something like that. You know, the same people that he has to pay out, I've had to pay out.
That's my verification code.
Okay, Handsome Max. He's basically saying we're going to, he's willing to get it all in because he has an overpair. And we've got our overcard and a flush draw. The problem is if we just make that call, then he's gonna blow us off of it on the turn. So let's go ahead and inflate it just a little bit more and say we're gonna go ahead and get it all in right here on the flop. We'll be ready to make a double rebuy if it doesn't hit. But as it stands, we got to figure that we have it about 12 outs. Maybe 11. I think we got him off the best hand there. You know, I think that if we can, you know, somehow voodoo doll his hand and make him click the fold button as opposed to the call or the shove button, we would rather him fold. But we're okay with getting it all in there. And it's kind of interesting too. The bet sizing that we chose there, instead of shoving, we decided to just make it another half pot size bet. It actually looks a little scarier than a shove does. Real Deal 888 asks, Dutch, did you make money at the WSOP this year to cover your buy-ins? No. No, the World Series of Poker was not a winning year this year for us at the Rio. We cashed 5 times, which was nice. 5 cashes in the money. But all of those cashes were of the minimum variety. I mean, the best that we did was 11th and a deuce to 7 triple draw low ball. And that's not going to cut it. You know, we had a pretty full schedule, so our batting percentage was good, our slugging percentage not so good, and it really is all about that slugging percentage. We didn't close it. We didn't close the events that we made it deep in, and so no, it wasn't really that great of a series. It wasn't a complete bust. It definitely could have been much worse. I mean, completely whiffing would have just been a nightmare, but we're not up, so. There's always Berlin. There's always Berlin.
Maybe if we get our passports. We just need to get our passports. I gotta write that down too.
Oh man, Be Wild Poker. Talking about the WPT Choctaw, the 200K guarantee. He's 32 people away from day 2 when he runs a full house into quads. Ugh, for 57 big blinds. Be Wild, no. That's not what we're trying to do, buddy. Be Wild, I'm sorry to hear it. I am sorry to hear it. Rock is silly letting us know there is a test for weak adrenal glands, so Daniel Negreanu isn't just going to a witch doctor. He is actually going to a real doctor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Nilesy's here. Yo, everyone.
Nilesy, great to see you, buddy.
I hear there's some bonefish in here folding queens pre-flop. Open limper.
That's
check again.
Great to see you in the stream, Nilesy.
That's really funny.
Gordon Gecko in the stream. Great to see you, buddy. We got best orc player. If he had ace queen ace jack, he could have called because he might be squeezing. Oh, he's talking about the ace king hand, where we made the 3-bet and got just cold flatted by the short stack in the big blind. Mm-hmm. Maybe.
Can I see your phone? Because I have to get my.
Yeah, you can. Here you go.
Ow, my head. Thank you.
So Skookum 1, letting Visionary know how tournament poker goes. We are playing for real money, but it's not. These are tournament dollars in front of us, not real dollars in front of us. So we did buy in. All of us are probably going to end up being in for somewhere around $60 to $90 each, which means that these have a. They have a correlation. You know, there's definitely a correlation. So for 4,000 chips, you're paying $30 for 4,000 chips, so about a penny a chip, I guess. It's like having $97 in front of us. I guess. Is that about right? No, it's not quite right. A little less. Ivy Benowit. I play Hearthstone on the toilet at work every day. Every day.
That's nice.
Thank you for sharing. Thank you for sharing.
Have you rebought yet? No.
What kind of job would he have where he works on a toilet? I don't know. Pitaboo. Roll eyes. Ha ha ha.
Such a funny joke. Did you just write that in the toilet?
Oh my gosh, my biggest critic right there. Pitaboo says, Dutch, did you play any Venetian Planet Hollywood tourney this summer? I don't play at the Venetian. I'm waiting for Sheldon Adelson to kick it, or dissolve his ownership of the Venetian, or to change his tune about the morality and legality of poker.
Yeah.
You know, he has been the one who's been, you know, single-handedly leading the charge to bury poker as a career and as America's favorite pastime. So I don't want to support the Venetian, because every time I walk in there and you know, buy into a tournament, I feel like my buy-in fee, a percentage of it is going directly to the fight against my own interests, and I just think that there's enough options out here. I really wish that poker players would stay away from the Venetian until they change their view on poker. I feel like they've done a lot of harm, and I don't play there. Planet Hollywood, I love Planet Hollywood. I think it's a great spot. I didn't really play any of their events just because I was busy with the series. But every time they have a circuit event come through Planet Hollywood, I'll play it. I played some of their famous series before. It's always really soft competition. You have good dealers there, good structures. It's a great space. You know, the upstairs is just a great space to have tournaments. So I really do like the way that they have it set up, and I like the staff. I like everything about Planet Hollywood. I highly recommend it. The only thing I think I would change about Planet Hollywood is I do think that their juice is a little bit high. Just like if I could change anything about the World Series of Poker, that would be it. I think that they rake way too much off of their tournaments, but whatever. It's still a good value, and I'll still play them. But thanks for being here on the stream, and thanks for asking, Pitaboo. We got Mikey Val93 saying he played in the Brigada 2 days ago. The poker room is great over the Brigada. I completely agree with you, Mike. I'm going to make the fold here.
Yeah, Last of the Mohican said it was a really horrible turnout for Daniel Negreanu. I was really rooting for him to make November 9th. So were we. We were very sad.
I got to tell you, I mean, like, I felt really
like watching
bad.
Him too.
I felt really bad getting knocked out of that main event, Michelle.
Yeah.
Really bad. Like, I mean, it hurts getting knocked out. I almost feel more disappointed seeing that picture of Daniel Negreanu on his back, just covering it.
It breaks my heart.
I mean, like, that makes me even more sad.
He was supposed to be our hero. He was supposed to save poker.
He was. He was going to save poker.
He was going to save poker.
Oh,
it's all right. Hey, you know what? Next year.
I mean, if you guys didn't see it,
he'll get there.
Let me just.
He'll get there. I'm sure everyone's seen it.
It's such a good picture by Joe. Let me find it really quick. I mean, the Poker News headline. You read the Poker News headline. It's what was the Poker News headline? Where's that picture of Negreanu on the ground, holding his head? Maybe it was the bluff. Oh, but it was so sad.
I like Dirt 111 says, Dutch, nice stream. What was your best finish at the WSOP this year? I think it was the 11th.
11th in the deuce to 7 triple draw low ball. Had some nice sweats as well. My favorite run was the online event that I got to actually Twitch stream. You know, I was actually, here in the stream playing for a bracelet. We ended up getting 53rd, broke all of our viewership records, which was really cool. Felt like things were just going so smooth. That was probably my favorite run. The Deuce of 7 triple draw low ball, that would have been a fun one to win. I still don't have a
That's
non-Hold'em bracelet.
Yeah. That's the one with that Rob Mizraki one, right?
No.
Or no,
that was Omaha High-Low.
Oh, that was high-low? Okay.
That was another cash. We got pretty deep, but then ended up just like min cashing right after the bubble burst. Yeah, there were a couple of no limit hold'em events. The 50-50, the draft day 50, or the DraftKings 50-50. That was a real nice sweat as well. Got really deep in that, and there was another 1500 I got pretty deep in.
We should have a fail bot. I'm laughing at this. We're playing with the night bot.
We're playing with the night bot.
We're tickling the night bot. You know what? We should have tickle, and he'll go hee 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 hee. Sorry. Anyways, you were talking, Dutch. I'm sorry.
So Remy 76 talking about that King Jack all in. Mm-hmm. The thing is, he only had 1100 in front of him. That's why we make the shove. He only had 1100 in front of him, so a half pot size bet there was 900. We had the pre-flop aggression, so checking there on a king high board would just look super, super fishy. It would look like we're hoping that he catches up and that we don't think that he has even a single out. So I think that our best bet at being able to get his stack there, if we make a half pot size bet or a little less, he's basically he's leaving himself with 200 to 300 anyway. So we make the shove there. Just remember that it's effective stacks. When we made the shove for like 6,000, we weren't actually betting 6,000. We were only betting the 1,100 that he had in front of him, and the pot at that point I think was like 1,900. So yeah, I mean, I think a check there is going to be wrong because sometimes we're going to actually get a call from. Keep in mind it's a rebuy and add-on. We're getting towards the end of the rebuy period, so a player with 1,100 chips in front of him, sometimes they're likely just to go ahead and call it off really, really light just so that they can, restack up to 4,000 and 8,000. Anyway, I'm all right. Nutraker, how many WSOP events did he play this summer?
Did you play?
Quite a few. I think I don't know what the final number was, but I think it was like 30.
Was that many?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that we.
Receipts.
Yeah,
we haven't done that.
Here.
We burn them. We burn them all on a ritual after the WSOP is over.
Yep, we burn them so that we never have to remember.
Yes, we burn them, and then we post them all over. Then we use them as we shred them and use the shreddings. Are you counting them right now?
Yeah.
Okay, you count them.
Oh shit.
Did you
Counting my receipts. Counting my receipts, living in the past and watching myself just fold nines under the gun.
Yep. Oh, there you go. See.
Yeah. So I like Dirt 411. Somewhere I think around 30, 32, maybe 33. So our in the money percentage is about 1 in 6, which is it's okay. Not great. Iris 320 says, first streamer I've ever subbed and I have no regrets. Iris 320, thank you so much for supporting the stream. I'm glad to be your first, and I'm really glad to have you here. Thank you very much for supporting the stream. Let me take a look here. We didn't have to see a flop of like a 9-6-3 last hand. I would have been just so upset about getting distracted again. So pocket sevens, I like it. We're going for it. MSeb89 says, greetings. Great to see you in the stream, MSeb. Welcome to the stream. Be Wild Poker says, yes, it was a sick river. Wow. Enigmata just asking us to bet him off of his hand again. Last time we had 10-3, so pocket sevens should definitely be in our big blind raise range. And let's see what he does. He decides, no, I'm going to go ahead and stick up for myself. I'm going to make the call, as you should, Enigmata. We're going to go ahead and continuation bet. We don't really need to hit with sevens. We figure that on a 10-5-4 board, we're probably ahead. Maybe we're up against a 10, but that's really all we have to worry about, right? Unless he's like slow playing a bigger pocket pair. He makes a check raise. So, yeah, we're going to have to actually make the call here and have him show us a better hand than sevens. A 10 hitting the turn, that's good for us. It makes it a lot less likely that he hit a 10. He's going to continue repping, so let's go ahead and make the call and let him continue bluffing. I think that we probably have the best hand here, and he is on some sort of strange bluff, or he could have like an ace 5, ace 4, king 5, king 4. I don't know. We're going to make the call here. We're not going to fold. If he has a 10, then we're going to give him some value. So he goes into the tank. He's thinking about it. He's thinking about it. He doesn't know what to do. He's thinking about it. He makes the check. We can get called with worse here. Yeah, Jack 2. So what was the sad news about Bluff Magazine? Was there something about Bluff Magazine that I missed, Lunchbox? Lunchbox says, sad news. Speaking of Bluff Mag, sad news.
What's the Bluff Magazine sad news?
I don't know. I don't know what the sad news was. I do know that they stopped actually publishing the physical magazine. Maybe that's what he's talking about. Yeah, Marsupial. I don't agree. I think that Marsupial 311 says, I love Daniel. I still don't think it would have had a real meaningful bump for poker unless he took the whole thing down, and still probably not. I think it would have been a pretty big bump. I really do. I think that of anybody out there, Negreanu could have capitalized on that November 9 spot better than anybody, in my opinion. Better than anybody. Even better than Helmuth. I think that he has been thinking about how he could capitalize on it since they had the November 9. He's been planning what he's going to do. He has the whole publicity machine of PokerStars behind him, and I think that they would have gotten him out onto every single night show. I think that he would have been on Jimmy Kimmel, and he would have he would have been on the Tonight Show. He would have done like all of the talk shows and all of the media appearances. He would have done the Let's Legalize Poker drive and gone up and down all the California casinos doing meet and greets, and he would have had a huge publicity machine behind him in the form of Amaya. Plus, everybody already loves Daniel. Everybody already wants to lift him up as this is the poker player. This is the guy who you should look at as a representative of what we are trying to do in poker. I think that he would have just blown it out of the water. I really do. I think that it would have been something else. It would have been it would have been amazing.
It would have been awesome if Daniel. Yeah.
I mean, you look at
worth watch. I mean, I'm sure it's going to be worth watching with the other guys,
Sure.
but it'll be like so much awesome because people like to recognize, and root for somebody that they know.
Look, you look at when Phil Ivey made the final 9, right? And he's just like, no interviews, please, and he just like goes to Macau and waits it out until November 9. Then you got Mike Mizrachi making the November 9, and everyone gets behind him. But at the same time, I mean, I love Grinder. He's great, but he's not Negreanu. You put him in front of a camera. Negreanu is so good in front of a camera, so good at thinking and being witty and being entertaining and engaging and he's just so likable. I mean, like Grinder makes you feel like he's going to rob you. I mean, like you have him on your show, and he's like, and this is my new project is Blast Longer. Did you guys see the Blast Longer?
No,
I mean, like
he's
sitting there holding like an AK-47.
We are gonna
He's like, Blast Longer. Oh my gosh.
Oh, Willoughby.
Look at this. We got Willoughby, our first sub of the night.
Yay!
Willoughby, starting it off. Thank you so much for clicking on that sub button and supporting the stream. Really appreciate it, man. Really appreciate it. Okay, dump truck. We're gonna go ahead and fire out a half pot size bet, and yeah, we're not folding if you re-raise. He makes a real quick snap call and then shoves. Sure, you got it, buddy.
Can you get it?
He's got King Jack against our Ace Jack, so yeah, we win that unimproved with Ace High. Feeling just fine about that. Willoughby, we are going to ship you a DRM-free digital version of Poker Tilt, the book that I spent a year writing. Eximoa spent a year
Yelling at him.
yelling at me to write, and
Whipping him.
Several months editing. This is coming to you, and that's free as our way of saying thank you for supporting our stream and supporting poker on Twitch. Thank you very much, man. Big fist bump to you. Welcome to the crew. And if there's anything I can do for you and all of you subs,
They're
I want you to let me
shutting down
know.
Bluff Magazine?
Dutch at
Or are they
DutchBoy.com.
just staying? Are they just staying?
I don't think that Bluff is shutting down.
Maybe.
I mean, I saw Lance Bradley was there every day. Let me take a look here. Lance Bradley Twitter.
I have to read it. Oh no.
Oh my gosh.
Oh gosh. What happened? What happened? Tell me. Tell us. Tell us. We're not psychic. Read it to us. Read it to us, pretty please.
Lance Bradley.
Okay.
9 hours ago says, well, word is out.
9
Been-
hours just happened.
Been with Bluff for 7.5 years, and EIC for 6. Editor-in-chief for 6. I'm very proud of the product we produce, but more important than anything else, I'm proud of the people I've had the privilege of working with to make Bluff what it was. So while I'm bound to leave a few names out, I want to thank those to whom I'll always be grateful. My staff, Tim, Paul Orstein, and Kev Math, you guys are amazing. I've had the privilege of calling Jess Wellman, Seriously Serious, Diana Cox, Drew Amato, Lefty, random poker employees at some point, but I learned more from you than you ever could have learned from me. I hope each of you know how much I appreciated your work. Lastly, any and all of the pros and freelancers who wrote for Bluff, you are simply the best, and we couldn't have done it without you.
Who is it? The guy's fired? Not Blah. What's the guy's name on Twitter?
Bluff is R.I.P.
No.
Sure looks like it. Kev Math on his Twitter is saying there will be more said in the coming days, but I'll miss working with Lance Bradley, Tim, and Paul Orstein, the demise of Bluff Media.
Wow.
Oh, that's sad. Really sad to see
Remember this day.
at Bluff Media is calling it quits. Well, calling it quits is kind of probably the wrong thing to say. What do we do with pocket sevens on an 8-3-3 against a dump truck, just making the 2,675 shove here? What do we do? I'm gonna fold it. We got 2 other people behind us to worry about. Media is closing their doors.
Don't forget your hands there, yo.
It was a good magazine, and I'm sad to see it go. Good game, and good luck to all who believe it.
Jeez.
Yeah, that's sad.
Well,
Yeah, I didn't know.
didn't know. Thank you for telling us. It's a good thing about social media. Just know things right away.
Yeah. Tone lock, I got to think that Negreanu is going to be making it there.
I never had. Is it poutine?
Poutine. Oh
Poutine.
man.
It sounds weird. Poutine. Poutine.
You know what it is, right?
It's like gravy
It's just it's fries.
covered in cheese.
Yeah,
oh,
with cheese and gravy.
curd and gravy.
It's
What kind of
it's
gravy?
gross. It's gross.
Well, I like gravy. I
No,
like
no,
cheese,
no,
like
I'm
fries.
telling you, you would hate it. It's the worst thing to come out of
But all it is, isn't it? All
out of
it
French
is
Canada
just like fries
since
with. People are saying it's amazing. Is that a lie?
it's amazing.
Is it a lie?
Amazing. Poutine.
Delicious drunken delicacy.
Poutine is merde. It's merde. It's horrible.
They're saying it's so good.
Oh my gosh.
no,
Well,
Lunchbox-
you guys, can we get a little value? Can we get a little value here? I think that we can. I think that we can fire out and get a non-heart to call us. I think that we can get like a Jack 10 to give us a call. 4 flush board. Let's go ahead and value bet our straight there. Oh, guys. So, Odd No 905, thank you very much for being here on the stream. And hopefully we'll be playing much bigger online events here in the future with poker being legal in an area near you. I think that we actually might go down to Rosarito to play some. Yeah, let's go ahead and make the call here, you guys. I feel like getting 4-1. I want to defend this blind. Let's go ahead and call and hope for some sort of magic flop, like a 9-5-5. Let's see if we can't just like completely smash it. Let's just smash the board. Huh? And he just gives up. Okay, thank you, J-Jack. It's nice to know that we wouldn't even needed a 5 in our hand. We could have just taken the aggression from you. I mean, when a guy raises the minimum and you make the defense of the big blind, and he doesn't c-bet, that's a pretty good opportunity for you to go ahead and fire out half pot any turn. The fact that we actually had quads there was just kind of icing on the cake, but most of the time we're going to be able to just take the pot. Okay, so 10-5 suited. We've got a big blind sitting out, so let's go ahead and take a flop. The nice thing about this hand is,
Take over the poker room.
look at this. We've got Dabble 51 giving the sub, clicking on that sub button. Big fist bumps to you, Dabble. Welcome to the crew. Thank you so much. You are awesome. Thank you so much for clicking on that sub button. Really appreciate it, man. Really appreciate it. We're gonna go ahead and ship you our book, Poker Tilt, DRM free, digital rights management free. If you give it a read, let me know what you think. And if you decide not to read it, give it to whoever you want. It has no DRM on it, and all the different formats for your Kindle, your Nook, your iPad. That's going to be our way of saying thank you for clicking on that sub button and supporting our stream. If it wasn't for you and all of you other subs, we wouldn't be here. We wouldn't be doing this. What would we be doing instead?
Playing Warcraft.
Is that what we would be doing?
I don't know.
Warcrafting it up?
We'd be, I don't know. We'd probably be playing Fallout 4.
What would we be doing right
and
now?
I'd be yelling at you, saying, "Get a job."
Yeah, that's probably what we would be doing. So I'm going to tell you, you guys are saving us a lot of stress by being here and supporting our stream and letting us do this for a good chunk of our time. 4 days a week is what we're going to be shooting for from now until the next tournament we got to play.
Yeah, and we're planning on Saturday and Sunday to be on earlier. We haven't decided exactly what time though. But
I want to make a full grinding day of Saturday and Sunday. I want that to be like a full grind day.
Do you want to do the when are you going to do the HPT again?
I'm not sure. We're going to get back to HPT viewing parties for sure. But I think that we're probably going to be doing them about once every 2 weeks, twice a month. Instead of once a week. Because
you don't want to do it once a week, or
I don't want to. We're gonna catch up. They don't have HPTs.
Oh.
You see what I'm saying? So eventually, we're going to get to the point where we're just doing them as they release them.
We just do repeats.
Yeah.
I see. Okay.
Rewinds.
So yeah, I guess that's so. Were you gonna do once a month or twice a month? You think?
Twice a month.
Twice a month.
Yeah. We'll do them twice a month, and we'll do poker clinics twice a month. And then I'm also kind of thinking that we want to try to do some home games again. I still need to email PokerStars.
That'd be really fun.
And thinking about a couple of other formats too, you guys. We were kind of thinking about a format might be cool where we have some of you subs sending in hand histories, and we go over and do kind of a little hand history review.
Yeah, that'd be good. And if you guys have anything that you want Dutch to review, make sure you put it in a replayer.
Yep.
And I don't know if non-subs can actually post the replayer on there.
Let's go ahead and raise it here.
It might actually.
I mean, he's leading out, and we've got top pair with a decent kicker. Him leading out doesn't really mean much to me. It just means that he's, he could easily be leading out with a weaker 10, Jack 10, 10, 9. Pretty much any pair, anything that he hits there, or he could have some sort of like a like an 8, 9, 7, 8 type hand. I mean, here he's firing out less than a quarter pot, which is kind of a blocker bet in my mind, saying please don't bet me off of this hand. So let's go ahead and make it a half pot here. I think we've got the best hand. We might be looking at like a king 10 or an ace 10. He might have like hit some sort of set and is just like playing us like a fiddle, but I don't think so. I think that he hit the flop and isn't really that confident in his hand, and that he probably has a 3-outer, and we're looking at winning this pot a really, really big percentage of the time. So let's go ahead and just try to get a little bit of let's try to get full value out of it.
Oh, I didn't know you had quads right there.
Yeah,
I saw them.
Quads.
I gotta pay.
It's like it's nothing.
Yeah, he didn't even act like it. Yo. Nice bet there.
So he decides to make the fold, and he probably is definitely right to make the fold, because he probably had a weaker 10 or like some sort of like like an ace 5 or a king 5, where he either has 5 outs or 3 outs. Either way, I mean, we're looking at like a huge favorite, 88-90% to actually win that hand. Oh, a 9-iron 12. That's about right. You see a group of moose, you run for your life. You don't think, what do I call them? But I'm pretty sure it's not moose, it's meese. You call a group of moose, you call them meese.
Really?
Like geese.
Oh.
Meese aren't naturally violent. So, yeah. You guys are the best. They're talking about... You don't call them
moose.
You don't call them moose.
Is that what they call the quads of the moose? Or is that
plural moose is moose. No, it's not.
It's mooses.
What are you going to say? Gooses? No, you say geese.
No, you sure?
You say meese?
I'm going to look it up now. Mooses?
What was that from? What movie was that from, Marsupial?
Up, it's the same thing.
Vice versa quotes.
No, you are wrong, Dutch. It is moose. Moose and moose are the same moose. I see those moose over there.
I know I'm wrong. It's a movie quote.
Nice. So you tricked me.
It's a movie quote from Vice versa.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
I have no idea. I've never seen that movie. Now I feel like I got trolled by you.
Yeah, I was trolling a little bit. And Marsupial.
Thanks a lot.
Marsupial was trolling a little bit.
Did Exmon, did you or Dutch ever have a real job? No. I mean, do you consider my job a real job, the one that I had before?
You've had real jobs before. I've had real jobs before.
No, a real job equals traditional. He even defined it.
What is a real job?
Real job equals a traditional job. No, I've never had a traditional job. Never.
I've had jobs where I've had to clock in, where I had to go through orientation.
When you were like 17.
Yeah. I've had jobs where I had to like wake up and go and report to a boss, and yes, and I've had a traditional job, but it's been a long time. It's been a long time. Poker's been okay. I wouldn't say that like it's I wouldn't really recommend it as a good career path for most people, but yeah, it's kept us okay. It's kept us. The nice thing about poker is you have a lot of free time. When you're playing poker, you have a lot of free time, and it can be pretty rewarding. It's a lot of fun. When you're winning, it's a lot of fun. when you're feeling like you're playing well, when you feel like you have a handle of the game, and you're playing opponents that don't, and you're just crushing them, and they're not giving you bad beats. It's fun.
Century application. Do you know what that is? For Rosario or whatever, Rosarito.
Timo, it's good to see you in the stream. Let me take a look. Dutch, if you think you're going to be going to Rosarito, you should jump on your Century application right now. Helps big time.
Is that what our friend was talking about the other night?
I'm not sure.
We don't
Yoki
know what
Pocky,
that is.
I don't exactly know what that is, but I'm going to write it down. I'm going to look
Yeah,
into
we
it.
should jump
Century
into that.
application.
So, like, to play in another.
I mean,
do
I
you
kind
have-
of thought we were just going to go down there for 2 weeks. We could do that, right?
I
We'll
don't
find
know.
out.
We'll find out how we can do it in a legit way. I'm not trying to break any
And
laws.
yeah, Poker Neo, great to see you in the stream. I don't think I said hi yet. It's great to see you guys. In my taxi says, let him get there. Yeah, maybe. Maybe.
Yeah.
Okay, guys.
You're doing good. You have a
We're
lot
gonna
of
be right
chips.
back. We got our add-on. We're doing just fine. We've got 30,000 in chips, which puts us in a top 10 stack. 15 get paid.
We're
1,800
gonna
up top.
take over the poker room.
Oh, look at this. We've got a
Resub.
we've got XTV 1993 with the resub. XTV, man, big fist bump. Thanks so much for sticking with us, man. I know it's been a dry few weeks while we were playing the World Series and going in that fighting in that bracelet hunt. Thank you so much for sticking with us. It makes it so much nicer just to come in and see that we still have the support and just take off right where we left off. And thank you very much for still being here. Great to see you in the stream. Nutraker says, Double, do you live in Costa Rica? Anaconda High Low in the stream. Go Mary asking, can we see a lobby? Go Mary. I'm going to go ahead and put this lobby up. And then hopefully I'll remember to take it off. I'm going to go get some more coffee too, you guys. So here's the lobby. And we're going to just go ahead and leave that lobby up for the next 15 minutes like I normally do. You can see that a lot more people are adding on, but what I would like to point out here is if we look right here at this players remaining, 66 out of 90. So that means that 24 players let themselves bust out without taking advantage of that add-on. If we go to the tournament info, I don't think that tournament info tab pops up, but we'll go ahead and... There's the tournament info tab here. And right here we've got rebuys unlimited, $30 for 4,000 chips. Another, a buy-in starting chips is $30 for 4,000 chips. But that add-on, you get double the chips that you get for your initial buy-in and your initial rebuy. One of these days we're gonna have to do a whole poker clinic about when to take rebuys and add-ons. But anytime you have a situation where the add-on is twice as many chips as you started with, you pretty much always need to take it. And if you don't put yourself in a position where you are going to take that add-on, you're losing so much equity, because basically you're overpaying for the starting chips that you had. So you bought 4,000 chips, you lose them, you don't rebuy, you don't give yourself this opportunity to add on where you're buying twice as many chips for the same price. Oh yeah. So basically what you're doing is you're overpaying for the shot that you had. You're paying twice as much.
Is the rebuy period over?
Yeah. So when we get back, the tournament's going to change a little bit. But so what I'm saying here is 24 players all put in, all put in their $30. That's $600, $720. That is just kind of lost equity that these guys. It's not like they donated the whole amount. It's not like they were completely, just no chance from the get-go. But I would say that it kind of is like them giving everybody like a $300 equity gift. So
And there's another.
and we'll probably.
Devils 51 had a question. I'll get you your coffee. Where's your coffee?
Well, I need to walk around anyway. I haven't walked around yet. So
He has a question, Devils 51, about 90%.
with pretty much 90% college station, I had a really hard time making those 2x raises and C bets. So, Dab, I'm going to get back to your question here in a second. I'm going to get out of my chair. We're going to be right back in a minute. Okay, we are back.
Here.
Nice
What
shot.
are these
too.
called, niece? Are these called chocolates?
That's right.
Chocolates?
Okay, guys. So I'm gonna take the lobby off now.
Well, they didn't even... Yeah, take the lobby off, you know?
No more lobby.
Okay.
We're not muted. Everything is fine.
Okay, good.
Let me get back to your question, Dabs. Let me read it really quick, okay? I'm gonna put this over here really quick.
There was a few questions that we had.
So Dab said, "Hey Dutch, I already learned lots of things from you, but got in a tourney this afternoon with pretty much 90% calling stations. I had a really hard time making those 2x raises and c-bets when any player was calling whatsoever till the river." I don't know that that's really a question, right?
Maybe it was a comment, or he's asking strategy, I think, about...
I would say this. I mean, what I've noticed in tournaments is that initially what tends to happen is players start a tournament, and for I would say the first two orbits, you see them deciding that they're going to try to play, you know, their solid game where they're not going to get out of line, they're not going to be playing too many hands, and for about the first two orbits, I think players generally play pretty tight. And then they completely lose it, and they just call with any two cards. And you just see some stupid calls where they want to see flops. You know, keep in mind that anytime someone raises pre-flop, anytime someone calls pre-flop, the hand is so undefined. I mean, it's really a post-flop game, Hold'em, that they want to see what develops. And so they're, you know, all of a sudden you see a good chunk of these players, you know, seeing flops with any two suited cards, any court card. You know, if they have like a Jack 3 suited, they're going to come in any weak raggedy ace, any weak raggedy king, any, you know, connectors offsuit or not, any double gutter, you know, like anything. They call with anything to see the flop, and then once they see the flop, well, if they completely whiff it, it's a pretty rare player who's going to just you know, keep on calling bets, even if he completely whiffs the flop. So generally what I think happens in these tournaments is that everyone starts solid, then they all become calling stations, and then what happens is that if they lose some hands and they get down to about half their stack or 2/3 of the stack, all of a sudden they're like, oh, what did I do? I played too loose. I need to tighten up. And so you see a guy who's like super loose, super calling station, super loose, super calling station, and then all of a sudden he gets down to about half stack or less, and he just tightens up. And he doesn't play another hand. You're like, wow, that's different. And then you see the guy who's super loose, calling station, and he gets his stack up, and he plays even more loose. But now he's not playing so much loose passive. Now he's playing loose aggressive. I mean, once he like doubles up, he's just like trying to run over the table, and he's like, yay, everything's great. If he gets back to starting stack or less, then you'll see him just tighten up. And it's really crazy how I feel like the psychological trend is pretty consistent with the you know, with the you know, the lower level amateur players. Is they'll start trying to play solid, they'll quickly turn into a loose passive, and then if that loose passive style ends with them getting a lot of chips, 560, let's go with the 680, then they'll turn into a lag style, loose aggressive, and if it ends with them losing half their chips, they turn into a tight passive. So it's kind of interesting how, you know, like psychologically players, their play styles change within a tournament. And so what you kind of have to do is just realize that when players are calling stations, they're going to be calling stations mostly pre-flop. Post-flop, it's going to be a rare player who is just going to completely whiff a flop and keep on keeping on. You know, so you know, try to isolate, thin the field. If you can't thin the field pre-flop, then you're pretty much going to have to hit. You know, otherwise, you know, it's just kind of suicidal to make, you know, post-flop c-bet bluffs into multiple opponents. You don't need to do that. But you will get into a point in the tournament where a pre-flop raise will get through. It's just going to happen. Eventually, you're going to get to a stage in the tournament where an open doesn't always lead to a flop, and where showdowns become the exception rather than the rule. And I'll tell you, we are in that stage right now. If we pull up our hand history, I think that of the last 10 hands, I don't think that. Yeah, in the last 10 hands at this table, we haven't seen a showdown. And I don't even think that we've seen a turn in the last 10 hands. We've seen about 50% of hands at this stage in our tournament is being decided by pre-flop action. And the other 50% isn't even, most of the time, seeing the turn and seeing a river seems to be the exception where we are right now. So,
There was a guy begging for a quarter on a stream for his star account and missed it.
Igor Scorps.
Yeah.
Well,
Scorpion
it is the
King.
Micro Millions. I mean, if there's a time to turn a little bit of money into a lot of money on PokerStars,
that right?
now's the time.
Is that right?
Yeah.
What is the micro million?
What it is it's like $5 million in tournament guarantees, but all the tournaments have buy-ins of like $20 or less.
Oh,
so it's
we
like-
actually should be playing those. Or I should be.
Well, I would say this: the potential for a big return is there, but I mean, your ROI is going to be high. It doesn't matter though. I mean, if you have a 200% ROI or a 300% ROI in a $3 tournament, you're still making $9. And the fact that every once in a while the stars align and you win and you walk away with like 30,000, 40,000 in a $10 tournament. I mean, that doesn't really change the core fact that the way you need to be thinking about poker is what is your expected value in any given tournament? How does that translate into an hourly rate? What's your return on investment in any given tournament? If you play an infinite number of PokerStars Micro Millions, how much do you actually? What is your expected value converge at? Like what does it start approaching? And I think that we're probably looking at not that much. I think that you're probably looking at less than hotel costs per day, and that Micro Millions as far as expected value.
We have
But
to give a
it would be
fist
fun
bump
to do.
GG, you donkey.
I would love to be playing it right now. It's sour grapes
Fist
basically.
bump to GG, you donkey.
Good game, you donkey.
Is that
GG.
right? GG, you donkey.
Yeah.
Oh, GG, good.
Oh man.
He's
Trying
drunk
to whore out the the railbirds.
He's drunk. What happened?
GG, you donkey, asking for naked pics of this guy's girlfriend for a quarter.
Well, that's what he's begging for.
Whore out your girl, and I will give you a quarter.
I don't know if it's whoring out, Dutch. He's just a pitcher. Whoring is such a vulgar term.
It is, right?
Whoring. It's pitcher. Stop slut shaming, Dutch.
I don't mean to slut
Body
shame.
shaming.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said anything.
Yes,
I
it's
shouldn't have
art.
said anything.
It could
The
be
Scorpion
very
Kick,
artful and tasteful.
Scorpion Kick. I encourage you to go ahead and send GG, you donkey, naked pictures of your girlfriend for a quarter.
Yes.
There's no shame in it.
There's no shame.
There's no shame.
You know,
in it.
actually, what you should do is actually put a site, with her permission, put a site up so you can get click traffic.
Yeah.
I'm sure he'll get like some kind of money conversion that way, right? Or
I'm sure.
teach a man to fish, Russ. Teach a man to
So,
fish.
this is kind of a weird situation. I almost wanted to just pot it pre. I feel like we're ahead here. Z-Man made a very quick call behind JT Poker. I think that we probably are ahead with our Ace Jack. I really think that JT Poker probably is sitting here with a weaker ace, Ace 10, Ace 9, Ace 8 suited, something like that. And our Ace Jack is probably going to do the trick. We'll find out right here. Yeah.
Oh wow! Oh wow!
Yeah, so we got max value out of that. What did he have? Oh, you guys
What do you have?
are gonna have to see this to believe it. I was thinking that we were getting max value out of like an ace 8, ace 9. It turns out the hand history says threes. We got a winner. Ding, ding, ding. Pocket threes. He makes the call with pocket threes. My nemesis hand. Wow. Pretty optimistic there, JT Poker. I wonder what he thought we had. I wonder, like, he must have just put us on complete air. Complete air. I mean, I guess if we have like a 5-6 or a 2-3 or a complete air. Wow. I just don't. I don't know how he could make that call. He called all three streets. You realize, I mean, we fired out on the flop. I can understand the flop call. He's got a gut shot straight. He's got a 6-outer. The turn comes and he calls. Okay, a little bit optimistic now. I mean, now you're looking at a 6-outer with one street. And keep in mind on the turn call too, he also had to worry about Z-Man behind him, who had made the call on the flop. Okay, so let's go ahead and start punishing those limpers. J-Chack as the open limper, we're going to go ahead and give him a bony fish. We're also going to go ahead and give JT Poker a bony fish for that. Limping in with pocket threes isn't really what you're trying to do, buddy. And then once you do limp there and you miss your set, it's pretty much time to call it quits when an ace hits and you're getting significant action. So, wow.
That was a weird hand.
It was a very weird hand. So we'll fire out the same amount, 1,000. And we've got outs here, right? We've got a gut shot straight draw. We've got a runner flush draw. J-Chack making the call on that flop bet. I don't know. I feel like we could probably get him off of it. Let's go ahead and try to get him off of it. I think we can get him off of, yeah. Now we're pretty much just done, you guys. I really don't think that we can get him off of much now. I think that we're probably looking at like a queen 10, queen jack. Or he flopped the joint and he was just trying to slow play and hopefully get some more bluff out of us. Which happened. So I'm kind of glad that he fires out a bet there, because if he checks, we just have to check behind and then we're going to get exposed with this, stupid 10-2 suited hand. And we're going to be like, oh, we tried. Okay, so let's go ahead and fire out the 700 here. Pay the toll. Do you play Magic the Gathering, Dutch? I do. I do pay the toll. I do play Magic the Gathering. Okay, so getting 3-2 on this call. It's close, you guys. This is actually much, much closer than I'd like it to be. But we're going to make the fold. We know that we can't have the best hand here. I mean, he's not making that shove with worse than 9 high. The thing, though, is that if he has a smaller pocket pair, we're supposed to call. Even if he has overcards, we're probably getting the right price to call. Folding there kind of takes away credibility from our future pre-flop opening. So, maybe it's a call. Versik, what's your URL for your click traffic site?
What does that mean? We have a lot of them.
Slysmith, only accepting Bitcoin. That's probably a good move. Wow. So against 2 players, we actually kind of hit this. But I don't really feel like... I feel like it's okay to go ahead and just check and see if maybe we can get a free card. P-Fink fires out the full amount. The full pot size bet. So we're going to make the fold here. So 9th of 63. Feeling pretty good about our stack. I like where we're at. Is that right? Is it Pay the Toll's birthday?
Yes, I think so. No,
Happy birthday, man.
Loose Cannon said, is it your birthday? I don't know if it is, but happy birthday.
If it is,
anyway.
happy birthday, Pay the Toll.
threes. Damn. Everybody was pretty shocked about them threes.
I know, right? Let me make sure that I didn't leave that hand history up. No,
If you can't slut shame, you can't pocket three shame. Dutch.
Hang off. I like that.
That is really funny.
If you can't slut shame, then you can't pocket three shame. Moose Abman saying, although I would never call with threes, it's not the worst. You could have king queen. Yeah, I mean we can design hands where
True.
I'm just gonna go ahead and 3-barrel bluff into two opponents.
You could have had what was on the board?
Ace deuce 4
You
was
could
the
have had
flop.
twos. You could have had two.
Like a king 2,
Just two.
a 2.
Just a two, a random two.
Yeah, I don't like it. I mean, it's king queen king jack. I mean, any sort of like all of my air bluffs is basically what he's hoping for. I could have also had like a 5-6. You know, a 5-6 could make sense there too. I had a gut shot straight draw on the flop and decided to play it aggressively and then missed it. And by the river, now I just have no shot at winning unless I fire out. And he's like, okay, I think my pocket threes are going to beat his 5-6 here.
What if he shoved there?
If he shoves,
Yeah. What if he shoves?
then I have no idea what we're doing. I have no idea.
That's what I was thinking. I think he was thinking about shoving. And if he shoves there, and then what?
If he shoves,
Then you're like, oh shit, he must have a set.
Here's the thing. I
he
almost
must
like the
have
shove
checked.
line better than the call line because if he shoves, then he gets, he gets a lot of bluffs that are actually beating him to fold, right? And sometimes he gets weaker aces to fold. Yeah, Nutraker saying JT Poker is a hero, but all the heroes I know are dead. That's
a really
pretty
cool
much
one.
right. I like that. So yeah, I mean it's not the worst. The worst would be if he had the 6-5 himself, right, Moose? If he had the busted straight himself and called just because he thought it was bluffing, and he called it 6 high, that would be the worst.
Is it Moose Abbott Man? Like he's really strong. That's what it is.
I'm gonna say Moosab man,
No, I'm gonna say it's Moose Ab Man, and he's really strong.
Moosab, Moosab, Moosabman, Moosab man. I don't know. Nutraker asks.
Yeah, I see that.
We're gonna like take over the poker room.
Win by TKO.
Yay.
Big fist bump to
Hey,
you,
good to
buddy.
see you.
It's great to see you back in the stream. I'm really happy to see you.
Magic Origins is out today.
I don't think that it's out online.
Oh.
I mainly just play MTGO. I've got a legacy deck that I'm hoping is gonna kind of get
Increase.
back in value now that hopefully they'll change the prizes for the constructed tournaments because right now I mean it's such a negative EV proposition to play to play like a popper or a vintage or anything. Any sort of like constructed right now, the prize support are boosters that are worth $2. So until I'm hoping that Magic Origins, I think Magic Origins hits hits Moto next week, and hopefully they'll change the prize support for their constructed tournaments where it's not going to just be burning money every time you sit down. So if that happens, I hope that happens.
Bobby!
Bobby Big Buy-In!
Hey!
Great to see you, bro.
Long time no see.
That's Bobby Big Buy-In.
He ran deep today, or
Little
he
bro.
ran deep during the World Series in the tournament, didn't he?
Yeah.
Which one was
He
it?
had some nice sweats this summer. Colossus.
Was it the Colossus? Yeah. Gosh, it seemed like it was so long ago, even though it was
Yeah, he
just.
made it deep.
Yeah, it was good,
He made it deep.
but not deep enough. It was good though. It was very fun to have
Bobby
him
Big
here in
Buy-In,
Vegas
how
with
was,
Laura. Hi, Laura. Hey, how's everybody doing?
How's the how's the new project? How's the project going?
Yeah.
It's great to see you, Bobby. Gosh, I love 9-7. I want to see a flop. It feels wrong to fold.
Dutch always wants to see the flop, don't you, hun?
Mm-hmm.
Did you get it? Did you hit it? Did you
Yeah,
the
we
flop?
hit it pretty good.
Oh, damn.
Benji J1 says that King 10 fold though on the 9-8-7 board. Yeah, we had King high. He fired out a pot-sized bet, which tells me that it's kind of an optimistic call.
Yeah.
There's some bass going on. Defiance X says, what would be your best explanation on raising with like Ace Jack, Ace Queen, 9/9s plus from any position with 2 limpers? Defiance, one thing I would say is, if you have 2 limpers at this stage in a tournament, they're making some pretty big mistakes, and my range for raising 2 limpers is going to be pretty high, much higher than Ace Jack, Ace Queen, 9s plus. What you're trying to do in that situation is you're going to try to seize the pre-flop aggression, hopefully just get through without even seeing a flop, without even having to see those 3 cards in the middle. But when you don't, you're going to have the pre-flop aggression. You're going to have established that you probably have the best hand pre-flop, and if they whiff it, a c-bet is usually going to do the trick. So what that raise does when a couple people limp and you raise in a tournament, what that is going to do is it's going to set you up for that future c-bet, which when it comes down to it, if you're going to list all of the tools you have in your no limit hold'em tournament tool belt, all of the weapons in your arsenal, the one that is the most effective, the one that really takes down tournaments and wins tournaments is going to be that post-flop c-bet where you have the pre-flop aggression against 1, sometimes 2 opponents. So by raising with a couple of limpers, you set yourself up for that most profitable bet in no limit hold'em tournaments poker. We got Staples Butt Plug saying, if you have a child, you should name it Dutch-a-moi.
That's cute.
That is a great idea. Staples Butt Plug giving us opinions on
of our child.
what to name.
But we know what we're going to name our child.
Giving us
Jace.
naming advice. Thank you very much, Staples Butt Plug, for your opinion on what we should name our child.
Yes, but our child's name's going to be Jace or Jaina. So, or Best Org Player says, can you show a replay of the hand you guys are talking about? I don't know which hand. I think this is a 3.
Yeah, I think he was talking about. I can show the hand history. So yeah, let me. I can show the replay for you, Best Orc Player. Let me get the. This is the hand we were talking about. If we play it back from here, so we were in the small blind. We had JT Poker making the call. Z-Man, so that's a limp, and that gets a bony fish from us because at this stage of the tournament, if you're going to play a hand under the gun +1, you really should be raising it. Try to just take the pot. There's enough equity in the pot where, I mean, if he could just get it through us, that's 480, 586, 620 in the pot. So it's like 6% of his stack, 6% of his stack, without even having to see a flop a good chunk of the time. So I think I go ahead and put that as a mistake when he open limps here. Now, being the second person to limp, Z-Man, that's not really a mistake. That is just capitalizing on his mistake. So, there's a lot of hands that play really well multi-way. Suited connectors. Look at this. We've got Newland LL just subscribed. It's great to see you. Great to see you. That might be a resub. But I'll tell you what, Newland, thank you so much for clicking on that sub button. If it doesn't matter, we really appreciate your support. Thank you so much. Welcome to the crew, and we're going to go ahead and ship you that DRM-free digital version of my book, Poker Tilt, as my way of saying thank you, as our way of saying thank you. Big fist bump. Welcome to the crew. Thank you for clicking on that sub button. All of you subscribers, you guys are so great. You guys are awesome. You guys are the reason why we get to do this, why we get to stream on Twitch, because if it wasn't for you, we wouldn't be doing this. We would be doing something else, and it wouldn't be as fun because I really enjoy this. And I want to thank you guys, all of you, even the guys who aren't subbing, even the guys who, are just kind of chilling out and lurking, or it's okay. I think the fact that you're spending a little bit of your Friday night with us is a huge help to us, and we appreciate your time and your attention. We value it, and that's why we, when we talk about hands and we talk about limping and whatnot, we don't really leave anything on the table. We go ahead and just kind of mind dump what we're thinking. But we when it comes down to it, we can't pay our electricity bill with time and attention. So it really is you subs who support this and make it possible for us and make it possible for everybody else in the stream who is not subbing. So thank you guys. You guys are the gas that keeps the stream going. And yeah, we started in March. The first stream we ever did was, I think, March 16th. Okay, so back to the threes hand. Let me pull that back up. So, yeah. Z-Man, I don't consider that a mistake. I almost potted it at this point. I almost went ahead and just said, you know what, there's enough equity here, we're just going to go ahead and claim it. We have probably the best hand. If not, we're probably up against smaller pocket pairs, which aren't going to really like calling us, and even if they do, they're going to ditch their hand if they miss their set. But instead, I decided to go ahead and just see a flop.
Newland is moving to Vegas October 1st.
No kidding. Nice.
That is awesome.
That is awesome, man. Vegas
From
is
where?
a great place. Yeah, where are you coming from, Newland?
Yeah, I'll ask right here.
So here we get ace deuce 4, and I decide, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and just fire out a half pot size bet. It's a good enough hand where we're going to try to get some value out of some weaker aces. And I don't really feel like giving free cards to what I think are smaller pocket pairs. And then that's what happens. So we fire out we fire out on the flop. We get called by JT. We get called by Z-Man. We fire out on the turn. We get called by JT. Z-Man goes ahead and gives it up. And on the river of 7, we fire out again, and JT decides to go ahead and call off a pretty big chunk of his remaining stack. And that's where we were. This is what we missed. We just had King 10 of hearts. We raised pre-flop under the gun +1, our normal amount of 900. Fade to black, went ahead and made it a nice amount, more than 3 times our initial open, which I like these kind of raises because it allows us to go ahead and fold while saving face. You know, if he made it less, if he made it like 1900 or probably even like anything less than 2.5x, we're going to have to make that call, and it's going to suck because we're going to be coming in with a slightly weaker hand at a position, but folding is kind of worse. It takes away credibility from our future opens, and it kind of just signals that, hey, you can just run over us all day. So when he makes it more than 3x here, he's kind of doing us a favor by allowing us to fold and saving a little bit of face when we hit that fold button. Okay. Let's get back to the battle here. So 14 out of 55.
Are you off? Did you put the history out
Yep,
and everything?
I did.
Okay, you're in battle mode. Are you in a hand? Let's see. Yep. The Newland's coming from South Bend, Indiana, and play at the Horseshoe Casino in Cleveland. Cool. I've never been out there.
Z-Man making this raise of a really, really small amount. We're going to go ahead and call with any 2 cards, and 7-4 offsuit is any 2. But I'm just not really in the habit of letting those kind of min raises get through my big blind. He makes a pretty quick C bet.
Oh.
I almost think that a check raise probably would have taken that down. I think we might have been able to check raise bluff him and get him to fold, but the plan really was we're calculating our equity in that call and saying, okay, well, he made a min raise, so we're getting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to 1 just straight pot odds. Plus, we're going to count on him c betting half the pot, which he did. So we're getting like 8 to 1 to make the call and hopefully hit some sort of magic hand. And with a hand like 7-4, would actually rather have a hand like 7-4 than a hand like Queen 4. Why? Well, because 7-4 doesn't have quite the reverse implied odds that a hand like a Queen 4 or King 4 does. What do I mean by that? I mean that, like, if we hit 2 pair with 7-4, we can be pretty confident that it's going to be good. We're not going to really lose a lot of money post flop with a hand like 7-4, where we flop a good hand against an even better hand. That's not really going to happen a lot. If we hit top pair, are we going to just like stack off with 7-4? If somehow it comes out like 7-3-3, are we just like, I'm all in? No, we aren't. We're going to be basically playing it on our belly, hoping for some sort of miracle flop, and also, more than that, playing this kind of meta game of saying, if you raise my big blind, you're going to have to see a flop. You're going to have to see a flop, so don't look at my big blind as a target. I'm not the target. There's plenty of other players here at the table who you can get to fold a big blind. Don't be stealing from my stack thinking that I'm not going to look you up, and you're going to have to play a hand post flop if you're going to raise our big blind.
We're gonna like take over the poker room.
There. Trestle with the resub 4 months in a row, man. Thank you so much for sticking with us. Thanks so much for being here. We really appreciate you being here in the stream, and thanks for sticking with us, man.
Bobby's got to run. Okay, Bobby, talk to you later.
Bobby, always good to see you, buddy.
He was in and he was out, just like that. You still...
Theta, talking about the King 10 fold. So we're still talking about the King 10 of spades fold, I think, where we actually, the flop came out 9-8-7 with one spade. So we had a kind of a backdoor flush draw going. And we had that open-ended straight draw with our overcards. The reason I folded was because of the size of his post, because of the size of his bet there. I wasn't convinced that we actually had the draw that we thought we did. I think that a lot of times there we actually were up against the same draw with better, something like a 9-10. You know, something like that is kind of what kind of keeps us up at night. You know, when we make a call like that and then get there and then still lose. I mean, if he would have made it like a half pot size bet, we're making the call. But he didn't. He made a full pot size bet to two opponents on a 9-8-7 very, very wet board. I think that if he had a draw like we did, I think he takes the free card. So I think that he had a draw plus, or he had a pretty strong hand that he wanted to protect. And if we do hit our jack, or if we do hit our 6, he's not going to really pay us off. So we don't have the implied odds that you'd think that we would have. I'm okay with making the fold there. I mean, we were getting a straight 2-1. We were going to be out of position. Most of the time we miss on the turn, and we have to just check and give it up. So what's the alternative? Check raise? We could have done that. We could have checked. He fires out a pot-sized bet, and then we just come right over the top of him with our King 10 suited. And honestly, I don't hate that move. I think that check raising all in and putting him to the decision for all of his chips would have been much better than just check calling his pot-sized bet there on that 9-8-7 board when we had the King 10. But of all the different options there, I think it's okay to just let that one go. The plan when we raised pre-flop was not, okay, let's get two callers here, flop some sort of weird combination draw and get it all in on the flop. The plan when we raised was, let's go ahead and get through these blinds, and if we don't, let's get it, let's isolate the big blind in particular and take it down with a C bet when both of us miss. In that situation, they didn't miss. He didn't miss. He wasn't bluffing us. He had some sort of legitimate hand. Maybe we could have moved him off of it. Maybe we were a favorite if he had like a Queen 10, or maybe he had like an Ace 9 and we would have been a slight equity favorite. But it's okay. We don't really know. And I'm okay with making the fold because the way that the hand went down, our plan for the hand didn't pan out. So, Aladine in the stream, great to see you. I don't know if I said hi yet. And Lucky remains saying, "We need Chow. We need Chow here."
Well, because the beggar came back.
Oh, the beggar's back.
I silenced the beggar, thinking that he would be a real person, but it's like some kind of weird bot thing.
Surely not.
Yeah, because it came back and it just started.
That's a pretty. That is
again.
a very, very small request for someone to like actually build a chat bot that just like infiltrates Twitch asking for quarters.
Yeah, nickels.
I mean,
you should be asking for nickels and dimes. Yo.
Yeah, you need to be asking for dollars.
Dollars.
Ask for $3, man.
We
got Jackson Aaron saying, "Crack whip, I am ad free on X1." Let's see what you're saying there. Does Xbox One not have ads?
We're gonna like take over the poker room.
We're gonna go ahead and make the raise here, and we got a Philly Fanatic.
I think he's a resub, but I'm
coming back. I think it is a resub too. Even if it's not, Philly Fanatic, you've been with us for a while. Thank you so much for being with us here. Really appreciate you guys. We got Aladine with the resub 3 months in a row. Awesome. Thank you guys so much. You guys are the best. We're gonna go ahead and make sure, Philly Fanatic, I think that you're a resub. I think that you already got a copy of this. DRM-free digital version over in your message box. But just in case, Exmo's going to send it over again. And I just want to say big thank you to you, and thank you, Aladine, for resubbing.
Bless you.
Thanks for sticking with us, you guys. You know, it was a very dry Twitch a few weeks while we were playing the World Series of Poker, while we were going for that 4th bracelet.
Oh, he's new. He's new.
Jeez, what a flop for King Jack. What do we do with this? Well, if the flop scares you, it scares them too. Let's let it get down to 9 and hit the 1100. And he just shoves, so we're done. We don't really need to make a call here. We're just done with it. Not the flop we're looking for. But it's not a flop. You know, we're also not going to just give up the c-bet just because it's a scary flop. There's lots and lots of hands that JT Poker can have there. Where, wow. Should we go for a 3-bet here? I think we're just going to fold. But part of me wants to 3-bet and put J-Chack to a little bit of pressure.
Dutch, are you gonna hand? Are you chewing something?
Yes.
Hey, did you answer Folding Chair's questions about raising garbage late in position? Folding Chairs had a...
So Folding Chairs saying, do you think raising garbage late position is perhaps exploitable? And limpers aren't fish? So 2 different questions.
Oh, is he asking, he's repeating what you were saying?
I think he's trolling a little bit. I think he's just being sarcastic.
No, he has a little smiley face and he has a little smiley face there and glasses.
So raising with garbage late position is perhaps
glasses.
exploitable. I mean, having a wide range when you're the first to enter a pot at this stage of a tournament.
He's questioning Dutch.
Yeah, I would say that's pretty exploitable. The way that people should exploit it is 3-betting lighter, defending lighter, making check raise bluffs against auto C bets. But the problem is this: it's not as exploitable as only having 5 hands in your range of opening. You know, your VPIP has to be high when you're at this stage of a tournament where the antes have kicked in, where you can't just fold your way into a win here. So you pretty much have to steal it. You know, that's how you win tournaments is, pre-flop opening, post-flop C-bets, just over and over, constant aggression. And I don't really think that, we've talked about this so often, when you look at, the stage of the tournament where flops are the exception, not the rule, where showdowns are a rarity, it doesn't really matter what you have at that point. And is it exploitable? Yeah, but the problem is that it's really hard to play against. I mean, they don't know that you have nothing. And just because we have a pretty high VPIP doesn't mean that sometimes we don't wake up with the goods. I mean, this is why it puts people to really awkward, weird decisions where they end up calling big amounts of their stack with pocket threes on an ace 4-4-2-7 board. They're like, well, he always does this with shit. Well, sometimes I do, but a good chunk of the time I also have the goods, especially post flop. Anyway, limpers in tournaments. I've seen some good players who decide to go ahead and make open limps, and I've heard, for example, Maria Ho, while doing her HPT commentary, I remember there was a heads-up match she was watching. We talked about it on the stream too, on one of our HPT viewing parties, where she said, "Okay, this is good. He limped in here with ace 3, and I think it's important." This is what she said. "I think it's important to have a limping range when you're playing heads up." And man, I just don't. I disagree with her. I think that I don't think it's that important to have a limping range. I think it's much more important to be playing aggro poker and set yourself up for the seize the pre-flop aggression. The aggression, the initiative is really what it's all about. You want to have that aggression because that opens up so many more opportunities for you to win the pot post-flop without having to connect. And most of the time in poker, you don't connect. So I just think that open limping is almost always a mistake. Almost always. And what are the times when maybe it's not a mistake? I think that the times it's not a mistake are when perhaps you have some sort of crazy good read on the player to your left, or the player in the big blind, where you know that you're going to be able to set up a really strong squeeze play if you limp. If you know that the guy to your left has a strong hand and you have an even stronger hand, and you know that if you limp, he's going to raise, but that if you raise, he's not going to. Or let's say that you have a hand where you know for some reason that the big blind is going to raise it, and you have a hand that plays really well multi-way, and you know that 4 or 5 people are going to call you if you limp. He'll raise, and you can call and get all of them to come along too. I'm really stretching to come up with examples of why it might be okay to limp. I really am. It's a stretch of the imagination. It actually requires more mental energy than I really want to spend on it right now, because for the most part, I stand by this. It's a mistake to open limp in tournaments. It's a mistake. And it's just one of the easiest mistakes to identify. You don't even have to play a hand with the person. You don't have to see what they're doing it with. You just look at them. They open limped at this stage of the tournament. You put the bony fish on them because, in my opinion, it's just so rarely not a mistake to make that open limp that you can just pretty much count on it. Bony fish. It's the same as if we, as the guy who shoved for 250 big blinds. In the very first level of the tournament. It doesn't matter what he has. Even if he has aces or kings, it doesn't matter what he has. It's a mistake. It doesn't matter. If he has aces or kings, he's just not getting as much value as he could. If he has anything other than those two hands, and he's putting himself at risk when he really shouldn't. So, does he get the bony fish? No, he gets the bowl. The bowl means something different. It means different types of mistakes. The bony fish is more like a loose passive mistake player, whereas the bull is more the lagtard player. Both of them are making mistakes that we can easily identify. So we got to mark them. Jay Drake, good to see you in the stream. We've got Nutraker. What counts as trolling? It's just sarcasm. That's it.
No, I think
everyone's a troll. I remember
being like super annoying. I think counts as being a troll.
You guys see that?
There's like fun trolls.
Oh yeah, I'm not. It was all in good fun. I wasn't saying anything. So did you see IMGA LLC there just flopped the royal flush? I don't know if you guys were paying attention there. Flops the royal flush against a. Oh wow, that actually is a really interesting hand. Huh. So he actually loses quite a bit here. This is a really interesting hand. What it teaches us is the problem with slow playing. Okay, let's go ahead and take a look here. I wanna pop this up. Our hand history. Well, we've got something going on here. ZZ's out. But look what happened here, guys. So we know from the river. Shoot. Hold up. We got kings. We're going to play kings. We're going to play kings first, and then we're going to go back and watch why it's not a good idea to slow play.
Kings. Okay,
we're going to watch how IMGA just cost
king?
himself like 20,000 chips because he decided to get cute. Okay, so let's go ahead and
where's your king?
Let's go ahead and 3-bet it. 2.5x. That's going to be
so
3K. And maybe we just get through here. If we do, it's okay. 1,800, 2,100, 2,600. We're looking at almost 10% in the a little bit more than 10% of our stack in the middle. So a 4 joker a kicker just folds. We're okay with that. Pick up 10% without having to see a flop. He makes the call. The board just comes out beautifully. Deuce 3 jack. So we're gonna go ahead and fire out a c-bet. We'll wait for it to get down to the 9. Fire out the same amount. And hope that he has king jack. That would just be awesome if he had king jack and just decides to. He doesn't, and we end up with a nice little pot there, increasing our stack by 20% instead of 10% when he makes the call. Yeah, let's go back to the hand history really quick, and this is why you don't slow play, guys. So we know from the river that MGAW LLC flopped the joint here, 6-7 of diamonds, flopped the straight flush. And how it went down was jab Joey raised pre-flop. Imga decides to defend the small blind with the suited connectors. Okay, I don't know that I would have made that defense, but I don't fault it. It's not a big mistake. I wouldn't say that that's a mistake. Zizzy makes the call fold, which probably a little loose, probably a little tight, but Zizzy actually only has 11 big blinds in front of him, so it makes it a lot harder to defend big blinds. He doesn't really have to, so not a mistake there. Raising with whatever Joey's raising with, who knows. So the flop comes out 9-8-5. Our buddy Imga goes ahead and flops the joint. The motherfucking straight flush. Straight flush. He flops a straight flush. He checks, which I like it. You can pretty much count on Joey going for a c-bet here most of the time. And Joey goes ahead and does fire out a c-bet, 1-8-8-8. Goes to the number pad, 1-8-8-8. And this is when Imga just screws up. So slow playing in this situation is especially when you're out of position and it's a scary board, very draw-heavy board. The problem is that a lot of times you're going to have a turn that's going to chill your action. You're going to have you're going to be up against an opponent who has overcards with a flush draw, who would be more than willing to get it all in right here, right now, but won't in future streets. You're going to be out of position, so I mean, slow playing is what? You're check calling and checking and hoping that he's going to bet it for you on the turn. You're hoping that he catches up on, or continues to bluff, and it's just a disaster. I mean, this is a situation where Imga really should be going for a check raise here, even though he completely crushed it. He's going to be out of position, so his goal is to get the whole stack. The only way that's really going to happen is if he goes for a check raise, gets his guy to call, or even better, make a re-raise, and then he can go ahead and fire out like a half-pot size bet on the turn and try to get the rest of it on the river. So instead, he check calls. The turn comes and pairs the 5, and now Imga is just hoping and praying that Joey has a set of 9s or a set of 8s. But the 5, Joey should be a little bit scared here on a lot of legit hands like jacks, or I mean, if you've got 2 black jacks here, how good are you feeling about your hand when the small blind called you pre-flop and now he check calls on the turn? If you've got jacks, you're probably going to go ahead and fire out a bet here to just try to protect your hand from that 4th diamond if they're black. If you've got a diamond in your hand, though, it's probably check back. And he does check back. So now Imga decides to go ahead and bet out. And for whatever reason, Joey decides to make the call with... oh, no. Joey actually had a legit call here. He had ace-9, right? So, I mean, no, ace-queen. So this wasn't really a very good call. I don't really think that Joey should have made the call. And I don't think that Imga should have even expected him to make the call. But what we see here is 22,000 in Joey's stack that could have gone to Imga had Imga just went ahead and check raised on the flop and fired it out on the turn. It might have just all gone into the flop where Joey decides, you know what, I've got the nut flush draw with 2 overcards. Get it in there. Spew. And he just flat calls, and Joey's out of the tournament. Instead, Imga decides to go ahead and let him live because he's trying to get tricky and slow play his hand. I mean, it's so interesting watching people so afraid that they're not going to get value out of their hand. They're so afraid that they're going to not get value that they end up...
Are you going to play it? Oh, I thought
they end up forcing exactly what happens. They don't get value out of it. They're so afraid that they're not going to get value if they show any sort of aggression that they end up not getting any value out of their hand.
Touch, there was a question here about by Diablo 3 Master. He asks, Dutch, is there a significant difference? Is there significance between a regular fish and a bony fish?
Well, no. I mean, a bony fish is just the icon that we have here. So we're gonna go with 4,800 here.
So do you feel like it's the same thing? I mean, is
A little 3x rather than a 2.5x because we're going to have to play out of position. If we were on the button and 4 Joker was on the cutoff or the hijack, we'd be making it 4K instead of 4,800. But as it is, in the small blind, he raises on the button. We're going to go ahead and make it a 3x instead of a 2.5x because we wanted to make it a little bit less attractive for him to make the call, given that we're going to be out of position post-flop. Is there a difference? No, I mean, it's the same thing. Okay.
It's just a different type of icon.
They don't have a regular fish icon. I would use the regular fish icon.
Yeah.
They got a bony fish icon, so
that's the one they use.
That's what we got. That's what we got. Jade Rake, good to see you in the stream.
The fish. It means that they're inexperienced, or what's the meaning of the fish? So people don't think you're berating people by putting a fish on them. You're not berating them when you bony fish them.
Well, I mean, I think that it has to do with the idea of like pros being considered like sharks, card sharks.
But it's nothing personal. It's not.
So sharks eat fish, and they just like no, it's nothing personal.
Yeah, it's not personal.
You know, it doesn't mean when we put a bony fish on a player, it doesn't mean that they're a bad player. It doesn't mean that they are a losing player. What we're saying is they're making mistakes that we can identify. You know, that's all we're making. They are making mistakes that we can identify right away. And if they make those kind of mistakes, we're going to kind of count on them making other mistakes. So, you know, it's just a way to mark our players and better navigate the table. And if you find yourself watching the stream and then you look and you see, wait a minute, I have a bony fish on my name. You know, don't take it personally.
Yeah.
Click on the subscribe button. We'll give you a shark.
Yeah, well, you can yeah. If you request it, we'll just give
you can just ask,
exactly.
You know, just say, hey, what's up? I'm at your table. I see I got a bony fish. We'll take it off. Of course we'll take it off.
Of course.
You know, it's not like it's just to help us play and help us navigate the table. It's not like we're trying to put down anybody here. No one makes perfect plays, and there's plenty of times when I've made mistakes on stream. So,
oh yeah, like,
you know, it's just all about trying to minimize your mistakes. Maximize your
you have a few bony fishes from people.
Oh, I'm sure that a lot of people have bony fishes on me.
I have a bony fish on him. So.
Oh man.
So it doesn't really. It just means it's just a way of keeping notes about how they play. So do you still have that thing up, that Hold'em reader up? No, you don't have that up anymore, right?
Which one?
When you were showing the past hand, I still see it. We're still 4 minutes behind.
Let me make sure. No, it's back. I don't have the history up anymore.
Okay, just making sure. And then you had a few comments and questions about, let's see.
Mayday Squid asking, with those kings on a board that dry, the Jack 2-3 board, are you ever checking back that flop with kings? I'm not, Mayday, because I feel like when you start checking back those kind of boards, I mean, I'm pretty much never checking back. I'm pretty much never checking back if I've got the pre-flop aggression and I'm up against one opponent. It doesn't really matter what the board is. You know, it could come out really wet. It could come out really dry. I could come out completely crushing it. You know, that board could have come out king 6, and I'm probably still going to go ahead and c-bet. And not because I really want to take it down in that situation, but because checking back just looks so suspicious. Checking back in a situation like that where it's a dry board, you 3-bet pre-flop, the board comes out Jack 2-3, and he checks to you, and you don't c-bet. It looks like you connected. You don't see any risk in giving a free card, and you're hoping he catches up. That's what it looks like. And I actually feel like it sets off more warning bells than a c-bet does. If we c-bet in that situation, what does it mean? I mean, it could mean anything. We could have 8-7 suited. We could have any pocket pair. We could have ace-king or ace-queen or king-queen. We could have the ace-10 suited. We could have the jack. You know, it doesn't mean anything to our opponent, and it's going to be a lot easier to light that bluff fuse in our opponent with that c-bet than by checking behind. Now, sometimes checking behind does induce him to go ahead and try to take the aggression from us on the turn and fire out into us. But more often than not, the way the hand played out, I think that, you know, we 3-bet. If we were just to have opened they call in the big blind and then check to us, then I think I can make a better case for checking behind. But as a 3-bet, that is, that's taking the pre-flop aggression one step further. He really needs to be counting on us making that c-bet, and when we don't, it should be kind of putting up warning. He should be hearing warning, bells, alarms in his head, saying slow play, slow play, slow play, slow play, slow play. And I don't think that we're going to be able to count on him firing out a bluff on the turn. Maybe he catches up on the turn, but do we really want him to catch up if he's got like an ace queen or an ace 10? I mean, he's just as likely to improve to better than he is to improve to worse. So I think that no, fire out the c-bet on that dry flop. Hope that he gets creative and check raises with nothing. Hope that maybe he actually hit a jack and check raises with something that's worse. Hope that he has pocket queens and check raises with a hand that he thinks is just crushing me when he's not, and call his check raise. If anything, I could definitely see checking back on the turn, because when you fire out a c-bet on that dry flop, it gets called, and let's say the turn comes at 2, and he checks to us. Now I think it's okay to check and say, oh, okay, I'm going to go ahead and give up on this, because that could oftentimes induce a bluff on his part, or make him think that his pair of 5s or pair of 6s is beating us, and set us up for a nice value betting opportunity on the river.
Dutch.
Yep.
Also, Kevin Lee 1234 wants to know the books that you have behind you. So do you want to do a little show and tell? I know you do, but let's see where.
Tell you what, we're actually on break, so I'm going to go ahead and put up the break screen and walk around.
Break,
we'll be right back.
And after the break, you're going to show and tell. I didn't know.
Yeah, minute and 34. Okay, so we are back. I'll go ahead and show a couple of things to you, Kevin. We have Super System 2 here, a classic. We've got Check Raising the Devil. Mormon's Book of Poker is the last one that I've been kind of reading through. I finished it. It's good. It's worth getting. Every hand revealed. Gotta love every hand revealed. We've got Online Ace, the Scott Fisherman book. We've got Caro's Book of Poker Tells, kind of a classic there. A couple of pool books. Championship Hold'em from Tom McAvoy and TJ Cloutier. This was the book that, it's kind of outdated at this point. Limit Hold'em, Cash Game Strategies, Tournament Tactics, Practice Hands, Championship Hold'em, and I think they also had Championship No Limit Hold'em. And this is kind of cool. We picked this up at a I think it was a flea market. If you look, it says, to Lee Munzer, you are my favorite writer for Poker Digest. Keep up the great work and good luck, Tom McAvoy. So,
yeah, we did get that. That's right.
We got
that at the Goodwill.
We got Lee Munzer's copy of Championship Hold'em, signed and personalized by Tom McAvoy. And TJ Cloutier also says, to Lee Munzer, Lots of luck to the
forgot.
best of the poker writers. So
That was actually pretty good. Which one book is it? Can I see it?
yeah, Championship Hold'em. So that's kind of a fun little poker tell.
No.
It's kind of a fun little poker show and tell.
Maybe we got that at a yard sale.
No, I think we got it at Savers.
I think you're right.
So Lee Munzer, if you guys don't remember, Lee Munzer was a poker writer. He died back in 2009. Always a real nice guy. You know, everyone really liked Lee. He wrote for Poker Digest back in like the 90s. And sad to see him go. Sad to see him go. And you know, we were walking around Savers, somehow his a couple of his books must have ended up in the Savers. And this one, I mean, I'm reading it and I'm like, oh my god, this is a poker treasure.
Yeah.
How much is it? Oh wow, like $1.99. This is why I mean, Vegas, you never know what you're gonna find. There's so many.
Vegas has really. We shouldn't tell them that.
We shouldn't.
Treasure spots.
There's some
spots.
definitely some treasures to be found in Vegas at like the thrift shops. I mean, it's amazing. It's amazing. Yeah, Vegas is very transient and has a lot of like poker players who come in, go broke, leave their stuff in a storage or in an apartment that they don't pay rent in, and finally it ends up on the shelves of like a Goodwill or some other thrift shop.
We get some cool Vegas stuff. Yeah.
There's always some really cool Vegas stuff. I think someone found like a Picasso here a few years ago.
Well, I got a whole bunch of T-shirts. A whole bunch of Blizzard T-shirts.
Man, this is so tempting.
Cool.
It's so tempting to fire out against Castor there, to make that pot size bet. I can't tell you guys how difficult that was to just call rather than hit the pot button, because I think pot gets through, and that's like 20% of our stack right there, sitting in the middle that a good chunk of the time we're just able to take without a flop. But you know what? It's okay. Ace Jack off suit. It's strong enough where, you know, we're getting great pot odds to just call and play it kind of timid. Hope to actually hit some magic, and it's definitely going to be one of those hands that we can play aggressively if we do hit top pair. So anyway. Yep. Poker show and tell with Dutch and Eximois. Championship Hold'em.
Hey, Boney Fish.
We've got some other autographed books here. I should have gotten Matt to autograph Check Raising the Devil this summer.
Yeah,
I'll see him around.
Sure.
But this one's not autographed yet. This is. I'll show you my favorite poker book. The jewel of the collection, Kevin, is this one right here. So this is How I Made $1 Million Playing Poker. This is Super System 1, first edition, first print. So I think there were 1,000 of these that got printed out, and this is one of those first 1,000. The very first edition, in pretty good shape too. I mean, most of the time you're going to see them with like a lot of like mold damage or, you know, the spine falling off. This one's in pretty good shape. And then I found I caught up with Doyle down at Bobby's room one day and rushed up to him. I was like, Doyle, can you sign this? I found this book on eBay. I got it. He's like, oh, this is in pretty good shape, Dutch. Of course. Best of luck from Doyle Brunson. How cool is that? First edition, first printing. This is the jewel of the collection right here. Best of luck from Doyle Brunson in a gold Sharpie. It's just beautiful.
I think I have an autograph. I have an autograph Super Systems 2 somewhere that says, "May the flop be with you." Somewhere.
Yeah,
I think
it might be this one actually. It might be this one.
Oh, you have mine up there?
I think the
That's
Super
before I
System
met-
might actually be autographed too.
Super System 2. No, that's before I met Dutch. It's
Let me see.
before I met you. He was
Is
at the
this the autograph?
He was at the Green Valley Ranch
Yeah.
giving away his book. And I was
Yeah,
like,
personalized.
Oh,
Look at that.
he's awesome.
Personalized. It says, to Michelle, may the flop be with you, Doyle Brunson. So
He's sweet. No, but he's
this
cool.
one's
I didn't
not
see him
mine.
this year.
He played the seniors event.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, and I think that he played the one drop. He might not have though. He wasn't really playing a lot. He was playing some cash games over at Bobby's room, I think. He mainly just played cash games. tournaments take it out of you, man. I mean, 12 hours, 13 hours a day. You're getting home at 2, 3 in the morning and waking up for day 2 at 1, and 3 days of torture just to like get them in cash. I mean, it's rough. Tournaments are rough, and I think that he's just way past the point of feeling like he's gonna bracelet hunt. I think that another bracelet for Doyle. What does it really mean for him? I mean, like, is it is it really gonna be like? Does it change anything? Not really. He's already in second place behind Phil. It doesn't really do anything. Huh. So we got a 14 big blind shove here. Huh. Now we can fold here with our ace-7 suited. Castor makes this decision a lot easier for us. Wow, and look at this. MGA also had ace-7. I'm going to go ahead and put a little note on MGA here. With 14 big blinds and the small blind, made the stack ship with a7 suited against my open. Yeah, so kind of interesting there. 20 out of 39, you guys. Kind of getting down to the end game. I think that we said that we were paying 15 in this thing. So I mean, we still have a long way to go. Still quite a ways to go here. Let me go ahead and get the lobby up. You guys want to see the lobby? I kind of want to see the lobby. Let's see the lobby. There's the lobby. 20 out of 39. First is 1,898. We've got 15 players getting paid, and the bubble is $146. So I guess we start getting to bubble play. Wow, look at JT Poker just limping in here again with his pocket pair, small pocket pair. Let's go ahead and get out of the way. I'm very tempted to fire out there. How much would we fire out, you guys? Well, our normal open would be 2,100 at this point because we've been tapering down, so now we're kind of at that 2.1x. So 2,100 would be our normal open. With one limp or two limpers, we'd be making it 2,100 plus the 1K, 2K, 4,100. 4,100 would probably get JT Poker to fold his pocket 2s, pocket 3s, pocket 4s. I guess he didn't have 3s, or we would have saw it. He probably had some sort of small pocket pair. And if he folds, Durden probably calls, and then check folds to our post-flop C-bet. That's probably how that would have gone. Trestle. You can always find a Barry Greenstein book at the Savers.
Yeah. Can you? I mean, how many have we ran into?
Last of the Mohican. I'm sorry to hear that the tournament didn't go as well as you'd like. 40th of 350. Jacks ran into Ace King pre-flop, all in. King on the turn. So last of the Mohican. It's great to see you in the stream. Thanks for being here. Thanks for hanging out with us. Let's go ahead and make the fold here. I really do hate making this fold. Castor's so aggro. He really is. I mean, he's just 3-bet light. He's 3-betting us so light here. But I don't really feel like taking 9-8 offsuit out of position against him. I think that we're just going to say, we tried to make a little stab at those blinds. I feel like the chances of us getting through JT Poker, Purple Deuce, Lindy Lou, and Castor were probably better than 50%. Turns out that Castor said no, decided to 3-bet. I don't think that he has nothing. He might have, though. Win by TKO says, Jonathan Little is my new favorite poker author. Well, Win by TKO. Have you read Poker Tilt yet? You should have a copy.
That's funny.
No, Jonathan Little is a great mind, a great poker mind, and I really enjoy his books. I don't have Power Hold'em here, Neki. I do have the digital version, but not the physical version here. I've got some other poker books in the closet. from the site that won't be named.
Yeah, we have some other books, but those are the ones that you like. And then
Yeah.
you have the yeah.
And then we've got my two favorite
We have our games
novels.
and stuff.
We've got,
Not all our games.
Sirens
we
of
have a lot
Titan.
of games.
We've got the Stephen King Gunslinger book.
Oh yeah, that
I love
you
those
know that's
books.
Sirens of Titan. Isn't that a first edition or no? Is that a first edition of Sirens of Titan?
Yeah. It's a
That's
first
pretty
edition, first print.
cool. That's by a guy, a famous
I love
author.
Kurt Vonnegut. Look at this
His
book,
name
you
is
guys.
Kurt Vonnegut.
This is it wasn't Kurt Vonnegut's first book. His
It
first
wasn't his
book
first
was
book?
Player Piano.
Oh.
But
Well,
I
it's a
think that
very
Sirens
good
of Titan was his second book.
Very good book.
Oh my gosh.
And it's on audiobook, and it's a really good audiobook.
It is, yeah.
I listened to it while going on the running on the treadmill.
And this is the first edition, first print of this book. Came out as a dime store novel, as a dime store sci-fi pulp novel. I mean, look at the sides of it. It's blue. I mean, look at that. And you got this artwork on the front of just like this spacey age chick. I mean, it looks like something you would see in like a
Science
a
fiction
60s
book.
pulp fiction. It's like just a throwaway book. But it actually turns out that Kurt Vonnegut is maybe the best American author we've ever spit out. He's so amazing. He's such a great author. And he,
Do you have a lobby up still?
you look at a book like this and you don't really think that this belongs in the, in the literature section of your bookstore, but it does. It does.
Do you have the lobby up still?
Let me see. No, we don't have the lobby up. Thank you. Good looking out.
Oh gosh.
So Kurt Vonnegut also wrote some just classics like Slaughterhouse-Five, Galapagos, Breakfast of Champions, Timequake. I mean, he wrote some pretty great books. A lot of essays, there we go. Okay, Justin, we're not going to make that call with 6-7 suited. We are going to make the fold here. And our stack has really been stagnant. I mean, it's kind of been down, down, down since we got that 30K. Ace-5 suited is a good enough hand to go ahead and make a little stab at those blinds. Wow. And JT Poker just limping in. Loves that limp. So let's go ahead and do it. Let's go ahead and ISO with our Ace-5 suited. See what he does. What do we do if he shoves here? I mean, it kind of felt like it was definitely one of those situations where he's just like looking at 15 bigs and he's just hoping that this happens. But I think that we just go ahead and let him get away with it. Ace-5 suited isn't really something that we want to call off 15 bigs with. We'll take 3 bigs and try to make a little play out of it. But when that turns into a limp shove, we're going to go ahead and give him credit for having better than Ace-5 suited. And if he's bluffing, well, whatever. He got us off of slightly the better. We're never looking at Ace-5 suited. I can't imagine a lot of matchups there where we're really, really happy to get it all in pre-flop. It's not going to stop us from 3-betting or from isolating when he makes those weak ass opens. Anyway, we'll see how this looks. It comes out for Lindy Lou. Lindy Lou just sliding through with her King Jack suited. That's going to be Christina Lindley right there.
Oh, is she playing?
Yeah, she's at the table. She's 3 to my left. Just shoved in the small blind with King Jack suited. Got snap called like it was the best hand in the world with Ace-4 suited. And the flop came out pretty scary for Lindy. She looked like she was going to be out the door. Lindy Lou is going to be out the door with her king high, but ends up getting one of her 4-outers. Now I guess she had a little bit more on the turn because she also had a gut shot straight draw on the turn. So ends up getting a 7-outer on the river. Purple deuce is probably none too happy about that. So 29 out of 35, guys. It's kind of going the wrong way, but we still have plenty of chips here. We've got 15 bigs ourselves now. JT Poker just decided to make some stupid little limp shove move against us that worked. It really doesn't matter, guys. That's going to happen sometimes, especially when we're known to take advantage of the open limpers. It doesn't mean that we're going to stop trying to take advantage of the open limpers. That's not what it means. You know, he can. A lot of times you're going to see these people say, "Oh, well, that'll teach him a lesson." He won't do that in the future. You better believe we will. And if you keep on making those limp shoves, then I mean, we're going to be calling it pretty light. But it doesn't matter how light we're going to call. Ace-5 suited, that's pretty light. That's pretty light. You know, that's the kind of hand where we figure to be ahead against his open limp range. When he makes the open limp shove, we're going to be well behind. But when he makes the open limp call, we're going to be ahead, or we're going to be up against a smaller pocket pair that he's going to abandon if he doesn't hit a set. So yeah, look, this is kind of funny. We got Castor deciding to go ahead and take a stab with his 10-8 suited. I mean, Castor, we've got some notes on this guy. He's definitely he's a super aggro. He is a good player. We got Kevin Lee.
Aw.
1, 2, 3, 4. Welcome to the crew, man. Big fist bump to you.
Thank you, Kevin.
You are awesome, Kevin. Thanks so much for supporting the stream by clicking on that sub button. You have no idea what
And
it
you
means
get
to
it.
us.
Speaking of books, you get a book. DRM
Speaking
free.
of books, all of our
Digital
subs.
Well, because
You're
he's the
gonna
one
get
that asked about the book.
A copy
so.
of Poker Tilt. This is my book. I spent more than a year writing this book, and it's going to be just one of the many sub perks we're going to try to pull out your way, Kevin. I'm working on another strategy book. Poker Tilt isn't really a strategy book. It's more of like a bio, more of like a how poker and my journey in poker developed over the last 10, 15 years. But I'm also working on a strategy book, and that's going to also be one of those sub perks that we're going to be pulling,
You know, I think it's actually
pulling
going
out
to
to
be
you
really
guys.
fun for you to write this time because you've been through the process now.
Yeah.
And it was kind of, though it was very tedious, it was kind of cool. It was enjoyable. I mean,
Let me tell you guys
I'm
this,
going to
okay?
look back at those times as actually good times.
They were good times, sure. God, it's so tempting. Oh, it's so tempting. I bet we just get through. I bet we get through when we pick up like a huge chunk of equity. But Jack 6 offsuit. Oh, I think that we would have just gotten through if we shove. We got purple deuce deciding to just check on that wet board, which I don't really understand. Decides to go ahead and fire out on the queen of hearts turn. I bet it gets through, you guys. I bet it gets through. Okay, so we've got Lindley Liu coming in with a 2,500. Incidentally, that's what we're going to be making it as well at this stage. 2,500 at the 600, 1,200. We're not going to be getting to that straight 2x until we get to the 1K, 2K level. So in 5 minutes, 57 seconds, when it goes up to 800, 1,600, we're going to be making it 3,300. And then when it goes 1K, 2K, we're going to be making it 4K. Just a little bit of a note about tapering off your pre-flop opening amounts. I would really suggest to you guys that this is going to be interesting. We're shoving. If Lindley Liu has ace king, we're just really sad right now. But
What do you have there?
ace queen,
Oh, okay.
ace queen offsuit.
That's really good.
It gets through. It gets through.
Good job.
Ooh. So that's really good. You know, we just increased our stack by a pretty big chunk without actually even having to fade a flop. So pretty happy about that. That's a good case scenario. Yeah, too strong to fold. Too few chips to just call and give up if we don't hit. Ace queen offsuit figures to be a favorite a good chunk of the time, and it's going to be one of those situations where we're going to get through so often, and when we don't and we get called, we're not going to be in such a hopeless situation. You know, ace queen is really there's just not a lot of hands where ace queen is going to be that big of a dog against that they're waking up with, and the fact that we have an ace in our hand makes those aces situations and ace king situations just a little bit less likely. What also kind of made me feel like we were going to be able to get through is the speed at which Lindley Liu fired out her opening. So it was a little bit fast, and I just feel like when someone has like the ace king, aces, kings, queens, they're trying to slow it down just a little bit, make it look like there's a bit of a hesitation there. you can't really put too much stock in timing tells when it comes to online bets. JT Poker, I feel like I hardly knew you, buddy. Good game. We'll miss you. How did that go down right there? So we had JT Poker firing out a raise of 2,500 with the ace-9 suited, which I don't think is horrible. Under the gun plus 1. And does get raised. So Durden made it 48.75 after JT Poker made it 2,400. Let me go ahead and write that down. At the 600, 1,200, ante 100 level, made it 48.75 with Queen after an under the gun plus 1 raiser made it 2,400. So then when he flopped the set of queens, what did Durden do? JT Poker checks and Durden checks back. Checked back on the flop of Queen 5-2. So it's kind of interesting. It worked. It worked for Durden this time because JT Poker ended up hitting one of those 3 outs that he had in his mind. But most of the time, the turn doesn't hit an ace. Most of the time, the turn could actually even chill Durden's action in those cases where JT Poker is planning on a check raise with like a smaller pocket pair. I just don't like making those slow play moves. We got Black Talon 1. Black Talon 1, big fist bump to you, man. Welcome to the crew. Thank you so much for clicking on that sub button, man. You're awesome. We really appreciate it. We thank you. Thank you very much, Black Talon 1. I'm going to go ahead and ship you a DRM-free digital version of my book, Poker Tilt, as my way of saying thank you. What else do you get as a sub? You get to use all the emoticons. That's kind of cool. We've got some pretty cool emoticons here. The fist bumps and the Pirate Bay emoticon, the Bitcoin emoticon. We've got the Gator emoticon, the Slide emoticon, the Anonymous emoticon. We haven't really had to use that Anonymous emoticon very much lately.
I had to use it once today.
Yeah?
It was fun. I quite enjoyed it.
So we've got some cool emoticons. You're going to go ahead and get an ebook from us. You're also supporting the stream. If it wasn't for you, then we wouldn't be here. And as much as we appreciate everybody here, as much as we appreciate all of the people who are spending their time and attention with us on this Friday night as we try to navigate through a $30 rebuy, we're all just trying to get a little bit better at poker and get a little bit more out of this game. And we really appreciate everybody who's hanging out here with us. But if it wasn't for you subs, we wouldn't be able to do what we do.
That's right.
So thank you so much for supporting the stream for us and for everybody who's watching.
Shout out to all the subs that took their time to visit us this series. That was cool.
It was so great. It was awesome meeting everybody.
Yeah, I hope next year we have even more subs coming to visit, and we'll have even more patches to give out. So that'd be really fun.
It's gonna be a check raise, you guys. It's a pretty wet board. We got Castor coming in, but Castor could be opening with so much. So we raise half pot, and we're not really going anywhere if he decides to put us to the test. We've got the backdoor flush draw. We've got the 5 outs without the backdoor flush draw.
Ooh, god dang.
He puts us to the test. We're going to make the call. 5 outs. Yeah, I mean, the pot's kind of gotten away from us, so we're looking at... it's a call. Hold your breath and hope to hit. Yeah, we're ahead. Hold, and it holds.
Wow.
It holds.
That was pretty insane in the membrane.
Yeah, I mean, he puts us to the test with overcards. I don't know.
See, this is why I can't play poker. Because I would be like, ah!
It's a very, very uncomfortable call, and a lot of times we're going to be behind. But even when we're behind, I mean, we're looking at
nice.
We're looking at 5% for our flush, and we're looking at 5 outs twice, which is going to be 20%, 25%. The pot got away from us to the point where making a fold, we're getting the right price to make the fold, even if we know that he's got even if we know that he's got like an overpair there, and we only have like 5 outs plus our backdoor flush draw. But the fact that we also think that he's doing that with worse sometimes makes that a much easier call. The fact that we know that he's going to be doing that with any sort of flush draw, any sort of and then he ends up doing it with just straight overcards, ace king. That means, wow, I mean, he was in really bad shape, much worse shape than we were actually a 3-1 favorite there. So got it in good. Felt pretty nice.
Oh, hi, Sam.
We're gonna go ahead and make it 3,300 here. Wait until it gets to the 8. I wouldn't expect the caster just gives up. I feel like at this point caster is feeling a little bit miffed, and I think that he's going to go ahead and try to outflop us, outplay us, get some of his chips back.
Oh, look, Nilesy has been playing. He's so lucky. He gets to play on Poker Stars. He's playing the micro tournaments.
Oh yeah?
He ran it up to, looks like he ran it up to 300, and then bought in a whole bunch of micro tournaments, and now he's down to 75 again. He said, "Thanks for your advice," and he gave us a meow meow. Meow meow money.
Thank you very much for the meow meow money.
Meow meow money.
I like the Niles money. Thank you very much,
Can I have
Niles.
another one, please?
Can we have some more
Can we have
Niles
more?
money?
Yeah.
Nilesy, I'm sorry to hear that the Micro Millions are kind of getting you down, but
at least you can play them.
yeah, I'm very jealous. I would love to be playing those Micro Millions. I'll tell you what, too, Nilesy, we ought to do a couple of tournament reviews of your Micro Millions adventure.
That'd be a good idea.
That would be a fun one. We can use the Boom replayer, and we could just go through a whole tournament.
Oh,
And
wow.
I could give you my my honest opinion on how you're moving chips. We'll try to set that up after the Micro Millions is up.
When you say we're going to take over the poker world, what year is that? Is that 2003? Is that you saying it in 2003?
Yeah, that was 2003. 2003. That was my bust out line.
That was.
They found me. I don't know how, but they found me. Run for it, Marty. Sandman, JD, Purple Deuce. Yeah, let's do it.
That's right. You were like you busted out, and the ESPN cameras were right on you, and your friends were right.
Oh no!
Oh wait, is something happening?
Oh no! Spicy wasabi getting it in there with the tens.
Oh, and you have to call there.
Yeah, we have to call.
I hope a 5 comes. Or I guess it doesn't matter. Six.
Yeah.
Really, you have to? I don't think you have to call.
We have to call there.
Do you have to?
We made it 3,300. He made it. He was all in for less than a min, like a. Yes, it's a call.
Yeah,
I don't
you
like
said,
calling.
Oh, no, I thought it was the worst.
I don't like calling,
so
but you got to call there and hope that he turns over ace king or ace queen. It really sucks when he turns over a bigger pocket pair, but when you fold there, you're pretty much just like taking away any credibility from your future pre-flop opens anyway. So at least when you make the call, you're letting him know, look, I might be light, but you're still gonna have to catch or hold against whatever bullshit hand I'm coming to the table with. I didn't like making the call, you guys, not one bit, and I hated it a lot more when he turns over his big pocket pair. But you know what? You make the open. I'm looking at Sandman.
So did he trap
I'm looking
you
at Purple
then?
Deuce. No, he didn't trap me. He was to my left. He was
I
to
was
my
just
left
needling
with
you.
4 big blinds. Is that what we were looking at?
I was just needling you for that. I don't know.
5 big blinds.
That's just so huge. But look, now they're all seeing it now. They're all seeing it now. Interesting. Oh no,
Yeah.
that's a
So I
different
mean,
one.
he had 4 big blinds. So we make it 2 big blinds. He goes all in for 4. Everyone else folds, and we're sitting here looking, looking pretty bad with our 5 high. But there's 13,000 in the pot, and it's 3,000 more to call. So we're getting 4.5 to 1 to make the call, and it's just ridiculously bad to fold. I mean, if you fold, it's just horrible. Okay, so that was a little bit of a slide, and maybe if we could rewind the clock, maybe I could talk myself into not trying to steal there, with a couple of drowning stacks to our left. I mean, that's another one of our sayings. We like it, saying don't attack a drowning stack, don't attack a drowning stack. We weren't really attacking the guy with 4 big blinds. We were attacking the guy with like 8 big blinds, but maybe we don't really attack Sandman there. I mean, because Sandman himself was also kind of a drowning stack that might just make the shove against us. The nice thing, though, is that if Sandman made the shove, we can fold. We can't fold the Spicy Wasabi. So, yeah. Crack the whip.
Oh, look, I got another. I got a
With
little
the
Nilesy
observation.
buck. Well, because somebody's asking if it was.
Is this Bet Online?
Yeah.
No. This is WSOP.com. You can tell because of the big WSOP.com in the middle. Oh man, crack the whip. But it is 888 software, so
Yeah, so it's a good.
It should feel familiar if you play on some of the other 888 skins.
Oh, everybody's going to the Micro Millions adventure.
What's going on there?
The micro stakes are going on.
What do you mean going to the Micro Millions adventure?
No. Poker Neo was like, I'm going to bed, and I'm waking up tomorrow, and I'm going. When I wake up tomorrow,
I'm gonna go on a Micro Millions adventure, and we're
yes.
very jealous.
Very jealous.
I want to go on a Micro Millions adventure. I want to be part of the Micro Millions. I would like that.
Oh, this is Niles.
Justin 555 making the shove. We've got King 8 suited on the button. We'll get out of the way. Wow. Yeah, that would have hurt. I think that if we call there or even raise there, Castor might isolate, and if he doesn't, then he's going to flop a set, and we're probably going to check it down. Probably get a little bit hit on the turn. Who knows what would have happened? I don't know what would have happened. Okay, so Durden coming in with a 2x, and I just feel like a lot of our three bet credibility is kind of shot. Once we turn over a 5-3 offsuit, that's what we call getting exposed. So we kind of have to dial down the VPIP and dial down the PFR percentages a little bit.
Sorry, Russ. But
just because I just don't feel like we're going to have the respect that would give us some fold equity if we make a 3-bet there. A lot of times, especially with the stack sizes, if we make a 3-bet here, we're going to get 4-bet by Castor or Durden. And it's going to be putting us in an awkward position with an ace-deuce suited. So we're still going to be making moves. We're still going to be trying to do pre-flop opens, but we are going to dial it back just a little bit. We have to dial it back just a little bit. Wow, Durden's sitting here looking at this raise by Castor and just thinking like Castor is so wide and so aggro. I mean, we've seen Castor do some real aggro things, and Durden is sitting here probably looking at like a king jack and having just no idea what to do. Maybe like an ace jack offsuit, and he's kind of on the fence between all 3 options. All 3 options look like equally bad to him. Folding makes him feel weak. Calling puts him in an awkward position where he's going to be missing, and all in is just risking so many chips. Yeah, queens. Wow. Good game, Durden. Good game. Oh man. I think Durden actually had Castor covered, right? So Durden's going to get a little bit of a rebate there. And I'm so glad I didn't 3-bet there. That would have just been a waste of... How many chips would we have wasted there? So he made it 3,200. We would have made it 64... 8,000? And it would have sucked. Okay, guys, so we are finally at the straight 2x. And let's go ahead and make a 2x bet here. Wow, Stacks Armstrong. Fun little collection there.
it's all free.
Are they?
Yeah,
Are those
it's
all the free ones?
Not all the free ones. There's some of them.
I like Vault Boy.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know about this one. That's a pretty cool one.
No, they're not all
Doom
free.
Guy, yeah. Doom Guy's not a free
We
one.
got the TB chicken biscuit. Yeah,
Chicken
look at that.
biscuit.
So we fire out a half pot size bet here. We kind of hate it. Kind of hate it here. How about taking it easy on us, Caster?
No.
How about taking it easy on us?
He wants to get you.
I know he
last
does.
time.
I know he does.
He's like, oh, yes. I'm going to get him.
He's thinking that I
Oh,
think that he
yes.
thinks
I
that I
know.
think. We're sitting here with a gut shot
Maybe it
straight
just
draw
connects.
caster.
No. No, what?
And that is a scary, scary board.
Oh, nice.
Scary board.
Wow. Good.
If the
good
flop
game,
scares you, it
Kiki.
scares them too. We're able to get through without without having to.
Wow.
I mean, we're not calling there if he raises. If he calls, then it puts us just in a real stupid spot where we basically have a 3-outer on the turn, or we just completely give up and check fold. I guess if you're, but I mean, what do you do if you're in Caster's spot and you're looking down at like an ace 10 without a diamond there? I mean, you're pretty much thinking, well, do I bluff? Just give it up. Yeah, so we have the TB.
I like that raccoon attack.
Is the panic basket? Is that one that is that
It's free.
a sub one?
It's a free one.
Is
You
it?
can use Panic Basket. I'm pretty sure.
I don't think so.
Yeah, you can. I'll use it. Just go to all. I think so. Maybe not, but yeah, right here. Panic Basket.
Oh, and all these TB ones also are
Oh, they are?
all free too.
Oh. He just looks rich.
So not that nice of a collection. I have the same collection.
We have the same one.
Actually,
Do we
have
the raccoon attack too?
I have a bigger collection than you.
That's funny.
Yeah, I think everyone has the raccoon attack.
That's cute. I like it.
I like emoticons; they're cool.
Oh, we should go to. So if we, we'll have to figure it out.
You want to do the TwitchCon? Is that what you're thinking?
No.
Is that what you were gonna say?
The Canada thing, Canada Micro Millions.
Oh no, they're small events, baby.
I know. It's not worth it.
It,
Probably.
it isn't. We could do. I want to do W Coop. I think that would be a really a really cool Mexican adventure. Little W Coop adventure, and I think that we're gonna make that happen. But Micro Millions it's just such small buy-ins that the expected value of that trip wouldn't be worth the gas to get down to Mexico.
Or Canada.
It would be awesome to Twitch stream it though. You know, that is kind of why I'm kind of like, maybe we should. But we can't go down. We can't go down to Mexico anyway yet.
If we did it, then
We gotta work some
we
stuff
could
out.
like just stream nonstop. I guess. Well, we'll figure it out later.
Yeah.
In the future. There's other ones that come about. So
Sandman coming in with a little less than 6 bigs. We're gonna go ahead and make the fold with our 5 high. Poker Neo has that right, Black Talon. So if we weren't playing on WSOP.com, we probably would be using some sort of HUD. I was a pretty big fan of Poker Tracker.
for you, I'm dropping
pre Black
Frank.
Friday.
Got a little lag.
But as it is, Nevada actually has a gaming statute which prohibits the use of HUDs. So we don't use them. So we fire out a raise here with our ace-5 offsuit. If Wasabi were to have come over the top of us, we are probably going to make that call. Caster, I mean, he's an any 2 type player. Ace-5 figures to be ahead of anything he's going to defend with. But he might not just defend. He might, give it a little 3-bet here. So he does. Look at this. He gives it a 3-bet. It's a little bit different than when he made the 3-bet with the Kings, though. You'll notice that this time he's 3-betting a lot more, which makes me feel like he doesn't really want to see a flop. If we go back to the ace-deuce suited, I'm going to let my time bank run a little bit because I want to see that ace-deuce suited hand again. I'm pretty sure that if I remember right, Caster would... Well, that time he was in the small blind, so it's not the same thing. So here we have ace-5 offsuit. What do you guys think? We're not going to be able to get him to fold if we make the shove. We could make the call, but that feels wrong. So we'll just make the fold here, and we'll hope to have a little bit better of a kicker if we decide to go to the mattresses with Castor. I think that he's probably going to be making that 3-bet light quite a bit, but it doesn't mean that we're going to stop. We still have to apply pressure on his big blind, especially when we wake up with a hand that figures to be way better than any hands he's going to defend with. And when he 3-bets, Ace-5 kind of shrinks up a little bit, but I'm really tempted just to make the shove there because I feel like so often he's making that 3-bet with weaker. But I don't think, the way the stack sizes were, I don't think that we have any fold equity against him. So that puts us in kind of the awkward position of having the best hand, but only slightly the best. And, we could have called. We could have called and, saw a flop. That wouldn't have been the worst thing to do. Here, we've got Spicy Wasabi and Lindy Lou as both kind of drowning stacks. So we're going to go ahead and get rid of our Queen 10 offsuit and not put ourselves in the awkward position of having to call a Spicy Wasabi 3-bet shove. We got Rice Man with the resub 3 months in a row. Rice Man, big fist bump. Thank you so much for sticking with us, man. Really appreciate it. Can't tell you how much it means to us that you're still with us, still subbing after it was a little bit of a drought during the World Series of Poker while we were going for the bracelet. It's great to be back on a regular schedule, and thank you so much for being here with us. You're awesome, and we really appreciate you sticking with us through it. We got Louis Helm. I'm grinding the Micro Millions in Thailand. That's pretty cool, man. That sounds like a pretty fun thing to do. It was really cool hanging out and meeting, even though it was pretty brief. This summer, Louis kind of caught me at a bad day too. It was the 6-handed event, and I had a lot of chips, and the bubble was like 100. 100 got paid. We were down to like 140, and I ended up just not getting away from top pair against a flopped set, and it was pretty brutal. But it was really cool meeting you, man. I hope that the next time you roll through Vegas, you're gonna look us up and we'll go grab a beer or something. Poker Rat asking, how is the internet in Thailand? How is the internet in Thailand? Looking forward to the report there, Louis. So wow, Kings, Ace Queen, and Ace Queen. Kings does a pretty good job tripling up there. Durden now with 2 big blinds. Must be feeling pretty crappy about that. We're getting down to it, you guys. 16 out of 24. Soon to be 16 out of 23. Durden really doesn't have a lot of chips in play at this point. So he's probably going to be the next one out the door at this hand, like right now. Most likely Sandman is going to knock him out right here. But some of the times Durden goes ahead and gets back up to 10K. Even if he does, though, he's still got less than 5 bigs, and he's going to have to... Wow, Richard Parker raising. I mean, at this point, Durden can't fold. He's got to make the call. And if Sandman folds, Durden is just going to be really happy about it because, yeah. Oh. Yeah, he's going to be really happy about it. He's not happy about it. I mean, he must have been like, okay, I got queens. Let's do this. And Richard Parker re-raises. He's like, oh, shit. Ah, it's brutal. Just brutalized. So, we say this a lot. When you're playing the limit hold'em, I mean, big hands just sometimes get in the way. They just sometimes get in the way, and we just saw it there. 2 real big hands right in a row for Durden right there. Ugh. Double Ace 420. My email is pretty easy to get. You can contact me through my website, dutchboyd.com, or you can just email me, dutch@dutchboyd.com. So anything any of you guys had in mind, any questions, any comments, any thoughts, any way I can help you out, let me know. Oh, wow. So 16 out of 23. Kind of getting to that point where it's starting to be the bubble play. We got fish sticks, just if you want to see the flop bill to cost all your chips, Dutch. Okay, that's fine. I'm not going to go and defend with 5-3 offsuit, but don't you worry, fish sticks. We're not waiting for aces or kings to make that call. And when we do call, you're going to be way behind. What do we do here with 8-4 offsuit? Hopefully we don't have to make the decision. Hopefully Richard Parker or fish sticks do their job and steal from Spicy Wasabi in the big blind. I mean, if they don't, what do we do? What do we do? I mean, I think making a fold just feels so weak here. Spicy Wasabi knows that we're just so out of line so often. Does it matter? Not really. We're going to fold, though. I mean, 8-4 offsuit. I think Spicy Wasabi is just looking for pretty much anything decent. I think that he's coming to the party with us. So ace-6 off. We're looking at 8 big blinds effective for these guys. I think ace-6 offsuit is probably going to be in the range of shoving. I don't really want to get called. When we do, we're probably in bad shape. That sucks. That sucks. So, yeah, here's a little gift for you, Christina Lindley. Go ahead and wake up with ace-king in the big blind with 8 bigs. It's just very salty. It really sucks when that happens. And now we're sitting there. Now we're sitting here with like less than 3 big blinds. You know, it just gives us no wiggle room. Now we just fold, blind out. Basically, is what we do. A normal raise fold is wrong. You know, 8 big blinds is what they're both looking at behind us. And most of the time, I think that if we look at the push fold charts, I think it's going to tell us that, you know, feeling bad about how that happened is just being results oriented. Let's go ahead and look at the push fold charts and see what push fold chart says when you are 8 big blinds with on the button. And yeah, this is going to be it. This is going to be it. We are going with the pocket 9s hand. We would love for everybody to fold here and run 9s against Richard Parker's 7s. That would be great. That would be great. Sandman making the call is just kind of like a schooling effect. Now we just have to hope that they both have what? Richard Parker making the shove with his ace-10. Can we get a spade? 21 out of 90. That's not going to do anything for us, you guys. It's going to be no money, no payout. Just brutal. Let's go. Let's look at that push fold chart. I'm pretty sure that shoving with the ace-6 offsuit on the button is going to be pretty standard. Not going to be a real big mistake there at all. I think it'd be a big mistake to fold. But and I think that it's just a cooler and just unlucky that Christina Lindley just gets to wake up with ace-king there. It's like, okay, well, what's her range going to be to call? It doesn't matter when she has ace-king, you know. She's like, yay! Hopefully Dutch shoves, yay! It's just fucking brutal, man. Okay, so let's see if the push-fold charts like it, though. So we're full ring. We're real close to the money bubble. We've got 8 big blinds effective. On the button, yeah, any ace is going to be a shove in that spot. So ace X plus, king 2 suited. So it's saying any suited king is a shove. Any king 4 offsuit is a shove. Queen 4 suited and above is a shove. Queen 9 offsuit is a shove. In the small blind with 8 bigs left, what is it like? What does it think about 8-4 offsuit? It doesn't like shoving with 8-4 offsuit with 8 bigs. What about 6 bigs? No. Looks like 8-5 offsuit and the small blind with 6 bigs left is the cutoff there, according to push fold charts. It doesn't really take into account that we're 6 spots away from the money, but 6 spots doesn't really mean that much when there's 21 players left. You know, you're still looking at 30% of the field has to drop before you hit the money bubble, and we're not really, you know, we're abusing that money bubble by making those aggro moves against 8 big blind stacks, where the vast majority of the time, they're going to wake, they're going to look down, they're going to see some random stupid shit, and they're going to fold. And when they do see hands where they call with, a good chunk of the time we're going to be ahead with our ace high. So it's just salty. I hate losing. I hate getting getting my money in bad when I do lose, and then it's just brutal. That's poker. Let's see what's going on. Let's see if there's something else to play here. We've got late registration for the $10 rebuy and add-on. You got it. Then we got the Midnight Mayhem. So let's get into something else.
So are you going to play? You're playing the Midnight Mayhem?
Yeah, I'll probably play the Midnight Mayhem. That's probably how we'll shut it down tonight.
Yeah, we try not to go beyond starting.
And we're gonna start early tomorrow too.
At noon, right? Ish. Noon-ish.
Noon-ish.
If we wake
Let me
up.
see what the schedule looks like tomorrow. We've got
So let's see.
the weekend warm up. Wow, that starts pretty late. That starts at 5 o'clock.
Oh, really? So it's actually gonna be late. So there's no noon. Well, did you want to do HPT maybe tomorrow or Sunday?
I don't know. You know what? It looks like their Saturday schedule isn't even on the site yet.
Oh, really?
So they have their special tournaments on the site, but they don't have their Saturday schedule on the site. Okay, let's go ahead and load up this Turbo Rebuy and add-on. We'll see if we can't salvage some equity here. God, that hurts. I hate losing. So, yeah.
Oh, everybody's seeing the...
So ace queen offsuit. We've got red rover making the shove for 3 big blinds. We're gonna make this call. Can you guys all see this?
Well, they probably can.
Yeah. We'll see what Value Town does. Yeah, so he goes all in. We'll make the call again. Get ready to rebuy an add-on. So Value Town, I don't really know why you're looking down at ace queen off and deciding to just like shove it there after a shove and a call, but it's okay. You know, I mean, I'd rather be in my spot than your spot because when I call the under the gun shove, ace queen starts looking like, what are you hoping for there? I guess you're hoping for a flip. It's okay. It's okay. You know, we had the same hand, so we ended up splitting that guy. I don't think we're gonna fold here either. We got Justin 555 shoving with 4 bigs. We've got the 6s, and yeah, let's not give them the option to come over the top of us. Let's just go and get the chips in the middle.
So what are we playing now?
We're playing the $10 rebuy and add-on.
And that's okay. And that's the 2. Which one is this?
Yeah, so he's got ace 3. He's got 1 over. He hits his 1 over, and where does that put us?
Dutch hates losing.
I hate losing, you
He
guys.
hates losing.
So a little bit of a hit there.
Ouches. Ouches. Ouches.
Ace 9 suited with 15, 17 bigs, and Vegas RS makes the open limp, huh? Let's go ahead and just make the fold here with our ace 9 suited.
Maybe Vegas RS is Vegas Russ.
Richie Gree asking, Dutch, do you have ICMizer? I haven't really played around with ICMizer too much. I probably should. I probably should play around with it. There's a couple of pretty good little ICM trainers out there, right? ICMizer, I think, is more for sit and goes, I believe. But let's take a look. Here's a good article on ICM Poker, Playing the Short Stack on the Bubble by Mikey McDonald. Is that by the Mike McDonald? I mean, he's pretty experienced. You know what? I will say, Richie Gree, I probably should spend a little bit more time with the ICMizer. A lot of the stuff, you know, it's not really. I don't really think that it's going to really help you when you're making the decision in the spot, but it does help you, kind of train to make the right decisions, right? And you can take the decisions that you make, like shoving with 8 big blinds on the button, when you have 11 big blinds. And the small blind and big blind have 8 big blinds each, and you're 6 away from the money. I mean, that seems to me like, is that a good shove?
Are you doing the add-on right now?
Yeah, we're gonna do the add-on right now.
Did you do it?
Not yet. It's gonna hit.
11 seconds.
Rebuy period will end within 9 seconds, then we do the add-on.
Oh, and then the add-on starts at... Oh, okay. I was freaking out there.
So Echo87 saying that Echo 87 saying that the A6 offsuit is the right shove. Louis Helm saying it's the right shove. I feel like it's the right shove.
It was the right shove. It just,
you know?
it's
I
just
think
unfortunate you ran into the wrong
it's just
hand.
real salty when you got the big blind just snap calling you and turning over ace king. I'd rather literally turn over pocket kings there. Ace king is like one of the worst things that she can turn over. And of the range of the calling range, let's say that she calls with any pocket pair there, which I don't even think that she does. With 8 big blinds, knowing Christina Lindley, I think that she calls with pocket 6s, pocket 7s and above probably. I think that she even just mucks the 5s and lower. And I don't think that she's calling with a lot of the weaker aces too. I think that we're getting her off of like the ace 7, ace 8, ace 9, ace 10. I really do. I think ace jack she calls, ace queen she calls, ace king she calls, and bigger pocket pairs. I don't even think that she calls like the court cards, queen jack, maybe king queen, but I think that I feel like her range there and the other guy's range there is much tighter than it probably should be. And it already should be pretty tight because they've got 8 big blinds and we're 6 away from the money. So I don't know. I don't think there's really any question that shoving with the ace-6 offsuit, if we knew that she had ace-king, was a bad move. But with the situation that we had, it's if anyone is looking at ace-6 offsuit there and thinking it's a fold, I'd really challenge you to rethink it. It just is so salty when we get called and we're in a dominating spot, we don't catch up, and then we end up going out 21st. It sucks. Anyway, we're gonna brush it off. I don't feel bad about the way we played. I think that this is poker. This is how it works. Most of the time, you miss the money. That sucks. Most of the time, you're going to be playing and you're going to miss the money. And then when you do make the money, you're going to be making them in cash. And when you don't, you're going to be getting 5th or 4th or 3rd. It's pretty rare that you walk away from a tournament feeling good. And that's one of the psychological things that we talk about on the stream all the time is how can you avoid that salty feeling? It doesn't matter who you are. You could be Daniel Negreanu making a deep run in the main event, and when you get 11th, which isn't losing, you're making $500,000, you're still crushed, lying on your back with your hands on your face, feeling like it's the worst thing that could have ever happened. So it doesn't matter. I don't think that there's a way to get around it. This is just the nature of the game. This is the life we chose. I'm going to go ahead and take a break, guys. We're getting back here in 1 minute. That's enough time to... Oh, what's up? You want to say hi to everybody? June says hello.
She needs to pee. Come on.
I'll go to Molly. We'll be back in a minute and a half, you guys. Thanks for being here. Don't go anywhere. We got our add-on. Yeah. Be right back.
When they come out, does it hurt?
Every time.
Does it hurt?
Every time.
So we are back every time. Every time.
Hurt? Does it hurt?
Every time.
Does it hurt?
Every time.
So, what is that? That is, what is that, you guys? What is that sound clip from? I think that is, just, that's what it feels like. Does it hurt? Every time. Every time. Okay, Queen 7 suited. What just happened? Did we just get a big blind skip us? Is that what just happened? Or did we just, no, we folded 7-4 when everyone raised, right? Is that shaking it off? Queen 7 suited. We got Einstein sitting here making a normal raise and a turbo, which is fine. David giving it a call, and now we're sitting here with kind of a weird spot where we're going to go ahead and make a call and hope for some sort of magic to happen. We'll make the check fold with a 9-2-3 board. You know, if both of these guys just check back, it's kind of tempting. Kind of tempting. We got Einstein firing out 1200. That's tempting too. David says, no, I'm going to go ahead and play my flush draw aggressively. And Einstein's probably going to make the fold here after firing out less than a third pot. I mean, wow. Nope. Goes ahead and gets it in there. And David just gets crushed with his set. Wow. Einstein, that was that was the right move. You know, you had overcards with a flush draw. That's the right move. Make it a raise. Someone else re-raises behind you. You go ahead and get it all in there with overcards and a flush draw. You know, you got 15 outs there, right? You got 15. No, you don't. You've got 9 outs, and he's got redraws. Oh, what a nightmare for you. He must have hated it. And then the diamond comes, and the tables have turned. So how should the hand have been played by David? I mean, I don't really think David did anything wrong set mining there with the stack size he had. He's got you know, I think he started the hand with you know, 30 something bigs. So risking 2 bigs there, kind of thinking that he can get it all in if he does hit a set. I don't think that's bad. You know, and Einstein, I mean, he's supposed to raise normally when he has the ace-king off, so he didn't do anything wrong. I guess if I'm David there, the one thing that I probably would have done differently is, for one thing, I wouldn't have raised so quickly. You know, when Einstein fired out less than a third of the pot as his bet, David's trying to protect his hand, but he did it so quickly that it really almost induces Einstein to make that shove with a wider range than I think even, you know. What I'm saying is I don't think ace-king offsuit with the king of diamonds was at the bottom of Einstein's shoving range, and I think that David would probably have preferred to just claim his equity right there on the flop, or have the guy call and be able to push him off of the flush draw on the turn. So. Anyway, Richie Gree says, Dutch, I do have a free week of ICMizer I can give to anyone. Do you want it? How did you get a free week of ICMizer? Let me take a look at it. What is the pricing of ICMizer? Is there a... so there's a yearly subscription. There's a semi-yearly subscription, a quarterly, a monthly, and then a free forever plan. Yeah, I would like it, Richie Gree. You think you could shoot me an email over at dutch@dutchboy.com? I would like to take a look at it and kind of play around with it a little bit. It looks like it's a good tool that could help me bring my game to the next level. So yeah, let's go ahead and take a look at it. I would like that. The Art of Push Fold.
Are you doing it too loud on the thing? They're saying rip headphones. It hurts. Something's going on.
Oh.
What'd you do?
Sorry, guys. sorry, guys. The levels are off. I don't know what to say.
Oh my god. Are you screaming at them?
I wasn't trying to scream at them.
Let me hear.
So
Levels are off again. Levels are off again. He killed her, they said. I'm gone.
yeah, sorry about that, Anaconda. You know what we got to do? I'm gonna have to raise our mic levels so that when we play sounds from outside of the mic, they don't blast as loud as they did. Sorry, man. Wasn't trying
Did you
to mess up
show
your ears
something?
there.
Oh, was it a replay or something?
No, it's just a little audio clip. Double Ace 420, yeah, Exmoor was... Where are you, Exmoor? Behind you.
Oh, it was an X-Men clip. Oh, for the commercials.
Yeah, sorry, Mary Dave.
Oh, okay. Sorry, guys.
It doesn't sound loud to me. You know, it's, it didn't sound loud to me. Sorry, guys. Okay, so, yeah, what we ought to do is we ought to bring up those, we probably should bring up our mic volume a little bit. By the way, Michelle, your face is getting kind of cut off in the bottom.
You killed me. Didn't you hear the chat?
You're just like
It's just
a
a
head
floating
now.
head now.
Just a floating head.
So, yeah, we should probably fix that because that probably is quite a annoyance.
Yeah, that would be annoying.
I would be annoyed.
I'd be annoyed. I am annoyed.
I'm annoyed now. No, I'm not.
I'm actually just kind of angry at myself. I'm kind of angry at my past self.
Don't be angry at yourself. Oh God, I hear something. Oh, that's my thing. I gotta mute everything on mine.
5-2 suited.
Good day, cloner.
It's pretty much the same spot. Pretty much the same spot as the Queen 7 suited. We could call if we want. I kind of feel like we're kind of at that point where the stack size that we have, we're risking too much. We're putting in 8% of our stack with a 5 high just to defend there. And even though the pot odds are tempting, the implied odds also are tempting. We're probably not that far behind what Einstein's coming into the party with. We're gonna go ahead and give it a fold. So, Cloner, great to see you, man. Great to see you. Yeah, it was X-Men. Everyone knows it's X-Men.
X-Men. I'm eye candy and I'm hot.
Eye candy.
And I'm your grandma.
Your
No.
grandma. Your grandma's eye candy.
No, it says La Aquarius. Is that what is it? La Aquarius? La Juarius. What did that one say? Oh, I missed it. I'd bang her. Dutch doesn't like people saying I'd bang her.
Yeah.
Sorry.
You can say she's pretty and eye candy, but I'd hit it.
Sorry,
That's
I
a
didn't
little
do that.
bit-
I didn't do that.
It's a little bit over the top there, Chillmore. Yeah. Timed out. Take a little time out, sir. Sir. Take a little time out. Yeah, Richie agree. I would love to take a look at it. And yeah, I feel like It looks good. Got a little affiliate program too. Maybe maybe if it's really good and it's a product I can get behind, I'll just sign up to the affiliate.
That'd be a good idea.
Yeah.
Oh, so I haven't played Farmville in a long time. So I decided to see my Farmville. Oh my gosh, my farm is so big.
Okay, guys, King Queen suited. That looks pretty good. That looks like aces to me. I mean, like that looks really good to me. Are you guys looking at King Queen suited the same way I'm looking at King Queen suited? Especially when we've got Einstein making not a min raise like he did with the Ace King. This looks really pretty to me right now. 2. We'll go ahead and give it a shot. Hopefully we just slide through without having to see a flop. When we do see a flop, hopefully we're up against a weaker hand like, you know, Queen Jack. When we are up against Ace King or Ace Queen, hopefully we just slide through. So we just slid through. I feel like you know, Einstein with the Ace Queen kind of tricked us a little bit, a little tricky. He made that raise. It was a little bit of a different sizing amount, and it kind of got into our head and made us think that we were ahead with our King Queen suited. Jeff Murr saying you need to increase the volume of your mic. Hardly can hear you. Oh gosh. Okay. This is what we're gonna do, guys. I'm gonna go ahead and increase the mic level a little bit. So
My mic?
both of our mics. We're gonna up the mic levels just a little bit, and hopefully we don't blow you guys out. So just we're increasing the volume of the mic a little bit, and then that way, anytime we have some background effects or noises or anything, it's not going to be as drastic. Okay, so turn down the levels of your speakers when I do this. I'm just giving you guys fair warning. We're raising it up a little bit.
So it's allowed to people who use headphones.
We're raising it up, guys. And that was one of the microphones. Here comes the other microphone. Hopefully this doesn't produce a...
Echo or...
Yeah, I mean, one of the reasons
an echo,
we kind of had the mics down was because it traditionally has kind of produced an echo. Okay, so hopefully it's not going to have an echo. The mics are up, guys. The volume's up. And now any system volume that we have is going to be a little bit lower. And we're not going to bust your ears up. Okay, 18 off. We'll make the fold. We will make that fold, you guys.
Did you get any donations, Dutchie? Somebody said it sent us a little something. Did we get it?
We did. It didn't come up. I don't know why that didn't come up. Didn't see it. But
I like money.
Nightwilder, it came up a $20 donation. Nightwilder.
Thank you.
Big fist bump. Thank you so much. I have no idea why that alert didn't pop up. I wonder if we're missing some other. It was supposed to have a little alert going up, and it looks like the donations alert box is just down. Twitch alerts is still. I mean, it's a third-party thing that we use to bring the alerts up. So it didn't come up, but it did actually. It looks like maybe we also got CT Sherman as a resub too.
CT Sherman's a resub?
It says latest subscriber on our thing, and it didn't come up. So CT Sherman.
I didn't see it. Subscribe.
Big fist
on
bump.
mine.
I don't see it either.
him.
I also don't see the badge on him
I don't see
either.
his badge. Oh no.
Looks like Twitch is might be
is
kind of
being-
screwing up, you guys. So let's raise here. And Nightwilder, thank you so much for supporting the stream with that donation. I really appreciate it, man. $20 is that really helps out. Thank you very much, and I really appreciate it. If there's anything I can do for you to express my gratitude, I want you to let me know. Dutch@dutchboy.com. I'm here for you, man.
Oh yeah, there was.
Thank you for
Cammy had
helping us out.
a question, and you were talking about.
Okay, yeah. Let me read this really quick. We say, "I ask again, Dutch. You have missed my question."
Sorry, apologize.
I apologize, Cammy. We're gonna make this fold with 5-4. I have a question about playing against very aggressive player. It was 6-max tournament, final table bubble. My table had 3 players, so I mean, right off the bat in a 6-max tournament, This is definitely an online tournament because in six max, in a live situation, they're going to go ahead and combine the 6 into a 7 unofficial final table. So you have 3, the other players have 4. You open the button with King 7 suited, Ace 8 suited, Ace 10 suited, Queen 8 suited every time he 3-bet me. Should I stop opening with these hands, or what could be the best play against such aggressive players? No, you shouldn't stop opening on the button. No, you shouldn't stop opening on the button. If anything, what you have to do with your, your kind of your higher range hands here, like the Ace 10 suited, the Ace 8 suited, is when you're getting 3-bet, you need to go ahead and put him to the test and 4-bet shove. So King 7 suited, Queen 8 suited. I think it's okay to open when you get 3-bet. King 7 suited, Queen 8 suited. I think that I probably when I'm getting 3-bet there from the small blind to the big blind, and I'm opening on the button, I'm usually going to go ahead and force him to see a flop with me too. Yeah. So this is kind of an awkward spot. And we're sitting here with 18 bigs, and 18 bigs feels like too much of a shove. Normally we're making it, wow, and we just crush it. 9-10 Jack is stone cold nuts here. He fires out. Let's go ahead and just get the rest of it in. I don't think that he's folding, and I don't really want I don't want a card to come out that can chill our action. So. Always nice when you got the guy just drawn pretty much stone cold dead. Stone cold dead on the flop. He actually turned some outs to a full house, but for the most part we just got him. Here, now he's just kind of tilting, raising. Okay, so Cammy.
So right now the mic is catching up to our adjustment, so if there's any more adjustments, we're going to hear it in a minute.
Okay, yeah.
So, yeah, back to Cammy. Sorry,
so,
Cammy.
So, Cammy, the last thing you want to do is stop opening on the button there. If anything, I actually feel like your opening range is probably even a little too tight. When you're 3-handed and you're on the button, you really should be raising such a huge percentage of your hands. Now, against an aggressive player, he's going to know that you're opening very wide, and his 3-bet range is going to be really wide as well. It shouldn't be as wide as your opening range, and a lot of times it can feel like it's just 100% they're 3-betting you. It doesn't mean that you need to stop opening. The last thing you should do is stop opening. What it does mean is that you should probably adjust your 4-betting range. So when you think that you have the best hand pre-flop, you really need to be 4-bet shoving and putting him to the decision. When you think that you might have slightly the best of it or slightly the worst of it, you really need to be calling and playing a pot in position. So your King 7 suited, your Queen 8 suited, your Ace 8 offsuit, those kind of hands, I would say it's okay to go ahead and see. Go ahead and see a flop. You're going to have position on them. You can play post flop. You don't necessarily have to hit to continue. But with hands that figure to have him in a dominating position or to be the favorite, just go ahead and claim the equity with a 4-bet shove, and that's going to basically include any pocket pair, any decent ace, any like king queen is probably going to be the kind of 4-bet shove. So let's read what happens. I called some 3-bets. He c-bets half pot most of the time. So the thing is, when you're going to make the call, you need to be prepared to continue even if you don't hit. If you have like an ace high, and had to give up, it sounds like he just kind of ran over you. Finally, I turned to very tight mode and folded pre so many hands what I usually would open. I did make the final table, but my stack was down. Oh, I mean that's pretty brutal. We're gonna make the fold here with the Ace Jack offsuit. It's kind of on the fence. It really is. We've got Atlian, which is I really like that username Atlian. It comes from it comes from that. Yeah, Outcast. It's an Outcast album from I think the late '90s, right?
What is the song?
The Atlian album. It's a second studio album released in 1996. I loved Outkast growing up. When I was, just out of law school, 99, 2000, 2001, just smoking a bunch of weed and hanging out with my brothers and JT in Columbia. Man, that was the go-to album. Would pop the Atlians album in and just it was great. What was Oh, their other one was the Southern playalistic Cadillac music. Southern playalistic Cadillac music was their first album.
That was their better album.
You think so?
Yeah. I had that one.
Okay, so Atlian is kind of trying to push us out of the way, isolate the pre-flop opener. We'll go ahead and let him get us out of the way here with the 9-7 off.
Now I have that song in my head. Thanks, Touch. Thanks.
That was a good song. I know what song.
I don't even know if you know that song.
I do.
No, I don't think you do. See? It doesn't go do.
No. I know what you. I know what you're talking about.
Let's see, Boom Baby. Let's see, winner.
C.T. Sherman, man, thank you. He says, I love DB's eloquence. Thank you very much. Okay, so, Cammie, what can you do? I mean, a lot of ICM, when people talk about ICM, independent chip model, and they start talking about, the final table bubble and the money bubble, there was a Mosen, what's his last name, Charania? Mosen did a card player article after his Bellagio WPT win in December, where he said a big part of ICM is understanding the psychology of how your opponents think you're going to react. So the fact that your opponent there, when you're three-handed, thinks that you are opening so super wide, all of a sudden makes hands like ace-8 offsuit and ace-10 suited really big hands three-handed. They're already pretty big hands, but the fact that he thinks that you're going to be raising any two cards there, because a lot of players will. I don't know if you had a chance to watch the old WPT play of Taylor Power and the what was Robbie something or other, where it was the Thunder Valley WPT, I think, where let me get the results up. I'll get to the actual name of the player. It was the Rolling Thunder WPT where Ravi Sunder ends up winning it, and it was back-to-back final tables for both Taylor Power and Ravi Sunder in the WPT. They Twitch streamed it live here on Twitch. It was really awesome to watch. If you had a chance to watch that final table, one thing that really popped out is when it was three-handed, Ravi, the guy who ends up winning it, raised every single button. His VPIP and PFR percentage when he was on the button three-handed was 100%. He didn't miss a spot. And a lot of players have it in their mind that that's the right way to play. And the truth is, when you're three-handed on the button, you are supposed to raise just such a huge percentage of the time. When we're heads up on the button, we're raising well over 85% of our hands, and we're probably a little too tight. So no one's going to say, well, Ravi, raising 100% of your buttons is a mistake. It's not that big of a mistake. The right percentage probably isn't 100, but it's closer to 100 than it is 0. You should be raising so much, so many of your buttons there. Yeah. So realizing that your opponent there thinks that you are raising 100% means that he can 3-bet, and if he can put you, if he can seize the aggression and you're going to miss, 66% of the time on the flop, and his half pot size bet is going to get it. His 3-bet range there, then, if your game plan is going to be call every 3-bet and fold to C-bets if you don't connect the flop, then you're playing a very exploitable strategy, and you're allowing him to exploit you by 3-bet shoving, or not 3-bet shoving, by 3-betting 100% of his range, C-betting 100% of the time, and picking up 66% of the pots. So the way that you really need to defend against that is not by tightening it up. You actually need to go the other way, and you need to you really need to start four betting. And the fact that you're going to always have position on him when you decide to see a flop really is going to help you. So you really need to do two things. When you get three bet in those spots when you're three-handed, you either call or you four bet. Those should be your only options. You never fold. Never fold. And then when you call, you need to be willing to go ahead and raise his C bets, even if you don't hit a decent chunk of the time. So if it comes out pretty dry, Queen 5-3, and he fires out a C bet, and you've got the old King 7 suited, you whiffed it. But you're going to be able to get him off of better kings, better aces, and probably any pocket pair and a queen's a good chunk of the time. So you need to be willing to go ahead and raise those flops as a bluff, and have a much wider four bet range than it sounds like you did. Anyway, I hope that answers your question. I think that's about all I can say about that. This is kind of an interesting situation. We've got ace queen suited, Jason 702 fires in a min raise, and then we've got the button shoving for 5.5 bigs. Yeah, let's go ahead and just reship it. You know, if Jason has better, then we're in bad shape. But so we get into just like a beautiful situation where we've got 121 gigawatts, just completely dominated, completely waxed, and he ends up just flopping the dream flop and finally turning the best hand. So that's pretty unlucky. Pretty unlucky. I mean, you really need to have those kind of confrontations go your way. We had some nice dead money in there and a 3-1 favorite. It's just poker's so brutal. Can we really complain though? I mean, we did run King Queen into Einstein's Ace Queen and slid through in the same situation. So, do we really get to complain there? Yeah, we get to complain. We can complain, right? But it's not like we didn't give the same exact beat to Einstein for about the same amount of chips. So that's poker. This is how it goes. You know, you make the move that feels right. Sometimes you're right. Sometimes you're wrong. 11 bigs with Queen Jack off. A normal raise feels wrong, you guys, but a normal raise does feel a little off, but a shove also feels like it's a little bit much. 11 bigs with Queen Jack off. Usually the push-fold charts aren't really going to tell you what to do because they go up to 10 big blinds. ICMizer would tell us what to do. We look forward to getting that trial code, Richie Gree. 4,400 by Einstein. 121 gigawatts decides to go ahead and make the shove. We've got, so that's 14 bigs. We've got a couple of players behind us. So we're going to go ahead and make the fold with our pocket fours. It'd be great to actually see it. Einstein coming in under the gun here with a min raise, and now he's looking at, when he's getting 3-2 to make the call. He doesn't call. I would have liked to see what he had. So JD Cole, always cool to see you in the stream, buddy. And we are looking now at 13 bigs. Yeah, let's go ahead and just make a normal raise, I guess. 13 bigs is probably too much to shove. We don't mind making a normal raise. Sometimes it just gets through. When it doesn't get through, a lot of times we're going to still have enough to make a little C-bet. So, got through, which is good. And you got to love these turbos. Going from 1K, 2K, now to 1,500, 3,000. So, our stack just kind of got wiped out. And now we have 10 big blinds. We are in 12th place out of 19. How much does it pay here? I think it doesn't start paying until we get to the final table, right? Let me see if I can find it. Here we go. Yeah, it pays 8. So we're 12 out of 19, pays 8. Jason 702 with the pocket queens getting just smashed into Draymond's ace king. Jason versus Draymond. Who comes up top? Ace king. little pocket twos action with 10 big blinds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 left to go. I feel like it's a fold, you guys. I wonder what the push-fold charts would say about that. I think that push-fold charts, I'm going to look at it. Pushfoldcharts.com, full ring, 10 big blinds with how many left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 left. It likes twos up. You know, it likes any pocket pair there. With 8 players left, it likes threes up. You know, maybe it's a mistake to fold with twos, but it's not going to be that much of a mistake. Just because I feel like our opponent's range is probably going to be tighter than the push fold charts would say it should be. So this is kind of fun. If everyone folds, we get to shove. Jason 702 gets to call, and we get to see if our King 4 beats whatever random hand he's got. We'll see if that is how this actually turns out. Maybe Atlian just makes the shove and takes his better than random hand up against Jason 702's random hand. It's going to be kind of interesting if Atlian decides to just make a normal raise. Yeah, so we just make a max, let him go ahead and call. And his random hand turns out to be better than our random hand. We actually had King 4 suited there is it's supposed to be better than whatever he's showing up to the party with, and we're supposed to basically take a 55-45 or a 58-42 flip. Instead, he's got the ace high, and we're on the other side of that flip. Double ace 420, talking about a fold. Let me see what hand we're talking about. Oh, the queen jack off.
Frana Lulu has a question about PLO. Or is it PLO? I am beginner improving. Oh, no, he's not PLO. He's playing poker.
Frane Rolo.
Is that Poker Stars O? What's that PSO? I thought it was...
Crack the Whip saying, folding too much Dutch. I don't know. What do we fold? So, Frane Rolo saying, I'm a beginner wanting to improve. Been playing for 2 weeks. We're going to go ahead and make this fold. 9-3 off is going to be a fold here. Been playing for 2 weeks, but finished 250th out of 5,000 in a PSO free roll tourney. Any advice? What book or article would you recommend as essential? Love your stream, guys. Frane Rolo, it's great to have you in the stream. Thank you so much for being here. The fact that you're even here asking that question means that you're, that you're over the first hurdle of poker. Of being a winning poker player, and that's recognizing that poker is a game that you can get better at. You know, a lot of players don't even realize that. The fact that you're actually working on your game and coming here on Twitch, watching streams, trying to get better, it tells me that you are on the right path. What I would say is, as a beginner wanting to improve, my best advice to you would be to I would really go out and hit your local library, hit Amazon, and get every poker book that you can, every single one. I mean, at this point in your poker career, you just really kind of just want to dive in and absorb as much information about the game as possible. Read Super System, read the Jonathan Little books, read the the live Poker Tells books by Zach Elwood and Caro and Navarro. Even read the ones that don't get that great of reviews. I mean. You're
going to get some good stuff.
You're going to get some nuggets out, and it's going to be a while before you're going to be able to read a poker book written by a pro. Just make sure that the books that you're reading are actually written by professional poker players, or have pros attached to them, like the Phil Hellmuth Navarro book. You can pretty much stay away from books that are written by guys who also write books about how to beat craps, how to beat roulette, how to beat slot machines. So anything by like Avery Cardoza, for example, you can pretty much skip. Poker According to Hoyle, those kind of gimmicky books, you can pretty much skip. But the best way to learn, in my opinion, as just a straight out beginner, is to go out and read as much as you can. Read as much as you can. From there, I would say Twitch is a good place. Go to watch some video sites. Like there's a wealth of stuff on YouTube. Brian Hastings has put out a bunch of really good stuff. There's so much where you're kind of in a lucky spot, Frane Rolo, where there's is so much. We live in an age where there's so much free information out there. I mean, it's just so much information out there that it's a lot easier to get to become a winning poker player and even a world-class player in a short amount of time at this stage than it ever has been. You know, and I imagine it's just going to get more so. I mean, we'll probably get to a point in the future where you're just going to be able to, you know, download poker as a skill set. You know, the same way as Neo from the Matrix. Look at this. We got Ixfixby.
Thanks. Okay, thanks.
Okay, thanks. Bye.
Okay, thanks. Bye.
Okay.
Okay.
Thanks. Bye.
That's cute.
Sorry for messing up that one.
Speaking of
Big
enunciations,
fist bump. Welcome to the crew, man. Thanks so much for that sub. I really appreciate it. We're going to ship you my DRM-free digital version of Poker Tilt. This is the book that I wrote. Not really a strategy book. You know, Franny Rollo, I wouldn't say that this is the book that you should go out to learn to play better poker. I am working on that book, though. It should be out later on this year, called Poker Tells. Poker Tilt is more my story and more the story of poker in the last 15 years. So, okay, thanks, bye. We're going to go ahead and ship you this this digital version in your Twitch message box. XMO is getting you that. Big fist bump. Thank you so much for clicking on that sub button. Welcome to the crew. Really appreciate it. You know, it's if it wasn't for you supporting our stream, we wouldn't be here, and you make this possible. So everyone who's watching the stream, who doesn't actually pull out the wallet and click on that sub, we really like having you here. But you just realize that it's the subs like okay, thanks, bye, who's actually making this possible and subsidizing it for everybody. So you should probably give them a thanks too, give them a little fist bump, and we really appreciate having you here, man. Thank you so much for supporting the stream and clicking on that sub button. And I want you to know too, all of you subs, this goes for all of you guys. If there's anything I can do for you, I want you to let me know. You know, you're here for us. You're actually supporting us by clicking on that sub button and spending the $4.99 a month. I want that $5 to be the best value you've ever gotten. I really do. Consider, if there's anything I can do to make this a better value for you, a better value proposition, I want you to let me know. I want you to email me, dutch@dutchboyd.com, and let me know what's on your mind. If you have any questions, any thoughts, and we're going to try to continue to roll out really cool sub perks for you guys, because I can't tell you how much it means to us when you click on that sub button. So, okay, thanks, bye. Check out your Twitch message box for that book, and thank you very much. Okay, Franny Rollo, back to your question. After you read as much, all the books out there, after you, if you don't have a public library next to you, and if you're a little short on cash and can't afford the Amazon even used books, go to Pirate Bay. There's a lot of really good illegal free information out there that you can download, and I would recommend that you do. Then go on some of the forums. Reddit has a really nice forum. It's really friendly. There's a couple of user groups on Facebook that you can get to. I would say move away from online. Use online as kind of a training ground, but it's really only going to be about half of the story. And I think that poker, by its nature, is a social game here. Let's go ahead and make the shove here. With a little over 4 big blinds, and we actually do have some fold equity against these stacks. It is for everything. So I think a good chunk of time we get through. And when we don't get through, we get called with 9 high, and we hold. So our King 4, he actually makes the call with 9 high, which is like, he's probably supposed to make the call. It's not a mistake. You can't really fault the guy. He's got 3 bigs in front of him, and he's thinking, okay, let's try to get through this. But he's never ahead there. The best hand holds up. I kind of expected it to come out a 9 or an 8 or a 6 there, and I was like, just gonna have to. But instead, we slid through.
That's when you use the.
That's when we got the penguin
That's where you use the
emoticon.
Slide.
Wow. So Jason 702 just getting a pretty lucky spot there against Atlian with a King Queen, and we lose another casualty here in the $10 at 10. So $500 up top. That would be kind of nice to have. I would like that.
I would love 500.
Queen 10 off with a little 6 big blinds here. Is it a shove? It's close. This is really close, you guys. I'm gonna go ahead and make the fold. I suspect though that that the push fold charts would probably have that as a shove, and we got 1, 2, 3, 4 people behind us. So yeah, they like a queen 10 offsuit as a shove there. Queen 10 offsuit or better. So they don't like a queen 9 offsuit. They like queen 10 offsuit. Kind of interesting. So Einstein makes the call, and I think that was Draymond who woke up with the aces there. He just waited, finally got the aces, and we would have been in real bad shape with our queen 10. But that's results-oriented thinking, and that's not what we're trying to do here, right? Nikki 2 cards, great to see you in the stream. Got Runner Please. Theory of Poker is a must-read, in my opinion. I don't know, Runner Please. I mean, I've read Theory of Poker. I read it twice. And, you know, the Hold'em for Advanced Players was one of the very first things I ever read. Yeah, let's go ahead and just make the shove here. So, making a normal raise is just kind of super suspicious. And making a flat is just wrong. You know, maybe if we limp, we can induce one of these guys to come over the top of us. Maybe if we make a normal raise with 6 big blinds, we can induce one of these guys to come over the top of us. But really, we're just hoping and praying that one of these guys makes the call. And the fact that 121 gigawatts has a little over 2 big blinds in front of him just means that we're always going to be able to show down our hand. And there we are, 50K. So back up to 10 bigs now. Pretty lucky to just walk into aces there, especially in that situation where the big blind has to call us with his 2 bigs. It would have been much nicer if one of these guys woke up with like an ace queen, or decided to shove with like pocket 10s. But we'll take it as it was. I feel just fine about that. We got Delmar guy coming in with a min open. We've got Jack 6 off. We can go ahead and get rid of it. Oh yeah. Okay, thanks. Bye. I do remember that on the.
Did I meet him too? Or no?
I just wanted you to know I was just kind of being sarcastic. He tweeted to WSOP.com. He was like, "Nice to see that quote pros get preferential treatment." Okay, so pocket 7s. We got Poker Police coming in with a 4x, and he's leaving himself with 11,000 behind, which is just like, okay, buddy. You want to leave yourself with a little bit behind, I don't care. Let's go ahead and get it in there. Pocket 7s figures to be way above your range here. And it is. Ace-King is probably on the upper side of it. We have to be, we're on the right side of that flip. And we had the best hand going in. He catches up for a huge, huge pot. Huge pot. I mean, that 82,000 would be putting us in 3rd place here. So 9-8 suited is going to be a shove here with 2 big blinds, 13 left, 8 paid. I mean, it really sucks. We're going to be in a situation where we're probably coming in with the worst of it, and we got to slide through. So far, so good. No ace. Do we slide? It holds. We're back up to 30,000. Gosh. We go with 5s. That's going to be a shove. Pretty much any 2 pair. Oh, Draymond letting us know that he would have won that hand. Okay, good for you. Happy for you.
That's great.
He
made some bad decisions, I suppose.
It's going to be a fold, you guys.
So,
Einstein coming in with a raise.
You were telling us a
Poker
story
Police
about
calling.
how you met OK Bye. Okay, thanks, bye. And then
Oh,
you
yeah,
were
so he
distracted.
tweeted to WSP.com.
Okay.
He was like, because I had tweeted to WSP.com something about the payouts, and as soon as they got them, they tweeted back. And so, okay, thanks, bye must have tweeted the same thing.
We're
And I got
gonna
a
like
response.
take over the poker room.
It says, look at this, we got Ralph on you. Ralph on you.
Nice.
I Ralph on you.
That's pretty clever.
Big fist bump. Ralph on you. Thank you so much for clicking on that sub button. Really appreciate it, man. King 5 off. Is this a shove with 5 big blinds? I'm going to make the fold so I can give him a little spiel. Ralph on you. You are awesome. You make this stream possible. You are the gas that gets us up in the morning. You are the coffee that keeps
Otherwise
us going.
We'd be sleeping.
Thank you so much, Ralph on you, for clicking on that sub button and supporting our stream. We're going to go ahead and click we're going to go ahead and click over a Poker Tilt DRM-free, digital rights management-free copy of my book, My Journey in Poker and the Journey of Poker in the last 15 years. Got some pretty good reviews. I hope that you get a chance to give it a read. This is just the first sub-perk that we're trying to pull out for you. We've got some cool emoticons, hopefully some more. We need to get back up to some more subs before we can roll out some more. We lost some subs during the series, so that's kind of disappointing. But I'm going to tell you, really appreciate you being here, and thank you so much for supporting the stream. You have no idea what it means to us. This is going to be a shove. King, Queen off, 9 out of 11. Let's go ahead and just get through. We get through.
Great. Okay, we have a bit of questions here. If you can take the time to look at the chat there. There was also a comment about how you enunciated the Outcast album incorrectly, and they just wanted to make sure you don't make that mistake again.
Is it not Atlian?
It's A-T, like A-T-L. He says it right there. I don't know the album, so I can't.
What do we do with this, you guys?
Say.
King 7 suited, getting 4-1, plus about 6 more to 1. So yeah, let's go ahead and make the call and hope that happens. We're gonna go ahead and check to Jason 702 and let him go ahead and fire out, because I think that we kind of want him to go ahead and try to move us off of this hand, and never getting him to fold. So let's get the rest of it in there. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Every once in a while I have to recheck and make sure, yeah, we want it.
Okay.
Oh, we want it.
Okay, yeah. I had to look too.
So, good.
Good job. Also, and Polka Dot.
So, what is he saying? It's ATL...
ATLian. Like,
ATLian?
I don't know how to say it, Dutch. It's
Atlantean?
way back in the chat. He actually enunciated it properly. Let's see.
So, Draymond comes in.
Right
we've got the
here, I'll show you.
Ace-8 off. We're going to go ahead and try to ISO Jason 702. Aliens?
Aliens.
And he actually has us waxed here. Yeah. We are at the final table.
Did we just bust out?
No.
Oh, okay, good.
This is ours. 63,000 is going to be ours. But that's not what we wanted to see. We didn't want... we didn't really feel like doubling him up. I thought that we were going to have him... I thought we were going to have him waxed. I thought that we were going to have the best of it there. 8 people paid. We are at 9. So, I mean, at this point, what do we do here? Mr. Davis, open limping. Oh, my God, Mr. Davis. Why? Why would you open limp there? Okay, let's take a look. What was the question?
Well, it was just a comment, but...
How did the $30 rebuy end? That must have been a long walk.
Yeah.
It ended bad, Ami Auslander. It ended bad. We ended up shoving with ace-6 offsuit and getting snapped with ace-king, and then 2 big blinds left. We had a pocket pair versus overcards. What was the question?
It was just a comment about how it was way in the it was way up in the top.
Okay, let me see what just happened with...
Oh, we're supposed to only do sub chat too, by the way.
Oh yeah, we are, aren't we? You know what?
Oh,
it's
look,
okay. We're gonna go ahead and keep it up.
We had a donation too. And it
CT
failed.
Sherman, man, I'm sorry, dude. I don't know why we have the Twitch alerts aren't working for us, and I don't know why. We've got them up on the we've got them up on here. They're just not working.
Man.
I don't know why they're not.
So many things are happening now.
Yeah,
We're at the final table, but nobody knows right now because of the delay.
Let me make sure that we've got this screen capture going. I really apologize that the donation alerts aren't working, you guys. Let me try to restart it here. Get that green screen back to normal, and let's go ahead and test a donation alert. And yeah, we got the wrong thing too. It's just not working, guys. I'm gonna try to figure it out.
Sad face. But thank you for donating.
And yeah, big thank yous, CT Sherman. I apologize that you didn't get the. We had 3 donations tonight, and I want to say thank you to all of you guys. Night Wilder, I Am Crazy No, and CT Sherman. You guys are great. Thank you so much for the donations. I'm really sorry that the alerts didn't come up. it really actually kind of upsets me because
It's gonna tilt him now.
it does. It tilts
Oh God!
me. It's
Go
time
all
for me
in
to
right
just
now.
shove.
Just
Yep.
shove.
I'm going
Whatever you
to
have.
tech fail shove right here.
no, we're not.
But CT Sherman, I really appreciate that, man. Thank you so much. Really helps out, and pays for some mistakes tonight.
Polka Dot had a
pays
question.
for some mistakes.
Well, let's go. I'll find the other question or the other comment later. I'll tell you about it later. But Polka Dot had a question about playing for living for 5
Okay.
years now, and they found that after they win steadily for a while, they
Okay.
get complacent and don't play as much.
Oh, I can relate
How
to
do
that,
I keep
man.
motivated and interested high? After all this time, I found the only thing that properly motivates me is losing for a while.
I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what is going to motivate you. Okay, if you feel like you're
A girlfriend.
No. 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 If anything, a girlfriend will just make you more complacent.
Is that right?
Go get a minimum wage job that you hate waking up for, and get a boss that you can't stand that tells you what to do, and remind yourself why winning is important and why it's such a nice thing to be able to trade your time for money in the comfort of your home without someone yelling at you and doing something that you don't enjoy doing. You really have to remind yourself what a great world we live in, because if it weren't for online poker, if it weren't for poker in general, what would I be doing? I mean, I would probably be doing something that I didn't enjoy doing. Yeah, it's a call here. We don't love it, but getting 3-1 with an ace high, and we got the favorite, so that's good. Hold. Gosh. Why does it keep happening to me? Why does this keep on happening?
Oh, no. Are we out now?
No. We just doubled a guy up with our ace high against king high.
I'm gonna throw my mic.
It does put us on the
It's the
very,
same
very
guy.
bottom now.
Oh,
Was it Draymond? Yeah. I mean, the first time Draymond had the best of it. Now we have the best of it, and he just hurts us here. And now we're sitting here with 30,000 on the Stone Cold bubble. What is the bubble here anyway? Looks like it's a $72 bubble. I mean, I'm pretty sure that what that means for us is we're probably supposed to just fold until the big blind and hope one of these other stacks get into a confrontation. If we get if we have a spot that looks promising where maybe we have some fold equity, or we have a kind of a top 5, top 10% hand, then maybe we make the shove. But it's so irritating when you're in this spot and you look what's going to happen in a minute. We're going to be up to 5,000, 1,000. So it's almost one of those situations where we'd kind of like to have Freezer and these guys hit the big blind. Mr. Davis sitting here with just an open limp. Mr. Davis, we're going to go ahead and give you a bony fish, Mr. Davis. These are the stacks you want to go ahead and take advantage of. I don't understand why you wouldn't just come over, with a shove or a raise or something. I mean, don't just make the call there. It's just kind of inviting you to be in a stupid situation. What do we do with Jack 2? We make the fold. We make the fold. Let me see if I can't, while this is working, let's go ahead and see if we can't test a subscriber alert.
We're gonna like take over the poker
We got the subscriber alert going. We've got the donation alert going. Yeah, so the donation alert should be up now. Sherman, I'm real sorry, man. And he says, stop.
I'm a lurker.
Yeah, Twitch alerts doesn't always work right. Okay, so yeah, this would be really, really nice if a 5 or a 10 hit.
Oh wow,
It's good for us. Jason702 feels awfully shitty about it, I'm sure, but that's a $72 hit for us. Now we are on break. Look at that. Yeah, we are now in the break. That was the Stone Cold bubble.
So,
that was Pocket Kings shoving into 8-9 and getting just cracked. So as much as I complain about missing the flips and everything, the truth is we did get a little lucky against Einstein, who went out 12th. And even though we've lost some flips against some of these guys, we're here at the final table. We are in the money. We're playing for $500 up top, so it feels pretty good. I'm actually going to go to the Twitterverse really quick, and then I'm going to take a break and get a little bit more coffee. Twitterverse.
Here, Russ, I'll find
What's
that
happening?
thing for you to see. Are you on?
At the final table of the 10 at 10, live on Twitch TV. Live on Twitch. Come watch us. Come watch us take this down, and be a part of poker history.
No, shut up. Oh my god, so embarrassing. Stop embarrassing me.
Does it embarrass you, baby?
Oh my gosh.
That's what we're tweeting. If you guys aren't following us on Twitter, at DutchBoyd for me, at First for X and Y down there, we'd love it if you followed us, and make sure to follow us here on Twitch as well. Clicking on that follow button really means a lot to us. Not as much as the sub button. Yeah, if you really want to do us a solid, click on that sub button. But the follow button really does help quite a bit as well. Thank you guys for being here, spending a little bit of your Friday night with us. I'm gonna go get some coffee, but make sure to follow us on Twitter. Maybe give us a little retweet. That would be kind of cool. That'd be kind of cool. What are you doing right now? Oh, I'm retweeting Dutch and Nexamall. That's cool. We'll be right back. 2 minutes, 23 seconds. Don't go anywhere. Okay, guys, we are back. We are the bubble just burst. We are in the money at the final table.
Did you just donate $35? $37? Did you have a $37 donation somewhere?
Let me see really quick.
Because it just said Dutch Boy donated $37.
No. That was
that was you testing it.
That was me testing it out. That was me testing out the donation and trying to figure out why it wasn't working.
Your email's not working?
My email should be working. Oh God, I'm getting tilted here. Who said that the email's not working? Ox Tillet XO. OX Tillet XO. Good to see you, man. Good to see you on the stream. It is good to be back. What do we do with Queen 8 suited with 2.5 big blinds? I think we just fold here. I mean, I think that we're on the... We really pretty much have to have a nice hand to make the shove. We are going to get called. So, and there's quite a bit of equity for us outlasting, Draymond or jamming on face. wow. How does this guy fold for that? It's okay, Poker Police. Maybe we did have fold equity there. So ace 4 suited is probably 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Probably on the shove side. And I think that we do get called, but when we do get called, we're ahead. So we just hope to slide on through and go for the double up plus some. I mean, if we... Oh, wow. Not only are we ahead, but he is just like completely behind. Ah, no! No! Jeez. Just 3 outed. Just fucked.
Sucks. Fuck.
Just fucked. God. That hurts. Now I know how Daniel Negreanu felt when he got knocked out 11. And missed the final table.
You know what's so funny is that all these people are going to come in and they're going to see you play, and it's going to be like one hand. Because you just did that amazing Twitter.
Yeah. No. Nice hand there, Freezer. That was actually a pretty significant swing there. I mean, 63,000 means a lot to us at this point.
Gosh, you just got screwed 3 hands in a row. That's all it takes. But it's perfect timing for the.
It couldn't have gotten better too. Okay, look, we got a donation. CT Sherman donated $20. CT Sherman, big fist bump. Thank you so much. Definitely takes a sting off of that horrible 3-outer beat. What are we gonna do now? So it is the Midnight Mayhem time. I think we're gonna go ahead and jump into this midnight.
So this is it.
This is how we're going to end.
This is the one. At least you hit a final
the
table,
stream.
though.
Yeah.
You know.
Jeez, and I love it how it congratulates you. Congratulations. You just won $72 in the 850 guaranteed 10 at 10. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you, WSOP, for the congratulations for our lowest of the low cash.
It's all right.
Still going to be, it's not going to do the trick. We are down for the day. We had $90 in that $30 rebuy, $30 in the 10 at 10, so $120 in, $72 out. We're down like $48 today, you guys.
Oh.
We really needed a fifth or better. Would have gotten us even there. Okay, you know what? We're not going to dwell on it. I don't really feel like watching these guys make money at our expense. I can't believe Freezer made that call. I mean, I do. He's supposed to make the call. You know, he's looking down at 4-2, which is the absolute worst. And he makes the call hoping he has 2 live cards, and he doesn't. And I'm like, oh, wow. Okay, let's just dodge a 2. Just dodge a 2. And he just rivers it. It's just like, wow. So frustrating. We're going to shut this down. I don't care who wins. We're going back to starting stack. The Friday night grind. Thank you guys for being here. I'm going to jump into the midnight.
So, since you're not playing in the final table anymore, we can go back to the questions here. And the scarf. How many times did you wear the scarf during the WSOP?
Twice.
Oh, twice. And do you feel like it helped you?
No. I don't feel like it helped me. Good question. Good question. It didn't really help.
That is the question that all the subs should have, right? Because they've been here and we've been like,
I mean, we've been
scarf
hyping the
hype.
scarf. We've been like,
this is it. The scarf is it.
This is it.
The hot dog and we have
this is gonna
found the
change
perfect.
everything.
We have found the perfect.
We found the secret, you guys.
To do.
We found the secret to poker success. Turns out it's not study. It's not working on a game. It's not
scarves and hot dogs.
Talking
Wieners.
about hands. It's just scarves and wieners. Scarves and wieners.
Trademark.
Scarves and chili dogs.
Trademark.
But no, it turns out that is not the secret. That is not the. That is not what's going to turn everything around.
No, it's not.
So it wasn't such a bad summer though. Five cashes was okay. Yeah, 5 cashes was okay.
You know what? We're alive. We're healthy.
Back to the Twitch grind.
We're working out. We're
working out almost every day and watching what we eat.
Counting our calories. It sucks.
Okay, we're going to. So here's a fun little trivia for you, Michelle.
No.
We're gonna make the call.
False.
Here. Do you know what my first ever album was? And it wasn't a CD. It was actually a tape. I got a little handheld recorder.
Yes, I do. Just give me some time.
When I was 8 years old, And she and my aunt
Oh, your aunt.
also, well, kind of a friend of the family aunt. She also gave me a bunch of like 4 or 5 albums. Actually, no, it was just 2 albums. She gave me 2 albums, on tape. You know, on the audio cassette tape. Do you know what they are? What they were? The very first
Album and the
albums I ever
Chipmunks.
had. Nope. No, it was grown up taste.
Oh, it was a grown-up tape.
Yeah, it was grown up.
Should I know this?
I think I told you before.
Let There Be Trolls or the Troll Tale.
I'll give you a hint.
Okay.
The
Men of
the
Mouse.
line, "I'm working out almost every day and watching what I eat,"
Oh, I should
was
know.
in one of the was on one of the hit songs, one of the singles from this album.
That really made Ralph, by the way. I don't know, honey. What is it?
The correct answer is,
Jerry Lewis in the News.
that's right.
Was that
Jerry
right?
Lewis in the News.
Good guess.
Yeah, it was a great guess. Yeah, Jerry Lewis.
I
He
should
was one of
know
my
that.
he was one of my favorites. Hip
Was
to
it
be
really? Are
square.
you being funny?
It was Huey Lewis actually.
Huey.
Jerry Lewis is
Huey, Jerry.
yeah, same thing.
One's with Dean, one's with not. I like Dean.
Good.
I like the Jerry Lewis better.
Good getting that out of your memory though.
Oh,
Yeah,
gosh.
hip to be square. Hip to be square. I'm working out almost every day and watching what I eat. That is Huey Lewis.
Oh my god! I think you mentioned that.
He was, he was my favorite when I was 8 years old because he was the only thing I listened to. He's like, "Oh, do you like Huey? Do you listen to Huey Lewis?" I only listen to Huey Lewis in the News. Oh, you like listening to Huey Lewis in the News? It's all I ever listen to. It's the only thing I have. Could you imagine? That's a special kind of hell, right?
You know the.
If we
do you
lose,
know what my first record was?
let me think about this.
I had a record.
Let me think about
Well, I've
it.
had I
Rob
don't remember.
Zombie.
No record.
Was it Alvin and the Chipmunks?
No, I probably did have Alvin and Chipmunks, but I don't remember. But I did have a little Grasshopper record player, but I don't remember what I used to play on that, so I'm not going to count that. But my record,
Like
like a music record.
a Michael Jackson.
No,
Was it
a
like
record, like a vinyl?
Michael Jackson had vinyls?
Yeah,
you
but it
know.
wasn't my vinyl. I didn't have that vinyl. I
Okay,
had that CD.
so let me think about it. So you had a vinyl.
Yeah.
Was it like a grown-up?
Yes, it was a grown-up vinyl.
It was a grown-up
You'll never
vinyl.
guess.
Was it like a girly grown-up, like a Madonna or Cyndi Lauper?
No, it was a guy.
It was a guy. Was it from the 70s?
No, not from the 70s.
60s?
Well, I wasn't like a kid. I was like, probably 15. 16.
Oh, so you were all
So
grown
I guess
up.
I was all grown up.
Did you buy it yourself?
No, I got it for Christmas.
Your dad gave it to you?
My dad gave it to me to see if he.
Okay, so is it like Rush?
Okay, no, it was.
AC/DC? Whoa. Let me guess. Was it a single performer or was it a band? You have to think about that? Was it a comedy album?
Oh, that's the first record, actually, now that I think about
Cheech
it.
and Chong.
No, not Cheech and Chong.
Basketball Jones.
No, that was a good one. That one. I did. That was one of the first ones I did listen to, actually. But we bootlegged that one, and it was a tape.
How do you bootleg a vinyl?
Tape.
Oh,
It was tape.
it was a tape.
Yeah, we used to listen to Cheech and Chong all the time on tape. All the time.
Okay.
And we were, like, really young, actually.
Cheech and Chong, they were the
But that wasn't-
funniest.
But that wasn't the one I got.
Right?
Robert
Palmer.
Yes.
No kidding.
Yes. That's my first record. Simply Irresistible.
Simply
The hit. It
irresistible.
was like the great, but it was a record, so.
What do you think that song means?
But my very first record, thinking,
Every time I've heard that song, I've always wondered, like, what did he mean by that song?
means that they're
What
simply
was the message?
irresistible.
What was like the deeper
Are you
meaning
serious?
that? No, I'm not.
Okay,
What
now
am I-
what are we playing the midnight?
Yeah, we're playing the minute. We got B. Shriver sitting here open limping. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and
There's just-
punish the limper. B. Shriver, of
See.
course you're going to not fold. You know we're doing this with any two, of course. Doesn't matter.
Are
We're gonna take the pre-flop aggression. We're going to go ahead and fire out a
Do you put the M screen up there?
post-flop
Yeah,
C bet. Let's go ahead and take a look and see what the onion had for me the other day is ZZ Top. The
ZZ Top
headline
would've been
was
good.
ZZ Top reveals meaning behind classic song Legs.
Yeah, I saw that one. Yeah.
The story read, in Houston. More than 3 decades after the song was a chart-topping smash and became an instant classic rock staple, ZZ Top finally revealed to fans Tuesday the meaning behind its iconic hit "Legs." I don't know why I think that's so funny.
You're the only one, I think, in the world.
I thought it
think
was
that's
so
hilarious.
funny. Listen to the quote. People have been coming up with all these crazy
Look at you. Oh my god.
People have been coming up with all these crazy interpretations for 30 years. So we finally decided
I don't think
to
we're
just
being
come
very
out
nice.
and say that the song's about a woman's sexy legs. And
You think it's so funny.
And how much they make us want her sexually. I could just imagine like an AMA. I mean, like some ZZ Top fan. So, in the song "Legs,"
What is the deeper
what is the
meaning of that?
what is the
Are you traveling?
what's
Are
the
you
meaning?
a runner?
I have an interpretation. I think that what it is it's a song against the industrialization and western expansion of. We've decided to finally come up with let our fans know what we meant when we sang "She's got legs, she knows how to use them."
I used to like that.
Oh,
scene. You're
my
ruining
gosh.
you're ruining my childhood. I used to
Robert
like that
Palmer is basically the same thing.
scene. Is it Robert Palmer? Yeah, Robert Palmer. Yes, he was he had a really good record. I used to listen to it all the time. He used to dance in my room like crazy.
Man,
person.
and that
It's
music
crazy.
video, the Simply Irresistible music video, that was the one where
It's
all
the
the
best
girls...
video. It's
Oh
so
my
good.
gosh,
Did you-
it's so bad.
It's so
It's
good.
so bad.
It is such a good video because it's so simple.
Robert Palmer. Oh my god.
Oh, I would love Aerosmith, but I did have Aerosmith was really good.
Yeah, I would say so.
Anyway, so let's go play some poker. Don't diss the music that I like.
And then the Addicted to Love.
It's very good.
Oh wow, I didn't know. Robert Palmer isn't alive anymore. Did you know?
No, I didn't know that.
He's dead.
When did he die?
Last week.
No, he did not.
Yeah, died.
Oh my gosh, is
No,
that
no,
horrible?
no, I'm sorry. I'm
Okay.
sorry. 2003.
See, I didn't even know.
I'm sorry. I mean, it's 12 years ago. He's
Okay,
been
good, then
gone.
it's like I didn't even know he was alive. I didn't.
Let's have a moment of silence for Robert Palmer.
for the leg guy. Ace of Base is the guess. That was a good one.
Ace of Base, yeah.
Dun, 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 dun.
I remember when I was singing. So Ace of Base must have come out. I must have been like 11, right? That must have come out like 91.
Yeah.
And I remember just like really getting into that "All That She Wants Is Another Baby" song.
Oh, that
Yes.
doesn't have a meaning.
All that she wants. And my mom listened to me sing that, and she was like, "What are you singing? What are you listening to?" That was the first time she actually started getting a little worried about the media that Bobby and I were consuming.
You should tell him about. This is a good one.
Rhino.
You should tell him about when you guys were watching
Coming
He-Man.
up with that 3-bet.
Why you couldn't watch He-Man anymore?
No, I don't.
Come on, that's
No,
really
no,
funny.
no.
It's
It's
such a good story.
embarrassing. It's
It's a
embarrassing.
good story.
Okay, Rhino, we're gonna go and get out of your way. That's a pretty good 3-bet. Pretty good 3-bet, and if you're getting us off of the best hand with our Ace 5 suited, then more power to you. So yeah, it's always a weird tournament. The 20 at 20, no rebuys, no add-ons, just start you off with 2,000, which feels like a lot, and it is a lot. You know, the next level, 2040, we're gonna have 40 big blinds. The level after that, but it quickly turns into not a lot. You know, so a little more conservative with our stack. This is it. This is all we got. You know, this is we've got one shot to turn it around tonight. We did make a final table, and that didn't go too well. But this is it. Every tournament is a second chance.
Dutch, will you please tell us the story?
Nope.
Please, that's my favorite
Nope.
story.
Nope.
It's my
Really, that's your favorite
Yes,
story.
in
This
the
is
whole wide
so.
world.
Here's something that a lot of people. Oh, look, we got David Plastic.
Hi, David.
Great to see you, buddy. Awesome to see you. on
Don't change the
stream.
subject, Dutch.
Great to see you, David. Yeah. So let me think. Do I want to tell the story? Not really. Not really. We'll save it for another time.
No, tell it. It'll be fun.
Okay. So when a lot of people don't know this, right? And a lot of people didn't know this, but when I was growing up, I actually grew up Mormon. We were a pretty strong Mormon
Don't
household.
break your hand though.
Until I got old enough where I could use Google, and that pretty much was the end of that. I write very, very briefly about my loss of faith in poker tilt, very briefly, just because I don't, I want to be respectful of everybody's beliefs, and but we talk about it on the stream all the time. I am pretty much an atheist at this point. I don't discount the idea that maybe there's more
just get
to
the
existence
story.
and consciousness and life. I mean, consciousness is such a huge mystery. The fact that there is something rather than nothing in this world is such a huge mystery that, and it's not like science has all the answers, but so the story is this: if you don't know anything about Mormonism, there's some kind of fringe beliefs that it's kind of like taking all the baggage and all of everything that is that Christianity has, and then adding a bunch to it. So it's like all the crazy stuff from Christianity, and I'm sorry if you're like super Christian. A lot of people are. I once was too, but there are some things in Christianity which
Yeah, but
can't really explain
let's just get
from
on
a
to
scientific
the
level.
cool story.
Well, this is why I didn't want to tell it, Michelle. This is why I didn't want to tell it, because you have to set it up. You have to tell it. It's not going to make sense if we just say, okay, well, I was a kid. I'm not going to tell it anymore.
No, okay, go tell it. Yes, it would make
We're
sense.
done.
It
No,
would make sense.
it doesn't make sense.
Okay,
and
fine.
We're done.
I won't bother you. Keep on going.
No,
Keep on going.
I'm just going to focus on what's important. I've already offended half of our audience, so I'm not going to talk about it anymore. We're done.
But
We're
it's
done.
a really funny story.
It's funny to you. It's not
it's
even
so
funny to
funny.
me when I think
It
about
is
it. It's
so
just kind of an
funny.
embarrassing story.
No, it's all it is that
Okay.
Dutch stopped watching He-Man.
My mom stopped letting us watch He-Man because what ended up happening is she bought us a little
So
He-Man
cute.
sword when we were
It's so
kids, and I'm
cute.
2.5 years old, and I'm running around in my underoos. I got He-Man underoos on, and I lift up my sword, and I declare, I go, by the power of the priesthood. Now, if you remember He-Man, that's not what he says. He says, by the power of Grayskull. And the priesthood, you probably don't even know what that is. It's something in Mormonism where all boys, when they're 12 years old, they get the priesthood, and then they're able to perform miracles. Doesn't actually work, But when you're like trying to teach your kid about Mormonism and teaching him, to respect the priesthood, the priesthood, then he watches He-Man and sees that He-Man has the power of,
Grayskull.
the Gray
People,
Skull.
have you guys seen He-Man?
Get a little bit confused, as a little kid, and that's when my mom stopped letting us watch He-Man because she didn't want us confusing the power of Grayskull with the power of the priesthood.
I think it's pretty cute.
So, yeah.
I used to watch She-Ra. He-Man, but He-Man was also really cool because they actually manufactured He-Man to sell toys. Did you know that, Dutch?
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, He-Man was actually a story that was made up to sell toys.
I don't think that's true.
Yes, it is. The guy made it just to sell toys, and then at the end of it,
No.
yes, it is.
I think She-Ra might.
No, He-Man was the guy. The guy that actually was.
Oh yeah, because
was
they
part
kind of
of-
didn't they kind of base He-Man on Conan?
They
kind of
based him
looked
on
at.
like buff guys, or I don't exactly know what they based it on, but
So you're
the guy-
saying that the whole He-Man was just a scam to sell action figures and plastic swords to 2-year-old kids?
and
It was a marketing.
because He-Man always had lessons. Remember, kids, you don't.
Wow, look at that. He-Man and the Masters of the Universe is an American animated television series produced by Filmation based on Mattel's toy line Masters of the Universe.
Thank you.
So you're telling me that the toy line came out
Yeah.
before the show?
I'm not sure how the toy line came out, but they based the show as a big commercial for the toy line. Yeah, in the book Console Wars, the guy that works for Sega used to do that, and that's what he did.
Man, the more I think about He-Man, the more it was just so derivative of other things. I mean, you got Flash Gordon in there combined with Conan, and
Well,
then you kind of mix that with the Cowardly Lion from Oz. and Skeletor. Why was Skeletor bad again? Besides the fact that he looked bad.
I love Skeletor.
Yeah.
You don't even know the
And
lore.
he
You
was
weren't
like a
allowed to watch it.
prince.
I know the lore. I actually sat in my adult life and watched them all, so I don't know what Dutch is even talking about.
This is
He
from
thinks
someone who doesn't
he's
even smoke
making it
weed,
up.
by the way. This is a girl who's just like completely sober, deciding
like-
that she's going to go to the beginning
I
of
like that
He-Man
stuff.
and watch all the way through. Wow, so
Dun, dun,
toy
dun,
franchise.
dun, dun,
It starts as
dun,
a
dun,
toy
dun.
franchise.
Yeah,
starts as a toy
he
line.
made them millions. He was a genius. Then She-Ra came after.
Stratos, a bird-like winged warrior and one of He-Man's main allies.
So, okay, so the story of He-Man, you know the story. You don't even know the story of He-Man and She-Ra. Like, he has a twin sister. That's how they integrated them together. There's Skeletor and there is, what's the other guy's name?
It's true. Look at this. He-Man and the Masters of the Universe came after the toys. It debuted September 5th, 1983 with the episode The Diamond Ray of Disappearance.
Such a good show. If you
Through
guys haven't watched He-Man
two
and
seasons
She-Ra,
totaling 130
such a good
episodes.
show.
So 130 episodes. It came out on September 5th, 1983, but the actual toy line came out 2 years before in 1981. And no, I guess it was first released in 1982.
It was supposed to come together
So they just came out with the toys first, and then they came out
with the whole storyline.
with the whole storyline and the lore and everything, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Well, they got me for some money. Well, not me. They got my family for some money.
No, they
Someone
got
bought
my-
me
I
a
love
He-Man sword.
I
Yeah.
think it's a cute story.
Pippin 87. Story-a Riot. Story-a Riot.
Yeah, isn't that interesting though? It's in the book Console Wars. The guy that used to work for, that was the CEO, or he worked within Sega, used to work for Mattel or Hasbro. Is it Hasbro? It's Hasbro, right? Or is it Mattel? Could be Mattel.
Hasbro.
Is it Hasbro?
You're talking about the guy who made the Final Nine? Pierre Nouvelle.
No, I'm talking about He-Man.
Okay. What
Is
did we...
it Mattel or is it Hasbro? The line.
He-Man is Mattel.
Mattel. That's what I was
Yeah.
wondering. Yeah. And you know what? I bet Peter Novell would know.
Yeah, I bet he would. I bet he knows the guy.
So
I bet he knows the
actually,
guy who came up with
speaking of
He-Man.
all this wonderful,
Let's bring it back to
game-
poker.
Yeah, let's bring it. Now we're bringing it back, and the guy that's in the final 9. I think he's like 3 in chips, maybe.
I think he's like third or fourth. I mean, the fact is, the guy who has the chip lead right now, Joe McKeon, 2 circuit rings. On paper, he's the way big favorite to win. Huge favorite to win. But I'm gonna tell you guys this: if you guys get an opportunity to make a prop bet, if let's say that you get an opportunity to pick 2 against Joe McKeon, I would think that this is going to be a good prop bet. I'm going to tell you what it's going to be. WSOP main final 9. (2015) November 9. Let me see really quick. 2015
That's
November
funny.
9. Yeah, so ESPN comes out with a list. We got Joe McKeon.
Oh, a He-Man emote would be so awesome.
A He-Man emote, yes.
For the power of Grayskull.
Yeah. So let's see who's here. So November 9 chip counts. Joe McKeon is 63 million. Zvi Stern in second. Neil Blumenfield in third. Pierre Nouvelle in fourth. And Max Steinberg in fifth. So Joe McKeon has 63 million in chips. And should be the favorite over the field to over any individual in the field to win, and he would be. But traditionally, I think that if you look at the chip leaders going into the final table, here we have it. We've got Jonathan DeHamel is the only one in the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 series that went on to actually win. So Dennis Phillips was the chip leader going in 2008, Darvin Moon 2009, Jonathan DeHamel 2010, Martin Stotsko 2011, Sylvia 2012, J.C. Tran 2013, and Jord Van Hoof 2014. So traditionally the chip leaders have not have not performed as well as their chip stack would indicate. And I think that this is a good prop bet if you have an opportunity to make it. Give your friend Joe McKeon, and you take Pierre Nouvelle and Max Steinberg. And I'm telling you, Pierre Nouvelle is going to be the most underrated player at this final table because he's an old guy. He's a European. You don't really look at him and think, wow, this guy has chops, this guy can play. But I've played with Pierre Nouvelle, and he is surprisingly good. Like, he already has a bracelet. I think he even has a couple of EPTs under his belt. And this guy is surprisingly good. The fact that you haven't heard of him is because he was busy doing other productive things and found poker very late in life. He's kind of like a more sophisticated Belgium TJ Cloutier. This guy is smart. He was the vice president of Hasbro, bringing back the toy line to poker.
Dutch round you, man.
BCLV 81.
You had to play this. You had to play your hand.
It's great to see you in the stream, by the way, buddy.
Yeah.
So he got into poker very late. And he's been crushing it since he has. Pierre Nouvelle is going to be the one person here at the final table that I think is going to be very much underrated. I mean, there's a lot of unknowns here, right? A lot of these guys no one's ever heard of. But thanks, BCLV. And B Shriver, if you're chilling out in the stream, good to see you too, buddy. So
oh, no.
There's going to be players here that I think... and certainly anytime you get like a Patrick Chan, he's got a better chance of winning than his chips would indicate. But everyone's going to put Joe McKeon at a much bigger favorite than I think, because of his circuit rings and because of his history and because he's kind of, this young grinder that everyone's thinking, okay, well, he's the best. He knows what he's doing. Yeah, let's do 480 here. We'll go ahead and do a little 3X here. We got Jaw Ball. Wow, look at that. Jaw Ball open limping. BCLV taking advantage of the open limp. And then Jaw Ball cold calling my 3-bet. Let's go ahead and fire out a half pot size bet and just hope he has 8s or 5s rather than 7s or 6s. He makes the call. I mean, we're not going anywhere. If he's got aces, he busts us. If he's got 6s or 7s, he busts us. Otherwise, we get a nice double up, and that's exactly what happens.
Ooh.
So I don't even know why he makes the call on the flop.
He had the power.
Wow, BCLV actually had 8-9. He would have just crushed us. Ooh. BCLV, wow. I love that you raised to isolate Jabal. I also love that you actually folded when we 3-bet. We 3-bet enough to go ahead and not force you to make the call. I'm really surprised that Jabal called, and that would have been a little bit of a sting for me for sure. I mean, it would have sucked losing kings to your turn straight. I got to think that how that probably would have gone out is I would have bet half pot and you would have raised with your 8 outer, thinking that you had more than that, and I wouldn't have blamed you for it. It would have sucked losing to you, that's for sure. Anyway. My point is this: if you can choose Max Steinberg and Pierre Nouvelle and give your guy Joe McKeon, I think that would be a good bet. Together they have 41 million in chips, and he has 63 million in chips. So it would probably be a prop bet that you could make happen. And I'm just going to tell you, your friend is going to think that he has way the best of it. Take him not as the last longer, to win. Okay. Pierre Nouvelle and Max Steinberg to win over Joe McKeon. If some random doesn't win, then it's a push. If you can get that bet, I'm going to tell you, I think that it's going to be a profitable bet for you. Now, Joe McKeon obviously is just crushing it and doing well. He's got double the chips of anybody else at the table, but traditionally that doesn't really matter. And the fact that he's got a lot of experience helps, but it's not going to help as much as Pierre Nouvelle has experience in life. And you look at Pierre Nouvelle's life, and you look at Joe McKeon's life, and even though Joe McKeon, maybe he's going to be a better poker player overall when all is said and done, but Pierre Nouvelle, I mean, he is a winner. He's a winner, and I've played with him, and he surprised me at how good he was. Not only was he willing to play any 2 cards, but he made really good laydowns, really good bluffs, really good value bets. And I'm looking at this guy, I'm like, who is this guy? Who is this guy? I asked around, and they were like, oh, that's Pierre. Pierre who? You know, Pierre Nouvelle. He's a Belgian player. You know, I thought he was a French player. Yeah, he's some old Belgian guy, and I'm like, huh. I look him up. He's already got like a bracelet. He's already like one of the top players in Europe. And I'd never heard of him because he's somewhat newer to the game, and he just doesn't make the trip. But he's already got more total live earnings than I do, $3.175 million. I guess that counts his $1 million for guaranteed ninth place. They're going to go ahead and put that up. So his best live cash is going to be this, but he's got let's take a look at some of the titles that Pierre Nouvelle's got. I thought he already had a bracelet. I guess no. He has a second in a 5K in the 5K 6 max last year. Okay, let's go ahead and make a little raise here with 910 suited. A little bit on the optimistic side, but yeah, we came to play. We got Jaw Ball sitting here with 321. He's in a pretty good spot to go ahead and reship it.
We also need to do a shout out for where's DeBong at?
Where's DeBong at? Good to see you, man.
Shout out to Felicia, his girl.
Oh yeah, Felicia.
Is that it? Felicia.
Shout out to Felicia.
Hi, Felicia.
And where's
Hi,
DeBong at? Great to see you guys.
Good
Yeah,
to
so
see
this
you
is
again.
this is awkward. I don't really like making the call, but we're not folding. We're never folding here. We're never folding.
Against the 3. Yeah, I mean.
That's a really good question. El Guapo asking, Dutch, if I wanted to know my ROI from tournament play, could WSOP give me that info? For instance, how much I've played in tournament buy-ins. If they can't, they should be able to. I don't know if they... Wow. Jesus, look how that turned out. Oof. That's just brutal.
Gross. That's
just gross. I mean, he's sitting there and he decides to shove with 9-7 suited, which is just bad. He's got 7 big blinds and he never has a fold there. So just fold and wait for a better spot to ball. He makes the shove. We make the call begrudgingly with the 10-9 suited and actually have him dominated, and he just flops the joint. It's like, okay, 3,600. Let's go ahead and get our status up here. 12 out of 43, and that kind of hurt. That kind of hurt a little bit.
Did it?
It hurt a little bit.
Not really. I mean, it wasn't that. It wasn't like he had a lot of chips.
It was enough. I mean, look, it was 800. That was 20% of our stack. That was a nice little.
Didn't he have like a little bit of chips in there too? So it wasn't all the 800. He had 400 of them little chips.
It pretty much crippled us. It was a crippling blow. There goes our tournament.
Oh God, we'll just shove here then. You know what? Shove. Do you want me to take over?
Yeah, you might as well.
Okay. Grumpy Dumpy.
Okay, guys. Sorry for I've been kind of annoying. I've been ignoring the chat a little bit.
Oh, you're not missing anything.
El Guapo, I'll tell you this. I'm not really sure if WSOP can give you that info. They should be able to give you the info, but I don't know if they can or will right now. If they won't right now, I gotta hope that they have to be keeping all that in a database somewhere. I'm not really sure if WSOP... Let me look at the lobby really quick. I don't know if you can go to, like, get your total play history. You can get a game history. You can get an account statement. I don't know what these actually do. An account statement report gives you summary information on all your transactions and gameplay. So maybe the account statement report would do it. Wow. Let's just flop the joint, you guys. Let's go for a little check raise action. Hope that Cheeks or Croze was coming to the party with an ace. We're not slow playing this, you guys. Never slow playing this, because there's enough chill cards on the turn, and there's enough problems where we're just not going to get the value that we want if we slow play. So let's go ahead and let's try to get him to put the rest of it in. It looks like a flush draw, Cheeks. If I had ace 8 here, I'm calling me, Cheeks. I'm calling. So you're supposed to have the favorite hand here. I'm supposed to have some sort of weird flush draw or combo draw. I don't actually. I have the nuts and you're drawing dead. So I don't blame you for making the call there with 8s. Notice, you guys, that there are a lot of scary cards here if I call that will chill the action, and we're not going to get the we're not going to get the value out of them. So check raising there is the way to get the stack. You know, if we check call and then check the turn and then try to suck him a little bit on the river. Yeah, is he calling all in on the river? I mean, it really depends on how the board plays out. I mean, maybe we get lucky and he hits his set on the turn, but the way that it played out, we get his whole stack. And there's not, let's just rewind the hand for a second and assume that it plays out where a 4 hits the turn, and now we've got a straight, and any 5 makes a straight. Let's say that a queen hits the turn, and now he's looking at 2 overcards instead of just the 1. A king hits the turn, a club hits the turn, and now he's thinking, well, he either had an ace or a flush draw, and the flush draw just got there. There's so many situations where we chill our action by trying to slow play those situations. And we talked about this earlier in this stream when we saw that guy with flop the straight flush against an overcards with a nut flush draw, and basically cost himself 20-something thousand in chips by trying to get tricky and slow playing, where the guy would have stacked off to him had he given the opportunity on the flop. And as we saw, I mean, that guy stacked off really, really light. BCLV 8-1 coming in with the raise. We could 3-bet here, but I think that we're probably going to just turn these 7s into a set line opportunity. We'll see what happens if the flop comes out, kind of dry. That is kind of a dry flop. I mean, King's 6-2 shouldn't scare us too much. I got to think BCLV is probably c-betting pretty light here. And yeah, let's go ahead and everything feels wrong here, so we're just going to make the fold. I feel like calling would have been okay and making him show us a better hand than 7s. I feel like raising would have been okay and pushing him off as 6-outer. Everything felt wrong there, so we're just going to fold. When in doubt, it's okay to fold. We got BCLV 81, who knows our game pretty well. He's got the shark icon right above his name for a reason. So when in doubt, practice avoidance. We're okay with that. Tim Crowsoft, thank you for giving me an opportunity to pimp out the Blue Shark Optics. We got that Blue Shark Optics deal this summer, and we're going to be actually coming out with our own line of Blue Shark Optics. I want to call them the check raisers, and they're going to be pretty cool. I'll give you a little sneak preview. Wooden frames. It's going to be pretty cool, hopefully.
Well, maybe you should ask and see how they think.
Wooden frames. We'll probably have some, standard 88ers.
Would it be wood or
as well.
bamboo? It'd be bamboo, right?
I don't know. Bamboo. We're going to look at some of the different wooden options.
Well, we want to make sure it's ecologically.
Yes,
good.
We want it to be green. We want it to be sustainable.
Sustainable, yeah.
We want it to be American made. I'm trying to source out the frames from a couple of American companies here in America. Because I want it to be American.
American.
So they're going to. We're coming up with our own Blue Shark Optics line, and we're going to hopefully give you guys some real good discounts if you guys want to be sporting some wooden frame sunglasses. I'm also going to try to be working with Carrie, the owner of Blue Sharks. Right now, I have some complaints about the Blue Shark line. They are the best sunglasses you can wear at the table, in my opinion. No question about it. But I don't really love wearing hats at the table, and if you don't wear hats, I feel like the back coating, I really feel like there needs to be a more anti-reflective coat on the back coating, because as it is right now, if you're not wearing a hat or something to kind of block the light from hitting your face and kind of reflecting, you end up with a situation where you see your eyes kind of staring back at you, and it's a little bit off-putting. It kind of leads to some eye strain, and right now they are the best thing that you can wear at the table because they're not dark. They let a lot of light in, but they also reflect a lot of light that's hitting your face. And if you don't have some way to block that, mainly a cap, some sort of baseball hat, then some sort of snapback, then they're not perfect yet. And I want them to be perfect, but you know what? There's so many eye tells, you guys. Gaze direction is huge. I definitely feel like my game was so much better in the series when I had the sunglasses on, when I had the Blue Sharks on, and I didn't have to worry about people, taking advantage of my eye direction and gaze direction, seeing what I was seeing. And you also are able to, people act differently when they know they're being observed. So when you're hiding your gaze direction and they don't know that you're just like trying to study every move and basically trying to ghost them, it makes it easier to pick up on information. They kind of get careless, and they don't really, if they don't know that you're paying attention to how they look at their cards pre-flop, and that you're clocking their post flop action, and you're paying attention to everything, you're able to get a lot more information out of an opponent who doesn't know he's being observed. So there's a lot to be said for wearing sunglasses at the table. A lot of pros don't like them. Negreanu has come out many times saying we should ban all sunglasses at the table. Why should we ban them? Well, maybe because he's able to get a lot more information out of you when you're not wearing sunglasses. When you're not hiding your own tells. That could be it. It also makes for kind of a boring poker to watch if everybody's wearing sunglasses and no one's interacting with each other and everyone's trying to hide as much as they can. But let's face it, if you're up against the best in the world at picking up on gaze direction tells, when I'm up against Danny, I want sunglasses. And it's also good for the game in that it gives another accessory that maybe we can get money outside coming in. It's like it's like what is it like?
It's like your big blind.
It's like my big blind with ace king offsuit. Let's pot it up. Let's pot it up and get J-Ball to shove it in here with the 9-7 off. Come on, J-Ball. I know you got ace queen and you want to get it in there. Make the call.
Shit.
He's got the ace 10.
Oh shit.
We're looking pretty good. We're looking pretty good. It's unbeatable. It's ace king. It's unbeatable.
Ooh. That's right. I didn't even think about 10.
Yeah. So there we are.
What?
We go ahead and crack him. That puts us. That's gonna put us up there at the top. I think that we after that hand we are going to be looking at sixth in chips. That's pretty good. We can deal with that. So yeah, it's like golf, right? Where they sell all these different clubs and they sell all these different accessories, different balls and different tees, and it's all of these other things that allow golf to be a little bit more of a plus EV endeavor than poker. I mean, right now the way that people can make money at poker is by raking poker players at poker. Or by winning from losing players. That's pretty much it. You got some, third party money being made in the form of books and training and coaching and chip manufacturers and card manufacturers and table manufacturers, and certainly the production of like the ESPN and all the television stuff is kind of also wrapped up in there. But the more outside companies that you have that can come in and sponsor poker players, the better. It's going to be better. We want to encourage companies like Ray-Ban and Oakley's to come in and have a poker line. We want them to give Negreanu some money. We want them to give the November Niners some money to wear the Ray-Bans at the table instead of the Oakleys, instead of the Gucci's or whatever. So I feel like the more outside money coming in, that's what we want to promote. So as a poker player, I think that Negreanu is kind of doing the industry a disservice by trying to eliminate those type of accessory third-party money, value-added type stuff. Let's go ahead and make the raise here. King Jack offsuit's good enough to make a raise. And we get called by the small blind. We get called by the big blind. It's a pretty good situation to be in. Road hole and bummer making a check here. We could go ahead and c-bet into two opponents, but I feel like let's just go ahead and see a free card on the turn. We'll see a free river card and hope to catch up with a queen. I just feel like we're probably up against better here.
Check it down. Yeah.
Yeah, so maybe we could have gotten bummer to
What
make
did you
the
have
fold.
there? I can't really see.
We had king jack.
Okay.
So we were in real bad shape, guys. I mean, we were bringing king jack up against king queen. On that flop, maybe we can get bummer to make the fold and represent the ace. Let's go ahead and do a little set mining. Let's dig for gold and see if there's treasure in there. Here, little pocket threes. Hit it. Missed it. Let's make the fold here. So CT Sherman, I definitely would like to see transition lenses with a mirror coat. You know, with the Blue Shark Optics coat, transition lenses so that you can wear them as normal sunglasses outside. The AR coat on the back, and wooden frames is kind of what I'm thinking. And maybe also some some nice platinum big aviator style. I had some Maui gems back in the day that I just loved.
And lasers.
And I want lasers to come out of the eyes too. That's going to be the Dutch Boyd check razor line.
Oh, and what are those things? Windshield
and windshield wipers. Yes, lasers coming out and windshield wipers to go like that. You know what I also want is I want mirrors on the sides so that they're kind of like spy sunglasses, so you can see someone sneaking up on you. That is.
They glow in the dark.
That glow in the dark.
That'd be the best sunglasses ever.
You know
I would pay $20 for those.
Yeah, for sure. You know what? We need to write this feature list and send it to Carrie, the owner of Blue Sharks, and say this is what we want to do. This is what we want the Pro line, the Dutch Boyd Pro line to be.
It has to do that.
Yeah.
X-ray. Let's make them X-ray.
And we want them to be X-ray. What do you do with X-ray sunglasses?
X-rays, didn't they have issues?
What do you do with
people
X-ray
cheating?
sunglasses at
That's
the
reason why
poker
they want to
table?
ban them in the first place.
Yes, that is why. There was a big cheating scandal in the heads-up match where a guy probably was marking cards. Probably was.
Well, the cards this year were very, very flimsy.
And what's more than that is they had a lot of surface area that was white. A lot of blank surface area, which actually made it easier to mark the normal cards, normal years. And the suspicion from the three guys that accused this guy was that he was using an invisible ink that you could see with a special lens, and it's called flash because it wears off after 45 minutes. And scary stuff, man. Scary stuff. I think it is scary. Yeah.
Okay. What are we talking about? The cheating?
We're talking about cheating.
Okay.
We're talking about all these new
It
cheating methods that people are coming to the World Series with, and
it's horrible if you have to compete that way. You know, it's not fair.
Yeah, it isn't fair.
How many people do you think cheat every year?
Man.
Well, it's our duties as poker players is to sniff out those cheaters and
expose them. Yeah, and I'll tell you, the thing is, people have the wrong idea. The way to fight cheating is not security through obscurity. The way to do this is not to just pretend that the problem doesn't happen. The way to fight it is to expose the problem and make everyone aware of exactly what the methods are that people use. You want people to be aware of exactly how you can cheat so they can spot the cheating. You want people to, I would like to have sunglasses that you can wear that have the coating on them, so you can see the flash when it's on the cards. Why do I have to go to some offshore site to get the special lens that can read the flash dye? I want that lens so I can make sure I'm not getting cheated. I want everyone to have that lens so that we can flush out the cheaters. So
you should have just played poker naked.
I'm sure Negrani would fight for that, just to make sure that there is no cheating going on. Naked poker.
Naked poker would be awesome, wouldn't it?
I mean, that's the logical conclusion to the argument that Negrani is making, right?
Well, then, like, certain things, like, you would really know. You could really read their body language.
Yeah,
Like,
it would
if
be
they
much harder for them to like hide their pulse and hide their breathing.
Well, if they got excited, their nipples would get hard.
yeah, you get
So it would
aces,
be-
you get hard as a rock, man.
And you'd be like, oh, God.
I get hard every time I see aces.
Well, your nipples, right?
Let's change the subject, Michelle. That's weird. That's weird, Michelle.
Hey, you know
Hey,
what? You
it's
went on
high
like
voltage.
a 20-minute rant on
Great.
glasses.
Yeah, great to see you in the stream. And how much longer is the stream? It's
Hopefully, no.
it's final table or bust, man. We're going to.
We're gonna probably.
This is the last thing we're playing tonight, the Midnight Mayhem.
And then we start tomorrow. We're not sure when we're starting tomorrow.
No, I'm not sure when because I can never remember when the when the decent tournaments start
I
on
had said
Saturday.
noon, but I don't think there's anything on at noon on WSOP. That's why we're not.
We're
playing
going to
yet.
start early tomorrow, though. I don't know exactly when. We're getting back into a regular schedule, but just know that we will be here earlier tomorrow than normal, and then Sunday we're going to be probably starting. I think there's a tournament even before the $200 Sunday. We might just start with the $200 Sunday.
And then you're leaving on Tuesday,
I'm leaving for Fargo on Tuesday,
and then you'll be back on.
Thursday.
You'll be back Thursday
Yeah.
night.
Thursday night, yeah.
you're
So
gonna-
we're
you're
probably
probably
going to
gonna
miss
miss this
Thursday,
Thursday.
and be back Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday for
Check laser.
for next week. The check
The
lasers.
check lasers. The laser line.
I like it. Poker Stud
gosh,
5,
that
great to
was
see you in the stream, man. Awesome to see you. Ace, King, Jack, sickness, yes. CT Sherman saying, DB, tell me about your Bitcoin investments.
Oh,
I'm
gosh.
there. Oh my
Here we
gosh.
go.
Here
What is
comes
Bit-
the
wait, let's-
rant.
Before we go into the Bitcoin world, let's see where Bitcoin.
I'm bullish. I'm bullish.
Where's Bitcoin at right now? Dutch?
I'm going to say
Go look.
270. 5? It's probably
Hey, Poker Stud, how are you?
it
Good to see you.
hit 300 when all the things in Greece was happening. So yeah, 274.5 right now.
Okay, so it's,
I love me some Bitcoin, and I try to get everyone to use Bitcoin. It's just such an easy way to transfer value back and forth. If you've never played around with Bitcoin, go ahead and get a.
you can't play around with Bitcoin because it's not real. It's a cryptocurrency.
Yes.
So it's not an actual coin. But it is cool and it is awesome.
Marsupial saying those sunglasses need condiment dispensers that come out of the ends too.
That's right.
So like when we have our chili dog, instead of having to like go get ketchup, we could just be like, that'd be awesome. And a beer holder on top, like right here on your forehead. You just put the beer there, and it has like it has like a little beer holder on the sunglasses with a big straw. Be awesome.
Do you have a hero ranking? Look, you have a hero ranking.
My hero ranking?
Do you have a hero rank? Wait, no. Let's see.
Hero score.
Let's see. Did you see it? Here, I'll
Yeah,
put
so
it.
I actually think that Annie, I think you're part of Ranking Hero, right? I remember checking out
really?
rankinghero.com, and it was started by two people, and I think that one of the founders was named Annie. So I think that we probably have the founder of Ranking Hero
nice.
here in the stream. Big shout out to Annie RKH, who I think must be
You're hot
one
right
of the
now.
people
Look
behind.
at that.
Oh, is that right?
Well, yeah.
Well, the
I
one
don't
thing that
really
turned
know
me
what
off
I'm
was I
looking
actually was
at.
looking at the founders of Ranking Hero, and I hadn't heard of them before I like checked out the founders, and both of them had a higher hero rank than I did.
You're
So
like, no.
I was like, let me take a look. So if we go look at the
This is pretty
rankings
cool.
right
I've never
now,
seen this before, so this is pretty neat.
yeah,
I'm going to tweet it now.
Patrick Brule has a pretty high hero
And I'm going
ranking.
to like it.
Top 5 by cash, top 5 by hero score.
We need to get your hero score up.
Oh yeah,
I thought it was, you know what, when
I mean
Annie
Dan
put it up-
Bilzerian as a top 10
When Annie-
in
when-
hero score. I'm like,
when Annie put it up, I thought it was Hearthstone. I was like,
No.
Hearthstone's. Oh.
no. This is something they're trying to do, where they're kind of ranking. It's kind of like a cross between like a popularity ranking meets results
I
ranking.
think it's good, and an ambassador ranking, like how much
Yeah.
Yeah,
No, I think it's good. Yeah,
It's like
for sure. I mean,
it's
anything
like
that, like-
isn't there something like that was your juju. It measured your juju or something.
Yeah, what was that? It was like your K score, like a car, like a.
Yeah, I forgot.
It, like,
actually.
measured-
We should actually use that.
What was that? It was Twitter reach score. Clout is what they called it. Clout,
Of
like
course.
the fish from American Dad. Clout.
It's
It was an
Klaus.
honor just to compete. Guys, I'm going to be right back.
Is it
We have
K
a
with
3-minute, 43-second delay. No, we have a 4-minute delay, but we have 3 minutes and 38 seconds until we
You
get
win.
back from break.
Oh,
So
wait.
I'll be right back. I'm going to get some water, stretch the old legs.
Score.
And we're back, guys. Thanks for being here. We're coming in with a Punish the Limpers on my left. Not quite at that point where we're going to go ahead and give him a bony fish for making that open limp. Even though I still think it's a mistake. It's not as big a mistake this early on when the antes haven't hit. So...
Why Why'd you do that? Did you already?
He didn't like my jokes.
Oh, I just gave him I was giving him a warning.
Oh, it doesn't matter. I'm done. See you later, buddy. You can take it somewhere else.
Well, that's funny. Good for you, Dutch. Stan Yogram, this is your domain. Do you want to piss on the? You want to piss all over the place? What are you eating?
I had a
damn
handful
it!
of almonds.
I gotta add now.
Wow, so we just get called in all sorts of spots here. I think we're just done with the hand. I'll make the fold. So A7 off, we'll make the fold there. Doom in the stream, great to see you, man. Because I keep my money in a coffee can under the bed. I think that's probably the best place to keep it.
Well, not if it's a large sum of money, and the government can assume that you're selling drugs.
That's
Then
right.
They'll take it away from you.
So put it in Bitcoin.
No. I don't know. Our government, our banking, and everything has to change for sure. Everything. Our country is really in a very volatile. I can't even say it anymore. I can't even say it. It's so
It's pretty
bad.
late. 1 in the morning. Volatile.
Volatile.
Cali guy with the movie recommendation, Trainwreck. If you like Amy Schumer, I like Amy Schumer. Yeah, I'll tell you who I really like is Tig Notaro. Man, she's funny. Wow, what a cooler. What a cooler for that King Queen suited up there.
God, this ad's like taking forever, man. Yo.
Where are we at here? 8 out of 45. Cali guy 5. It was 5, pretty much. Best was in 11th place.
I really wish that this ad would skip. Skip ad? Oh, I'm stuck in the ad circle now because it looks like every time I skip the ad, it gives me a new one.
Really?
So I guess I should not skip the ad and just kind of deal with it. Ad support, Dutch Boyd, though, so I'm just sitting here. Don't even know what's going on. It's all right. No.
Cali
Dutch
guy,
should not
no. It wasn't a profitable series. It was a down series. 5
Yeah.
cashes, 1 11th, a couple of deeper, top 6 table,
But
5
you
table
did make a
runs.
whole bunch of new friends, though. So that's good.
So it was successful in other ways.
Yes.
But no, it was pretty much lackluster. It wasn't like
It
a
was
disaster.
unfortunate too because it's just a stressful time. Every day is very, very stressful. Every day it's very tiring. There's hardly any time to do anything but play, but poker. It's kind of nice that it's over.
Let's take a look at this Ladbrokes here. So yeah, Pierre Nivelle is right there with okay, Dude Genius makes the 3x raise. We're sitting here with the Queen 10 off. Let's defend. Let's make him go ahead and show us a hand here. So we actually hit an okay flop going for the...
Oh my god, I got another ad. Just keeps on adding.
Really?
Yeah, I just keep getting
It's 3 minutes of
and
ads. I mean, it's either that or the we'll be back screen. Yeah, let's go ahead and...
Wow.
I almost want to just raise here.
I
Let's just
protest.
call and see what happens. Turn is a 10. That's good for us.
Hello, Big Rig.
Go ahead and give it a check. Let Dude Genius fire out another bet, which we will call. Wow, 240. And a 6 hits the end. Can we get worse to call us? I kind of feel like we could. So let's see if we can't go ahead and make a little value bet here with our 10. I think that we get called with ace high here a lot of the time. I think that we get called with smaller pocket pairs. I think that we get called with, ace high and smaller pocket pairs I think calls us. So I think that firing out a little value bet there.
Gosh, now I want turbo.
And making it big enough half pot where he can kind of convince himself that we're on some sort of missed flush draw, some sort of missed combo draw. We didn't get him off the best hand. We might have cost ourselves a bluff bet, but I don't think Dude Genius is bluffing there. I think that he's probably just going to go ahead and check back on the end with an ace high. So we're going to try to get a little bit of value out. Maybe we could have gotten the call if we fired out a real small bet there, but half pot just looks more bluffy to me than let's see if we can't just squeeze a little bit of value out of our hand. So I think half pot gets called there enough with worse that, and when we're beat, we're going to be forced to just check call, and he's going to value bet, right? So if he has a king, if he has better than a 10, if he already has a flush, even like an ace 10 there, he's going to go ahead and value bet if we call to him. So let's go ahead and give a little 3-bet to this. We're making it 750, which is 2.5x. And if he comes over the top of us, we're not going to fold. We're just going to hope that we're in a coin flip situation that we can win. But I think that pocket fours, with the kind of stack sizes that we're sitting here with, he made a 3x with a 21 big blind stack. We're not really getting the right, we're too, like the blinds are too big at this point with the effective stacks to make this a. Yeah, let's go ahead and raise 3x. The blinds are too big, effective, compared to our effective stacks to make that a profitable mining, like a set mining opportunity. And I also think that it's too strong of a hand just to fold and say, yeah, we're just going to give up. So 3-betting seems right there. We isolate. Maybe he shoves over the top of us and we call, and we hope that he has over cards and not an over pair. A lot of times when we make the 3-bet, he just calls and then check folds to our c-bet. Anyway, just know that pocket fours is in our 3-betting range when we're sitting here with 75 bigs against your 21, and everyone behind us has smaller than you.
Did you say what you liked about Bitcoin, or did you?
I'm so long. I'm very long on Bitcoin right now. I think that there's a very decent chance that Bitcoin becomes the replacement to Western Union and MoneyGram. I think that
they probably will.
Could easily
or something similar.
Just take over those.
It's I think something with a similar model, but something that's more safe. Because I feel like people can take your stuff, and you really have no way of getting that money back.
Well, we've never had a Bitcoin stolen.
Well,
I've heard of Bitcoins being stolen from
lost.
people. Sometimes it's frustrating when you misplace a passphrase for a Bitcoin wallet. That can get a little stressful. The other day, I spent 20 minutes trying to get back into my Armory wallet. Sometimes it's a little frustrating. It's getting easier and easier, though. I'll tell you, I downloaded a Bread wallet, the Bread wallet for my iPhone. And I've never seen Bitcoin as easy as this. You download the Bread wallet. You can get money. You can get Bitcoin into it from other places. You can go buy it over local Bitcoins. Meet somebody at a coffee shop. Bread wallet right there. I mean, it's just right there on your phone, and it's so seamless that I absolutely love it. I would recommend that if you want to get into Bitcoin, go download a Bread wallet and. Find one of your buddies or find somebody locally that has some Bitcoin that you can just buy $20 worth and just look at it. And in 200 years, you can buy me a beer on the moon and say thank you, because I for one think that Bitcoin has a potential.
How many years?
200 years.
Well, in 200 years, nobody's going to be around.
I'd say that's pretty pessimistic of you,
I mean,
Eximoa.
there's people that are going to be around, but I mean, I guess tell your grandchildren.
No. In 200 years, buy me a drink on the moon, and we'll all have a good laugh
Ditch
about
wants to
all the
live
people
forever.
who looked at Bitcoin as shitcoin and didn't see the potential, because I think it has the potential to...
Oh my god, that's so funny.
I think it has the potential to replace Western Union, replace MoneyGram. It's a disruptive technology, and we're just beginning to scratch the surface of the potential for it. I mean, it's so much more than just a way to transmit value. It's more than that. It's actually a decentralized way to transfer information too. It's a protocol. You can do all sorts of things with it. Where I'm really interested in like the the kind of projects like the Ethereum project, where they're trying to build news feeds within the blockchain, trustless ways to make prop bets where we can make a sports bet and not have to trust anybody to hold the money. Could you imagine how great sports betting could be if it was VIG free? I mean, that's what Bitcoin could potentially do. How great trading stock futures or trading commodity futures or any sort of prediction market could be if there was no VIG and no barrier to entry. You don't have to set up an E-Trade account to bet on what the price of corn is going to be next week. You just put your money into a blockchain on a multi-sig transaction that's releasing it to one part or the other, or one party or the other based on a news feed, or multiple news feeds. I mean, it's pretty interesting what blockchain, what like Bitcoin is doing, what people are trying to build around Bitcoin as a protocol, and it's not just a currency. And I think that it has real potential. And I think that when I think about like my dream version of online poker, it would have something to do with a decentralized protocol where there's no operator, there's no rake, and there's a trustless system where you're not really relying on anybody to manage and operate the card room. I think that could happen. It's a bit of a pipe dream. What isn't a pipe dream is Bitcoin. I mean, Bitcoin's already here, and they're building tools around it. I love. I think it's an exciting time. It's definitely a disruptive technology, and we'll see what happens.
Ba-dum-bum-bum.
You look at all the people in the world who are unbanked, right? You look at that.
You mean all the people like in the forest? You mean?
Sure.
Okay.
The people in the forest,
And the trees?
the people in the ghettos,
And the trees?
who
Who
don't have access to banks. How do you get money from your buddy if you don't have a bank account?
How do I get money from my buddy?
How would you get money? Let's say this.
Dutch, give me my money.
Let's say not only do you not have a bank account, you also don't have an ID. Right? How do you get money?
You can get all that, I believe, through a money order.
You do Western Union. I could send you a Western Union and give you a password. And you could go there with the password and not have, to show an ID. I think up to a certain amount. Anyway,
I don't know. We'll see. We'll just have to see how it evolves. But I do know that Amazon takes something called Purse, and you can. Have you heard of Purse?
no, I haven't heard of Purse.
Purse. You can buy things with Bitcoin now. With
Oh
Purse.
yeah, I have heard of this.
And it's like a third person that sells the Bitcoin to the person with cash, and then uses that cash to buy whatever item you want to buy. And
It's basically just a third party way for people to buy stuff on Amazon with Bitcoin. Basically, that's what it is, right?
Mm-hmm.
You basically buy something on Amazon with Bitcoin, and the person is buying it for you with like an Amazon gift card, and then converting your Bitcoin into money and taking a little bit of juice. That's a business model that can get destroyed in a single press release by Amazon. So I don't really like the idea of Purse.
Speaking of the Chinese, because isn't there like shit going down in China right now? I haven't been keeping it up with the news, the economic news. I should. We should be actually reading about the economic.
Yeah, I mean their stock market is
crashed or going to crash. Or?
It crashed. They lost 20% of their value. 90 million Chinese people lost 20% of their life savings overnight. Well, not overnight, over the course of like 4 weeks. Let me take a look. Chinese stock market crash. Is it still going? 23 hours ago, China unleashes 483 billion margin trader to stem stock rout. I don't quite know what that means.
Well, they were like, yeah.
How bad is China's stock market crash in 4 charts from MoneyMorning.com? Why China's stock market bubble was always bound to burst from The Guardian, Washington Times. Stock market crash blamed on U.S. conspiracy?
We made it up.
Washington Times, man. Washington Times.
Well, I think that's owned by. There's a lot of.
Washington Times is such a joke of a newspaper.
But it's.
You know what they do there? I mean, it's a very new newspaper too. I don't know if you realize this, but Washington Times basically they take the New York Times and they take the Washington Post and they say we're the Washington Times. Where did the Washington Times? How new is it? It's not new. Washington Times. There's such a bunch of conspiratards. Washington Times Wiki. It was founded in 1982 by the founder of the Unification Church, Sun Myung Moon.
Yeah, it's like an Asian guy, right? So he's probably saying it's a conspiracy because it's from China.
It's kind of like Scientology light, basically.
So, Dutch, was there a story about you in 2003 seeing the devil or something? Do you have that story?
Yeah, something like that. I talk about it in my book, I think. I mean, it was basically a manic episode.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It wasn't so much seeing the devil as far as being super manic and looking for the devil to play poker.
You wanted to play poker with him.
Win a golden fiddle, I guess. I don't know.
Too many cartoons.
I'll tell you, mental illness is a strange beast. I talk a lot about my own battle with mental illness in my book, Poker Tilt. If you're interested, give it a read. Wow, what do we do here, you guys? The flop comes out, Ace, Queen, 8. We've got Pocket Kings, so we kind of hate it. It's not the flop we want to see, but we're going to go ahead and c-bet anyway. We're going to treat it as if we had like a weak ace, because it's basically what kings are in this situation. It's basically like we have ace-3 offsuit. A lot of players are going to check back here, but I just don't like checking back when your head's up at the pre-flop
knows what you're talking about at the young banks. I didn't know that. 2 billion people don't use banks. We don't use banks. I mean, I guess we do. I don't use a bank. Dutch uses a bank.
Well, it becomes,
I just use my looks.
It becomes an issue. I mean, like if you're trying to pay an employee or somebody, you know, if they don't have a bank, it's really hard for them to collect money. You know, and a lot of times it just becomes impossible. With Bitcoin, you don't need banks anymore. You don't need a third party to handle the money transfer between one person and another, which is pretty amazing. The fact that you can just transfer millions of dollars from, you know, from the Middle East into, you know, a mosque in Columbia, Missouri, that is an amazing and somewhat frightening proposition, I'll grant you. But it's the future. It is here right now, and there's no attempt at trying to legislate the problem is going to really going to stop it. It's a disruptive technology, and it scares a lot of people because because government wants to be able to control people. They want to be able to control wealth from going from one place to another. And they want to be able to control information from going from one place to another. I guarantee you, if they could criminalize, you know, the Tor network, if they could criminalize Bitcoin, they probably would do it. And there's a lot of people who are trying to do that because it's very disruptive. It's very disruptive, and it really it puts the power back into the hands of people rather than into the majority of people, rather than to a small group of established system types. I don't know. I'm long on Bitcoin. I definitely feel like it's a cool technology that I like. I think that we are at the beginning of it too. People are if you talk about Bitcoin.
I hope that the technology for our currency does change, but I don't know if Bitcoin's going to be the answer to it. But I hope it is, because we have Bitcoin.
Well, you're going to hear a lot of people say, "Look, you missed the boat on Bitcoin."
How can you miss the boat?
It went up to 1,000. Now it's back up to 275.
But you're telling me that Bitcoin's going to be the future. I mean,
I
it's
think
only
it
going to
could,
be
yeah.
so are you telling me, like, since there's a finite number of Bitcoin, is like only a few number of people are going to have the wealth? Isn't that what's happening right now? Like 1% have the wealth, so isn't that going to happen with Bitcoin too eventually?
Yeah, I don't necessarily think that Bitcoin is going to fundamentally change the class structure of society. I mean, it's not going to solve that problem at all. But what it is going to do is it's going to keep, look at it this way. It's expensive to be poor. It's expensive to be poor. Look at how the banks rape you. You've got a checking account. Well, that's what it feels like. You sit there, you go buy a hot dog for $3, and then you go, you go buy a shake or an ice cream for another $2. But then it turns out that you only had $1 in your bank account, so they charge you $50. I mean, that's you go to the bank to go ahead and get $20 out of your account to buy lunch, and they charge you $3 for that. It's expensive to be poor in this country, and it's all these little transactional fees that they take, which is just. Bitcoin, you're never going to get charged a fee from Bitcoin. You want to spend your Bitcoin, it doesn't cost you anything. You want to transfer your Bitcoin, it doesn't cost you anything. You run out of Bitcoin, well, you can't spend it. That's how it works. There are 21 million Bitcoin that are going to be allotted once all the mining is done, and then the mining is just going to be facilitating the blockchain and facilitating the transactions. So. What is it based on? Where's the value there? I mean, it's based on the electricity to actually generate the Bitcoin, the mining algorithms. It's generated on the technology. It's based on the technology, and at the end of the day, it's based on the trust of the people who own it. I trust it's worth something. Everything's worth something. Bitcoin's going to be worth something. There's 21 million of them. Anyone who says, "Oh, you missed the boat," doesn't realize that I'm not going to go anymore with that analogy. I don't know, something about a flood or whatever. This isn't a boat. This is a disruptive technology that's only going to be 21 million of. Go ahead and buy yourself a Bitcoin. There's going to be, if it takes over it takes the place of things like the euro and the dollar, which it could. You're gonna want to have
Zoran.
one or two. We got Zoran W coming back with the resub. Punky Squid, great to see you,
just
Zoe.
in time.
Thank you so much.
Somebody
for clicking
got him
on
on
that
a
sub
rant,
button.
yo.
Yeah.
Don't worry, we'll be, by the time we're back on our Twitch streaming, we're gonna have all these discussions already done.
And
people
Poker
can
Neo,
refer back.
Bitcoin is great for poker staking. I mean, so far I have 10 people who are getting a share of this that online event that we streamed.
That's right,
the only
right.
one who have actually gotten the money are the ones who had Bitcoin that just went like that. The rest of them
You
have to wait until I go get the money order, and I'm also waiting for a little prints that we're going to send their way too as a little thank you present. So, but you had Bitcoin, you got it that day, that weekend. Bitcoin won't work. Money laundering regulations will restrict the use of it. I mean, CMAC, that's the beauty of Bitcoin, is it's decentralized. It doesn't rely on anybody's permission. I mean, they can criminalize it.
Then what?
And then
gosh,
what?
It'd be like pot. Everybody would go to jail for a Bitcoin.
Other countries have criminalized it.
Going to jail
just like they
for
used to make it
Bitcoin.
illegal to own gold, and
Are you playing?
in this country, it used to be illegal to own gold. You know, they can
We'll
try
just have to
criminalizing it.
see, but Dutch likes it for the long run.
I like it for the long run for so many reasons. Anyway, I'm gonna be done in it.
That's
Double A says Bitcoin used to be at 1K, now it's under 300. Yeah, it also used to be at 2 cents. You know, I mean, it used to to say that it's fallen. I mean, look how much it's risen. If 3 years ago you told some people that Bitcoin was going to be $300, they would just be like starry-eyed and be like, "You got to be kidding me," you know.
Well, I knew it was gonna, but Dutch didn't
Michelle
listen to
knew.
me.
Michelle knew. Michelle is kind of a trend spotter, for sure.
So
She
he
always
should listen
sees
to me,
these
but
trends.
he never does when he's stubborn about things. So, because he wants to be like me.
Yeah.
But
Philly
he's good at
Fanatic.
poker, so I let him.
Have a good night, Philly Fanatic. Great to see you in the
night.
stream. Big fist
Yeah,
bump,
good
man.
night.
And yeah, have a good night. Thanks for giving the book a read.
No, I really do hope Bitcoin is the future, but we don't really know.
Look at
It
Raoul
depends on how many
Duke
people get it.
shoving
Get
with
on the boat.
what is it, 17 big blinds here, and I'm just kind of right on the cusp of.
You're supposed to fold, aren't you? There, yo.
You
I don't know
even
what
know
you
what I
have.
have.
I don't know. What you have. I would fold. I would fold.
Okay, we will
I don't know
fold
what
the
you have,
kings
but
here.
huh? What did you have?
Kings.
No, you did not.
Yeah, so Raoul Duke did make the shove with a king 8 suited.
And he gets there.
We were considering making the call with ace 10 offsuit,
And
so it
we
would have been the right
yeah, you know.
call.
See, you shouldn't listen to
Made
me.
a shove for 18 big blinds on the button in the midnight
Would you have ace 10?
with king 8 suited.
Oops. Well, don't listen to me. Dutch does not hate Scott Fishman,
No,
Cali
I don't
guy.
hate Scott Fishman.
He actually wants to befriend him. I do, though.
Michelle's not the biggest.
I don't hate
Fishman
him. I
fan.
dislike him. Hate is such a strong word.
Hate is a strong word.
I mean, if you got a shit together, you know, I mean, and if he was like,
If you got his shit together.
and he could talk like a human being and
Yeah.
communicate, then yeah, I'd be his friend.
Where are we at here?
It's
128.
amazing how many people think they.
9th out of 29.
Yeah, I just. Anyway. Complain, complain. Complain, complain, complain.
Okay, so pocket nines. We will go ahead and make the raise here. Dude Genius just open limping under the gun. It's a little bit scary of a raise, but we're going to do it. So our normal raise here at 8160 would be 480. Maybe we should taper down a little bit even before those antes hit. And maybe make something like maybe like a 320, would be 400. So maybe we should be making it 400 at 8160. We really need to go over our pre-flop raise amounts in this Midnight Mayhem. I mean, we kind of ran into the same awkwardness last night. We just don't really play this structure that much. One thing that I would suggest to all of you guys at home, when you know that you're going to be playing a tournament, you'll do well taking the structure sheet, going through it, and looking at all the different levels and coming up with your pre-flop opening, your standard pre-flop opening raise amounts before you even play it. When we play like the $30 rebuy or the $10 rebuys, where we know the structure pretty well, we know when we're tapering, we know what our pre-flop raise amounts are going to be. There's no surprises there. We're not as familiar with the Midnight Mayhem structure. And I think that we probably should be tapering well before this point in the Midnight Mayhem. But we're going to have to spend a little bit of time with the structure sheet and come up with some good pre-flop opening standard amounts, because I just feel like 480, making it 3x at the 8160 level makes sense when the the effective stacks are as big as they are in the $30 rebuy and the $10 rebuys. But in the $20 Midnight Mayhem, where there's no rebuys, no add-ons, and the average stack is considerably lower, it probably makes sense to start tapering down even before the antes hit. Because it just feels kind of awkward to go from 480 at the 8160 to 500 at the 100-200. But that's basically what we're going to do. We're, in 4 minutes and 20 seconds, we are going to be making our opening raises at 2.5x and tapering down the same way that we would in any other $30 or $10 rebuy add-on tournament. I think that maybe we should be making it like 450 at 100-200 in this thing, because the effective stack sizes are going to be so much smaller in comparison to the big blind once those antes hit. So.
June doesn't like them anymore.
CT Sherman, thank you so much for the compliments. Love you too, bro. I love you too. Anyway, it is very volatile. It's very volatile. I'm not gonna get too much on the Bitcoin train anymore. I'm gonna give it a rest.
Let's talk about our dog.
But I do think it's a really cool thing. Oh wow, Poker Neo, nice timing. Way to catch that dropping knife. Okay, so the Bud Lock B limping in, Rhino limping in. Gosh, I want to make the raise here, but we're just gonna make the call. Let's go ahead and see a flop. Ace high. 10-10-4 comes out. It's tempting. Anaconda saying, get in on that Dogecoin. I had some Dogecoin. I had some Litecoin. But in the end, I don't really think that alternate currencies, I had some Namecoin. The idea of having a decentralized naming service was really kind of exciting to me, and I loved the idea of Namecoin, but it's not quite where I wanted it to be. What is Namecoin doing these days? I bought some Namecoin domains, but let them go. Access websites using the .bit domain. So I did have some .bit domain names, which I thought it was pretty cool to have a couple, but it was so hard to get and keep and check, and there was so much lacking in Namecoin, and it was just like, is this really necessary? I mean, I love the idea of having .bit domains that are, a decentralized DNS is pretty awesome. Now, if you understand the idea of how the domain registry works. The idea that we could come up with a domain extension that isn't actually being owned or policed by anybody and isn't relying on any sort of centralized DNS is pretty awesome. Pretty awesome. But the support for Namecoin is just such in the toilet that it's just like. And then what you had a whole bunch of people saying, wow, this could be valuable one day. Let's go ahead and take all the really good .bit domain names since they're so cheap. And since they were so cheap, now it's like, why would you want to get a .bit domain name when the only thing that you can get is, Dutch Boyd dash hyphen professional poker player .bit, because everything else is taken. It's kind of like. It's kind of like .com, only the .com the .com squatters came in. You pretty much can't get any decent dictionary word .com, and it's been that way for about 10 years because it was a limited resource. It was pretty cheap to register. But .bit, imagine if .com, instead of being $7 or $8 a year to register, was half a penny to register. I mean, that's kind of what you had with Namecoin, where it was just basically free. So in the end, there's just no value anymore in anybody trying to build on the .bit registry, because there's nothing left. It's all been claimed, but it's been claimed by people who are trying to take value in a situation where it's only going to have value if you open it up. This is kind of why I kind of feel like the internet would be a better place if the .com renewal fee was a lot more than $7. So, if it was like $50 or $60 or $100 to keep a domain name, you wouldn't have these stupid situations where any type of name that you try to get, I mean, the vast majority of domain names are held by people who are just like hoarding them and warehousing them, hoping to resell them in the future. You look at like the vast majority of domain names are like this.
There was a question B. Schreiber asked if you were familiar with Singularity, the book there, Singularity.
B. Schreiber asks, Dutch, are you familiar with Singularity Theory by Ray Kurzweil? So he's talking about basically religion religion for scientists, religion for the nerds. I'm very familiar with it, Schreiber. I think it's going to be a very sad day when Ray Kurzweil finally kicks it. When Ray Kurzweil dies, a little part of me is going to die as well. Yeah, I'm familiar with it. So Ray Kurzweil, no one can really argue that he's not just a crazy genius. Like, I mean, this guy is really a genius, but he also, I don't know. I kind of feel like we have so many problems as a race. We have so many problems, and I don't mean like the white race. I mean like the human race, where how many children are dying every year of hunger? A lot. $30 billion could solve world hunger. $30 billion a year could solve world hunger. No more deaths from world hunger. We still have so many children, I think every 11 seconds, dying of like diarrhea-related,
dysentery.
Basically because they don't have clean water. So we have, as a society, we kind of have to divide our resources and our and what we're going to do. What problems are we going to solve? Are we going to solve, a bunch of privileged Westerners dying, or are we going to solve the problem of children in Africa dying? Ray Kurzweil seems to feel like the death in general is a much bigger problem to solve. I'm not convinced. I kind of feel like it's it's a little bit selfish. It's a little bit selfish. And yeah, I think it would be great. Everyone lives forever. We all, move to the moon. Is it going to happen? Probably not. I don't really think it's going to happen in time for any of us. And I think that should it happen, should we really spend a lot of resources trying to figure out how we can conquer the telomere and upload our minds into the matrix when so many kids are dying of diarrhea? I don't know. I kind of feel like, I like Ray Kurzweil, but I kind of think that he's missing something in where he's deciding to put all of his energy now at this point in his life. But more power to him. I do think it's going to be a sad day, B. Schreiber, when Ray Kurzweil kicks it. That's going to be a sad day. It's going to be like,
Zoran had a question about.
I was hoping that he would make it.
Yeah.
What was Zoran's question?
It's right there. It's the recent one. You can probably see it in your chat there.
Is this really? This isn't actually a question. This is him giving us some advice, which I think is good advice. Yeah, he says he generally starts tapering at around 250 or 3060 or 2550 or 3060 in this one. Since the stacks are essentially a quarter of the deep stack tournaments, not sure if it's quite the right spot to start at. Probably too early, but this tournament almost plays like a turbo. It does, especially early on. I mean, it's kind of weird. It plays like a reverse turbo, where it's super, super fast early, but then you get to a point where it starts slowing down. So it's like the opposite of a turbo. I completely agree with you. I mean, you're playing in the $30 rebuy add-on and the $10 rebuy and add-on. I mean, the early pots just don't really make that much of a dent. But here, I mean, you lose a $400 or $500 pot early on, and all of a sudden you're looking at like $1,300, and you're feeling like you made some sort of mistake, right? So I definitely think that we should be tapering earlier, and I like the idea of tapering at 2550 or 3060. I think that's fine. Guys,
You gotta win this, Dutch.
I'm gonna try. This is our chance to get even for the day. It's like the gambler's prayer, you guys. Please let me break even. I really need the money. So Pappas, good to see you in the stream, bud. I'll tell you what, B. Shriver, the book that I've been reading recently, the what's on my iPhone. We've been hitting the gym, and I've been listening to an audiobook while I work out. And the one that I'm listening to is is Superintelligence by Nick Bostrom. He's got some pretty interesting things to say about the singularity. I think that as a thinker, I mean, he's pretty good. Let's go ahead and 500 it up. We've got some pretty deep stacks behind us. The Bud Lockerbie making the call. We got a 7-6-4 flop. Let's go ahead and fire out the C-bet. We get through. We'll take it. That's pretty good. Poker SNCO. Dutch is a human encyclopedia, a plethora of useless knowledge. Thank you very much. Thank you for that compliment. Jordoom. Part of the problem with children dying is human greed. It's not that the countries they're dying in have no arable land or anything. It's a misuse of resources and land that is the main problem due to partisan politicians and warlordism. Yeah, that sounds about right. I mean, we can't really point fingers. We spend, if you look at our defense budget, I mean, it's so crazy how much money we spend as a country, and really just waste. Anyway, I'm gonna have to just focus on what we've got here. Ace Jack offsuit, you guys. We've got Rebel 85 coming in with a 4x under the gun. Man, what do we do? What do we do with Ace Jack offsuit when an under the gun opens for 4 times the big blind? What does 4 times the big blind mean to you guys? I mean, to me, it means Ace Jack starts kind of shrinking up, and I don't really like defending here. I don't like 3-betting here. I'm just gonna fold it. It's at the very, very top of our fold range. I mean, Ace Queen offsuit I don't think is going to be a fold there. I think that we go ahead and make the call. That's a tough one. That's a tough one because there's not really that big of a difference between Ace Queen and Ace Jack, right? And if we're going to fold Ace Jack, why wouldn't we fold Ace Queen? And if we fold Ace Queen, I mean, how far are we going to take it? How much credit are we really giving him? It kind of feels to me like it's a hand that doesn't want to get called, but feels like he's ahead of the field. So pocket 9s, pocket 10s, in which case maybe we call there, see a flop, play a pot out of position, and hope to hit an ace or jack, getting 2-1 on our money. I don't know. It can't be that big of a mistake to fold Ace Jack offsuit in the big blind when under the gun raises 4x, but it does feel like it's a little bit nitty. Make the fold. So Quincy 075 LTC to the moon today. I'm going to tell you guys, I will tell you the minute when I stopped being bullish on Litecoin. The minute when I realized, wow, Litecoin is not going to make it. It's I was playing a World Series of Poker event last year in 2014. Chris Henneken was at the table, and there was actually a guy named Joe who works for Coinbase. He was working for Coinbase. and they were talking about Bitcoin, and I was kind of listening up, perking up. Oh, you work for Coinbase, huh? Do you think, and I asked him this, now, if you know anything about Litecoin, you know that the founder of Litecoin, what's his name? Litecoin founder. Charles Lee, the founder of Litecoin, is a guy named Charlie Lee, and he set up this Litecoin to kind of be like a, he describes it as silver to Bitcoin's gold, and the idea was that it was going to be ASIC resistant. So, that wasn't really the main reason behind it, though. The idea was that it was going to be faster transactions. Why do we need an altcoin besides Bitcoin? ASIC resistant, so that people could just mine it in countries where I don't really know, okay, but I bought it. I was like, you know what, Litecoin seems like good. It's a silver to Bitcoin's gold. It's going to become adopted, and there's kind of a there's kind of a unit bias when it comes to Bitcoin, right? Because if someone has $100 that they want to invest in cryptocurrency, well, would you rather have 50 Litecoin or a third of a Bitcoin? There's a unit bias. We're like, oh well, I would rather have 2 Litecoin rather than 100th of a Bitcoin. So I bought it. Let's go ahead and make it 2.5x. Oh, B. Shriever. I didn't know. This is the first time. I've been saying B. Shriver all for months and months, man. Shriever. Sorry for the confusion. So anyway, I asked about Charlie Lee. I asked this Coinbase employee. I say, do you think Charlie Lee works over there, right? Do you think that Coinbase is ever going to start offering Litecoin and allow people to buy and sell Litecoin along with Bitcoin? And the attitude of this guy was like I had just cracked a joke, like it was like Litecoin was the biggest joke in Coinbase, and he was like, no, Coinbase isn't ever going to get it behind Litecoin. And I was like, oh wow. I mean, I thought that one of the propositions is that eventually Coinbase is going to adopt Litecoin and have that as an option. And that's kind of one of the propositions built into the very price of Litecoin at the time. This idea that it's going to get easier to buy and sell Litecoin, just like it's getting for Bitcoin. I mean, right now it's still hard to buy and sell Bitcoin. Right now it's still not like just a simple thing to go and buy and sell Bitcoin. It's a little bit hard. There's a bit of a barrier to entry, both like education-wise and to actually go out and find places to do it. But Litecoin, it's like that times 20. So the best way to get Litecoin, at least it was just to mine it yourself. So, wow, when he kind of treated it like it was a joke, and like there's no way that Coinbase is ever going to get behind Litecoin, even though the Litecoin founder is one of the guys working at Coinbase, I realized, you know what? This guy thinks it's a joke. This guy sees no real reason that the world would ever need a silver to gold, because Bitcoin is fine as it is, and it just kind of confuses the thing. And the more I thought about it, the more we saw just over and over and over derivatives, forks of the Bitcoin code, where they're just renaming it and coming up with a different number, and then trying to sell people that this is the future of cryptocurrency. I mean, we saw it with that bro coin, right? What was that, Breakout Gaming?
Oh, did that ever come out?
I mean, what a scam that was. And they had a whole bunch of high-profile poker players behind it too,
Yeah, I'm still going.
Well, not really. I mean, they haven't had a Twitter update since November 27th. They promised to be out. They're not out.
Well,
So
somebody came in and there was an old quote.
that's when I divested myself from Bitcoin, Litecoin altogether. And at that time, I think that the ratio was something like 40-1. Now, if you look at Litecoin to Bitcoin ratio, I mean, if you look at that graph, it's just depressing. It should be if you were ever long on Litecoin. It's just a really depressing graph. Let's see, Litecoin to Bitcoin, it's 0.014. Yeah, if you look at the historical Litecoin to Bitcoin charts, and it's just. Let me see if I can't find it, and I'll pull it up on stream. Let's pull it up, you guys. Let's take a look at what I'm talking about. Well, we don't need to pull it up. Just trust me on this when I say that it has gone down considerably. It went up a little bit in the last few weeks, just because I think that there's going to be there's going to be a pretty big difficulty rise in the Litecoin mining, and everyone's thinking that's going to lead to an increase in price. But Litecoin is kind of worthless right now. When I first started getting into it, I think it was like a 0.05 ratio, so it was kind of at the height. And I set up some miners, bought some video cards, and it was kind of a fun project. I ended up breaking even on it, and then got rid of all the cards. When, yeah, I pulled out pretty quick when it started kind of sliding back down, and I was like, oh, yeah, let's get out of this. So I got into it at kind of a crazy time, really. I got in at the end of November when it started going up, got up to like a 0.5 ratio, and then it started kind of slipping and falling and slipping and falling, and I was like, right around, I think March is when I finally decided, okay, it's time to go ahead and pull the plug here and call it a wash. It wasn't a big loss, but it was a little bit of a loss. Was it? No, I probably made like $200 on it. But yeah, I'll tell you that Friday that Christmas too. That Christmas 2014 must have been really disappointing for a lot of computer gamers who, were like hoping for a graphic card upgrade, because that Christmas those graphic cards got insanely expensive, just because everyone started looking at it as kind of a free roll. Okay, let's do it. 600. No, let's make the fold. We can fold King Jack offsuit. We can fold that. Cause, yeah, I know I promised a top 10 book list. I'm still planning on doing it, man. I'm sorry. I'm sorry it's not out yet.
Good.
I'm gonna go ahead and write that down on my to-do list. I've got a lot to do, you guys. I've got a lot to do. Cali Guy 38. You know what kind of bugs me about the Obama speech is when he's talking about the Iran deal, and he refers to it as a new direction in policy that we should grab. I think he actually used that line. We should grab the new direction. And I'm like, it reminded me of something that Joey Bartholdi had told me about neuro-linguistic programming, and he was like, if you ever notice, people like using the words new direction in political speeches. I swear, like Joey was telling me this back in like 2004, 2005. He was like, because new direction in the mind comes out as nude erection. And then when I was listening to the Obama speech about the new direction that we're taking with Iran that we should grab, and I was like, grabbing a new direction. Man, Joey was right. These guys are just trying to manipulate us.
No, what it is that
Obama, Iran speech, new direction.
You planted the seed, babe, and now you will always think of that.
Maybe that's all it is.
Now you just shared it with 400, almost 400 people, and now they all seem the same.
This deal offers an opportunity to move in a nude erection. Seize it. This deal offers
Semen.
This is the quote. This deal offers an opportunity to move in a new direction. We should seize it.
Well, what else do you think they would say, Russ? This opportunity allows us to focus.
To erase 50 years of
You can't even. You're stuttering. You're not allowed to stutter.
well, let me be the writer here. The Iran nuclear deal offers us an opportunity to erase 50 years of bad political policy making with Iran. You know, the reason Iran is as screwed up as it is, I mean, that's our fault. That's I mean, directly the U.S. going in and and Britain going in and there was a really good comic book put out. Actually, it was like a historical comic book showing how we went in and pretty much we're trying to westernize the country, but then ended up just completely screwing it up. And the main reason we did it was because there was a guy who was trying to mobilize the people against the Britain oil interests, and I think we assassinated him. And we thought that we were going to be able to control the people, and instead it just kind of got away from us. And then all of a sudden, some religious dogma got mixed in, and before you know it, we basically did the same thing that we did in Afghanistan, where the blowback was unexpected. But I'm not, I don't really know that much about foreign policy. I really don't. I'm kind of talking out my ass here.
Yeah, let's focus on poker, yo.
What I do know is Breakout Gaming was a scam, and I hope that none of you guys put money into Brocoin. We're going to be back in about 2 minutes. Thanks for joining us. Okay, and we are back. Michelle made us some hats. Just in case. She said that we were I was starting to sound... We were starting... She said I was starting to sound like a conspiratard, and then I should keep it on to poker. I think that she's right.
Yes.
So, we've kind of let our stack just kind of dwindle here.
Huh. I don't think that we let it. I think the Illuminati got to it.
Yeah.
We were gone.
So let's try to turn this around. We got Dude Genius limping in, and Dude Genius, we're gonna go ahead and give you the bony fish for the open limp here. Don't like open limping, especially with a sitting out small blind, but I'm gonna go ahead and just make the check.
You scared of my hat?
The flop comes out Queen 9-6. We actually hit a little piece of it. What do, Dude Genius? You fire out, as you should. You're doing your job. And I'm going to go ahead and get away from it. I don't really think that... I feel like putting in any money in there. I got the 6-9 offsuit. Everyone folds. And we raise 3x into Rebel. No, everyone doesn't fold. Instead, we got thanks for the chips. Making the ship with a little less than 10 bigs. So he's doing his job. 8 big blinds.
We are gonna like take over.
Oh, look at that. We got the resub.
Nice.
Ferris, it's great to see you, man. Thank you so much for coming back with us. It's been a long summer, long 6 weeks of dry nothingness. We only twitched a couple of times, right, during the summer. So thanks for sticking with us, man. I really appreciate you still being here and staying with us, resubbing us, and thank you for your continued support.
Yes.
Really appreciate it. So Queen
great.
3 suited. I think that we're going to go ahead and let that one go. I don't really feel like we need to... Rambo. I don't think that we really need to take a stab at Tahoe Slim and Rebel 85 here. It's just like... It just is so obvious that I feel like... I want... My range in my button raises actually is going to be even a little bit higher than my cutoff range, and my or a little bit tighter than my cutoff range. It's still going to be pretty wide. But Queen 3 suited, we don't really need to feel obligated to make a move with that. Godless Gray. Let's talk some poker, yo.
Yep, I agree.
I agree with you, Godless Gray. So, we're going to be talking some poker now. Top conspiracies in poker.
Stop. Stop.
Amir Dave asking to see the lobby. Yeah, let's see the lobby. What is that lobby looking like? We've got, this is the Midnight Mayhem. So let's take a look at the lobby. Add a screen capture right there. 12 out of 17, so there's 2 tables left. I don't know what Cozy Grind is doing. Let's make the fold. We don't really need to fold. We don't really need to raise with 10-4 suited. So 10 places pay. We're in 12th here. We've got Mr. Davis as a bony fish. Dude Genius is a bony fish. We got B Shrever, who's chilling out in the stream with us right now, as is BCLV81. So great to be making a deep run with you guys after a long drought. B Shrever, how did your summer go? I know that you had a chance to play the main event with that satellite. Any luck? Any luck? Did you do any better than we did? We made it to day 2 dinner break. Okay, let's get back to it. We've got a weak ace here. I feel like that's probably good enough to make it the 680 that we're standard opening at the 142.80 level. BCLV 81 in the big blind with 4K. I mean, it's not really... It's a little bit wide, but ace-4 offsuit kind of figures to be ahead of what we're going up against, and I think that, at this stage of the tournament with our stack, I just think it's a mistake to be folding that. So... Kiki. You hear that? You're brilliant, Michelle. Yes. You're brilliant. She is. She's got good style. I like how her hat looks a lot better than my hat. I don't know if you guys...
It's more like a witch's hat.
Yeah, hers looks like a techno wizard hat, and mine just looks like a piece of foil I placed on my head. So
well, crazy. I feel, you know what? It's actually curing I had a headache earlier, and now it's gone.
Curing your headache.
So
the magnetism from the aluminum.
This.
Aluminium. From the aluminium. Gosh, it really feels like that's a raise right there with Crow's Grind. We're going to give the spot to somebody else, you know. We can share spots here.
Okay, I'm going to take off the hat.
You're taking off the
I'm going
hat.
to make a better one. So when we do conspiracy things, I'm going to start putting it on. Okay, yeah, I'm taking mine off. It's starting to get hot.
Okay.
You can keep yours on. It's all good. Looks shiny. Looks good.
Yeah. So we had BCLV. Oh, Jesus. BCLV. BCLV. Oh, my gosh.
What just happened?
He just got fucked. Just fucked. So he's sitting there on the button. He's been playing solid. He's been playing, he's been playing good. He's been picking his spots well. He's got, he finds himself with, wow. So he finds himself with 4K, double starting stack, and guy raises, Eating Greedy raises. He makes the shove with pocket queens, and you know that he has to just feel really, really happy when he gets called there. And he gets called there with ace-10 offsuit, and the guy just destroys him. So that's pretty brutal there, BCLV, and I'm really sorry to see it. Let's go ahead and fire out a half pot size bet here. We end up making our flush, and I really, I don't really expect that they're going to bet for us. I think that there's a lot of cards that can come out where it's going to chill our action on the river too, or it could even kill our hand. So we fire out a half pot on the river. Maybe the river we should just check and hope to induce a bluff by a guy who missed his flush draw. You know, we could have done that. We could have done that. Eating Greedy just limping here. Yeah, let's try to take it. And we get through. We get through. So Eating Greedy giving us that open limp. The Bud Lock goes ahead and limps behind. We wake up with the old Jack 8 offsuit. We also call that the Jack shit.
Sorry, that was really funny.
We make the
the Jack shit.
This is why I love her. This is why I love her. She laughs at my jokes.
Not all of them, but.
So not.
Do you have the lobby still up?
Surely not. No, I don't. I took it off. So Eating Greedy. Now this time the queens work for the Eating Greedy villain. Hats off to you guys. Thank you guys for joining us. What am I supposed to do with this hat now?
Stupid with your own hat.
It's
yeah, let's use it to make something with it later. I don't want to waste my foil.
She doesn't want to waste the foil. We're gonna go ahead and make it 680 here. King Jack offsuit, a lot better than Queen 3 suited.
What are you gonna do to me? I'm gonna make a foil
You want to keep it, right? And pretty nice flop for us. Let's go ahead and wait until it gets down to the 9 and c-bet half pot. He fires out, so we will go ahead and check.
They're saying you raise with ace 4, Dutch, but you fold with ace jack, says the mission.
Ah, Jesus.
Uh-oh.
Okay, so we got a little hurt there.
Do we not make it?
Man, he called so quick on the flop with a set. Called so quick where normally, you know, jeez. Normally you'd kind of expect someone to act like they're thinking about it. I mean, so quick. Just acted so quick there with the super strong hand. So I don't really know what we're thinking there as far as the river. We go ahead and bet for value, and I actually wanted to bet. I was thinking about betting half pot. Instead, I bet 3/4 pot because I kind of felt like it would look even bluffier. And when he raises there, I'm hoping that he's rebluffing because he doesn't even have anything that could beat a bluff. I'm hoping that he has something like a Jack 10, a Queen 10, something like that, where he's thinking that we're on a bluff, but he's worried that our bluff beats his legit hand. Or he could be, making that move with with a king. He could have king. He could have some sort of weird king there, or he has a boat and we're screwed. So, gosh, let's go ahead and max it out here. Queen 8 suited. Looks all right. Sometimes it's going to get through. And when it does get through, we're going to be able to pick up 450, 550, over 600. A pretty good chunk without having to see a flop. That's not going to happen. Eat and Greedy goes ahead and makes the shove, and wow. That's going to be it for us, you guys. Maybe we should have kept the aluminum hat on. So Eat and Greedy is kind of playing like an idiot, really. Just making the shove with 17,000. Of course, he's supposed to play aces. I'm not saying that he's supposed to fold aces. I'm saying that when he makes the shove, now he's just he's just eliminating the possibility that the bud lock or thanks for the chips, one of these guys behind him decides to wake up and try to squeeze him out. He really needs to be making the call there with the pocket aces. With our Queen 8 suited. The reason we're shoving there is because we do have some fold equity, and we have more fold equity. It gets through such a higher percentage of the time because we've got Crow's Egg Rind sitting out on the big blind. If it wasn't for the big blind sitting out, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people we had to worry about, right? Actually, I think that they moved Ollie David here, so I think that we actually only had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people to worry about. I feel okay with the shove on Queen 8 suited. I think that we're sitting here with 13, 12 big blinds. We're not going to have a lot of opportunities to pick up a big stack, a big chunk of our stack without having to fade those 3 cards in the middle. So it looked like a good spot. When we get called, it's going to probably be a hand that just completely crushes us. We'd like to see a hand like Ace King. Pocket tens, seeing aces or kings is just kind of a disaster. Where'd we go wrong here? I don't know. Where'd we go wrong? I think that we went wrong against Rebel 85, right? So Rebel 85 made that quick call with a set of fives, and he slow played the turn, which was kind of fun. The king made our trip hand and made us feel pretty confident in our hand. We fire out, and he very quickly makes the shove. And it's really not enough for us to ever really consider folding. But maybe we should have folded. It's not like we. I don't know. I'm not gonna think about it too much. We made the moves we did. They didn't work out. We get knocked out 14th out of 15. We got thanks for the chips, letting Eat and Greedy know that he thinks that he's just horrible. Doesn't matter. You are just getting lucky. And then Eat and Greedy says, "Well, we'll see where I finish and where you finish. Whatever."
Poker
Eat and
drama.
Greedy. Yeah, that's gonna be it for us, guys. We are done for the night. In the money, 1 of 3 tonight.
That's
so
all right. We're still getting warmed up. I don't know if you want to do it all day tomorrow, Russ. This has been like 7 hours straight.
It's been a long stream.
Yeah, I have to stand up and I have to go stretch my legs now and I already ate. So.
Anyway, guys, I wish that it went a little bit better today. $20 down the drain.
Everybody was great. It was great. Thank you guys.
It has been awesome getting back to the Twitch grind though and hanging out with you guys.
Thank you guys for visiting us. I'll work on my hat.
Sorry for the tangents. Yeah, we need to make a better foil hat. That's what we should probably do is poker foil hats. No, it's late.
Poker. See that now he's getting delirious. He's thinking of delirious things.
Lucky remains talking about Bovada and botting. I do think that.
Oh, really? You can't pay a Bovada at all from Europe? Is that true, Ross? Yeah. It's American only?
I don't know.
We don't
I don't know too much about what's going on with Bovada. And a Cali guy says Bovada is legit, and I like the anonymity. I mean,
Well, you guys can
I
talk
guess
private about
I guess
that
it's
stuff.
I guess it depends on your definition of legit.
Yeah, I mean,
Hi, puppy.
But I do
gotta
think
put
that
him
if
in
I was
no-
going to choose between like putting money into like carbon
Stars?
poker versus Bovada, I'm putting money into Bovada over carbon.
Carbon.
But you know, to say Bovada is legit, what are you comparing it to? Like Poker Stars? Comparing
I
it to
guess
WSOP.com?
if you buy your drugs from this corner rather than the other corner, instead of a dispensary, I suppose.
I mean,
that's
at the end of the day, I mean, Bovada is a spinoff of Bodog, which has been a pretty big offshore criminal enterprise for quite a while. They're all breaking the law. So, but if you want to play there, I'm not holding it against you. If I wasn't in a place where we had legal regulated online poker where we could play against Eat and Greedy and do it in the open and know that we aren't breaking any laws, it feels good to be able to play on WSOP.com, and I'm lucky to be in one of the 3 states that allow it.
Yeah, and hopefully it progresses as the laws do. I mean, it's just like weed legalization, isn't it?
Hey guys, we're gonna take off, but I want to encourage you guys. If you guys are in California and you're anywhere near that PokerStars drive that Jay Carver and Daniel Negreanu are doing this weekend, I'd really encourage you to go and take part in that. Play in that tournament. I think it's Southern California, right? It might not be. I might have the location off, but if you're in California, they're going to be coming into a casino near you to try to make the push and try to change the poker industry one state at a time, starting with that all-important state of California. If you're in California, I'd really encourage you to be a part of that drive. And I hope that you'll join us tomorrow. We're going to be starting a little bit earlier. I don't know when yet, but I'll put it up on the title. Maybe as early as noon, but probably more like 3. I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyway, we'll find out.
We'll probably won't wake up.
Thanks, guys, for joining us. Really
Yeah.
appreciate all of you. Make sure to follow, and you guys have a good night.